Clash playoffs. We are kicking it off on Sick City for game number 1 of this best of 7. Playing the green GDI in the north side. This is Green 0. And on the south side, playing the black hand, playing the orange. This is numbfish. DuneTiger, is there anything more classic than GDI versus black hand in competitive Kane's Wrath?
The staple of the game. Like, it doesn't matter what year the game's played in, there seems to be GDI versus Blackhand everywhere.
Two extremely strong factions, two factions that have, I don't know, reasonably distinct play profiles and like different power spikes, but players can absolutely win on either one of them with relative ease. And oh man, right out of the gate, game number 1, numbfish looking to cause an upset, looking for a flame rush.
Yeah, and this is the thing, with a map that's this small, a flame rush can be very deadly, but GZ spotted it straight away. He went straight for a Pitbull Scout, which game number 1 versus Blackhand, you're not going to take any risks. You're going to make sure you scout them. It's just, how does GZ react to this, and also how much does numbfish invest into this? It looks like he's going to be going for a Reckoner as well.
The flame tank is sometimes only the distraction for the real follow-up, which will be, you know, something else. Maybe a second flame tank, or as you said, a Reckoner. And that is a single black hand Reckoner. So he's not going as heavy into this build as he could. There are more aggressive variants of this flame rush, but numbfish has gone kind of down the middle of the road.
Yeah, so I don't know what his actual plan is. I guess he's just trying to get the spike, but GZ did build a Predator tank. He's got 2 Predator tanks, and he's gone straight back for Harvesters. It's not too much of an overspend for GZ. This is quite nice, but of course, the Flame tank's still on the map, so you never know. And the Reckoner's trying to get in, but it just won't quite make it. The Predator tank and the Pit will cut it off.
Yep, it gets a bad deploy spot in the middle of the field. It will start trying to flame down some Harvesters, but that is not what you want to be doing when you've got a Reckoner trying to burn something down. Green 0 going for a pretty normal expansion timing after that. His MCV is on the high ground, and of course Sick City is one of these maps where people love their base pushes. They love to set up a refinery or 2 on the high ground natural and then move their MCV across the map and just start assaulting the other guy with towers.
Yeah, so while GZ does eco, this is really interesting from numbfish. We've got double racks and a shrine. He's going to go for a mass infantry push, and this can be really hard to stop. The distance between the 2 bases is so close. GZ might not have enough time to get up that command post and AP ammo, and if he doesn't have AP ammo, this will be one hell of a push.
Command post, it looks like, is probably 80% done. I would hope that that's what Green 0 is going for after that first refinery on the high ground, but we'll see what he actually deploys here. Oh no, it is going to be a war factory, so he goes straight into second war factory, so no AP ammo. He can, of course, produce a million APCs, I guess, but no upgrades for Green 0.
Yeah, this could be problems here because, I mean, yeah, you'll have more APCs. He's actually gone for a Harvester as well. Wow, he's gone really greedy. And numbfish is here. I mean, his MCV is under threat here. I mean, that flame weaponry from those infantry squads are going to be not getting in range, which is an issue, but there's just not enough anti-infantry here. The flame tank's coming in as well. This MCV is going to go down for sure.
Green 0 with a surprising critical misstep here in game number 1. MCV goes down. Barracks gets sold off as well. It was just there to try and body block for the MCV, and it has sort of failed at its goal. Power offline, being microed on and off as the watchtowers burn one by one, and the war factory will be next. Good night to the flame tank, but good night to the war factory, as the harvesters are going to be brought off the line when it's this desperate. Any and every gun matters. The harvesters push in, they go for the crush, they break up the infantry arms lines, but what's going to be the follow-up behind this? Green 0 has to rebuild his MCV. He's lost a bunch of harvesters. He's down 4 harvesters, 6-10 against numbfish here at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, that was just that's such a beautiful build by numbfish, and the best part was that, of course, GZ saw the flame rush, assumed that was it, and then just didn't scout him again, which meant that infantry was completely unsighted until it crossed the map. Numbfish has got double ref down on his second. got all his harvesters moving up there now. He is absolutely cranking in the cash, and GZ's in a lot of trouble here. Like, while he still has money in the bank, yes, but he just has no production, no tech, only one refinery on his expansion. This is really big trouble for Green Zero in game 1 here.
Yeah, that $6,000 in the bank doesn't do you any real good if you don't have the production and you can't really utilize it. The double Hand of Nod is still cranking, so he is still keeping out the crazy number of rocket squads. There isn't a lot else to go with this army. It is really just heavy into infantry. AP ammo has been started now, so at least Green Zero will have that in about 40 or 50 more seconds, but the rocket squads aren't going to take 40 or 50 more seconds to cross the map. Numbfish, he is spending that cash, but it's all on infantry, so if Green Zero could manage to deal with the infantry, he'll be pretty set.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for him to hold, though. I mean, if Numbfish is wasteful with this infantry, I mean, maybe he can turn this around. The APM is still 30 seconds away at least, and the infantry is going to make the move to the second, the lesser defended part of Green Zero's base. And yeah, the laser fence on the refinery to try and place the towers behind it, but the towers aren't actually shooting. They're too far away, so this infantry is going to get this refinery for free.
Oh boy, and there goes the body block of those watchtowers. They were supposed to be defending each other, and now the refinery is gone. Infantry mostly staying out of flame range, so as AP ammo finishes up and just the rockets are firing, none of the Black Hand are actually getting their flames on these buildings. It does mean Numbfish is going to be getting slowly picked away at. Oh, back at the natural expansion, it's going to be a base push from Numbfish. He has obelisks on top of Green Zero's expansion, and the flame tanks don't seem to be doing much, but the obelisk, the double obelisk drop is going to end the MCV, and the GG comes out, and Green Zero drops game number 1. And it is time for Winter Meltdown. I hope you like rematches because we've got more GDI versus Blackhand. In the bottom left-hand corner, playing the purple, this is Numbfish. Feeling good after that game number 1 victory, but Winter Meltdown is a very different map. So let's see how the green GDI in the top right-hand corner, how Green Zero is able to respond to Numbfish. They're not opposite
this is one
maps,
of GZ's
but
favorite maps.
Yeah, Winter Meltdown and Six City are very different maps.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see Green Zero pick this. He loves to pick this map when he loses a game in a tournament. It's just his go-to map, something he's really comfortable on. And definitely a much better map for GDI. Obviously, it'll be much harder to pull off some type of infantry push like Numbfish pulled off in the last game. So, again, he probably will want to make sure he pit scouts, which it looks like he is. But I think this time Numbfish is just going eco.
You start off with a good game number 1 rush. You get the aggressive win, and then after that, you just play macro. You go into the eco after that, and Green Zero is going to be a lot more comfortable in that kind of a realm. He loves his big pitbull numbers. He loves his even transitions into air with Firehawks and Hammerheads. Occasionally, the occasional cheeky natural expansion double airfield play. You will see Green Zero bust that out from time to time. So if we're going macro, if we're going big eco, Green Zero is going to be loving that.
Yeah, and it also just suits GDI in this matchup. GDI is a more powerful faction late game when you can get that Marv, Jug, Hammerhead, you know, Sonic emitters. Blackhand can have a really tough time with that. And this map is also just like really good for that type of composition. If you fight for that middle field, Marv Juggernaut is the way to go. So I think Green Zero, yeah, it makes sense he picks this map. He'll feel confident here. And yeah, Numbfish, while he probably is going to eco a little bit, I think he still has to try and do some type of mid-game aggression to try and get on top of GZ here.
Yeah, it's also surprising how many matches throughout Chrono Clash I've seen on this map that are Steel Talons focused, and then players don't necessarily go super heavy into Behemoths and Marv, but they do rely a lot on on Titans to get their to get their work done in the mid game. So it's one of those things where Juggernaut Marv is what I feel like we should be going for, and yet in this particular event in the last month of games, I just haven't seen it very much actually play out that way. But you're right, that is exactly what we expect to see with the way this map is laid out. The triple third fields in the middle, you have one in the north, one contested in the center, and then one in the south. They just haven't been turning into artillery fests the way that we would expect.
Yeah, that's quite interesting to hear that, actually. I know that that's how Green Zero will play. He loves to do that, so I'd be very surprised if we see anything but that from him. He's getting those early pitbulls out, which we know he loves. Numbfish has gone for the double war factory. He's got Bike Buggy coming out, so it looks like it's going to be the classic Bike Buggy versus pitbull to start off this mid-game.
And as a contrast to that game number 1, like we were talking about, Numbfish, he didn't just go double war factory. He actually did get his third refinery first. So he did prioritize eco. It is a very balanced double war factory as a follow-up. So if Numbfish wins this game, he will have won the micro aggression game. He will have also won the macro big war game. Bike's getting a couple of shots off here. 2 more pitbulls go down. That's 3 or 4 pitbulls in total, traded back for only a bike or 2. Numbfish is going to be feeling good about that. He denied the bikes any entrance into his natural expansion, and he traded better in the exchange.
Yeah, that was a really nice engagement for Numbfish. And what's really interesting here, GZ's not pursued these pitbulls. He's actually turned into predator tanks, and when Numbfish sees those predator tanks, he knows he can't get in there with the bike buggy. He's got to turn around. And he's actually following up this bike buggy with his own infantry, which Green Zero is not prepared for at all.
We'll see if that was a command post on the horizon for Green Zero. I would think it was another power plant, so he's only queuing up the command post now, which again, AP ammo, it takes a minute to upgrade, so you want to have that ready before the infantry is at your doorstep. For the current moment, it's not a lot of rockets on the Black Hand side, so Green Zero, he's good at defending his back door. He has planted predator tanks at the back field when he's on this map so many times, and he has stopped so many attacks from swinging in.
And that's the really good thing about this map for GDI versus a Black Hand or an aggressive player of any sort is they can just sit predator tanks at those chokes, and how does Bike Buggy get through that? They basically can't. So all this Bike Buggy at the moment it's almost like useless because it just can't get into the base. As long as GZ keeps these predator tanks in position, although he's starting to move out with the ones in the north, so maybe there is an opportunity for Numbfish to swing into the top base, but he's not going to do that from the other side of the map.
Maybe the bike buggy can be useful in hunting down the hammerheads that Green Zero is going for. AP ammo, about 80-90% done. Green Zero clearing out some of the structures near his base, and you can see Numbfish feeling almost nervous as he is circling around the map looking for something to do with this bike buggy, hoping to find some kind of an angle. There is a big squad of predator tanks, 8 predator tanks in the north and more in the south. The bike buggy rolls in and they get shredded. Green Zero makes the trades to make up for the earlier part of the game. But on the other side of the map, it's going to be Green Zero rolling into the natural expansion of Numbfish. Predator tanks are here to stay, and there's no stealth to save these harvesters. So it's going to be all up to the infantry. It's all up to the Nod rockets to save these harvs. And so far, they're doing a terrible job. The Predator tanks have sliced and diced 1, and that's 2. Number 3 is going to be shortly following it, and it's bikes coming in to reinforce, but that's 3 dead harvs on the natural expansion.
Yeah, that's such a nice attack for Green Zero. And he's also killed quite a few bikes in this attack. These Predator tanks have more than paid for themselves. Numbfish has tried to make a move for the middle field, but instead of pushing early, Green Zero's gone for his Reclamator hub. He's getting his hammerheads out, and that is such a dent in Numbfish's economy that will he actually be able to hold this middle position? He's trying to pump out 3 barracks in the middle of the map. He just does not have the funds for that right now. And GZ's even going around the map, cleaning up those small infantry squads that are scattered around with the hammerheads. This is looking really good for Green Zero in game number 2.
There is still a little bit of power in that bike buggy to swing in the back door, but as you said, it feels like Numbfish is nearly out of options and is kind of floundering in these moments to try to find something that works. MCV, Moves close. We've seen this in the last game. If the infantry close the position on this MCV, they can just burn it down. Fortunately, there are hammerheads and predator tanks here to make sure that that doesn't happen. Cabals are getting knocked down. Those hammerheads just shredding this first wave of infantry, and the rockets weren't able to get off any big volleys to annihilate those hammerheads. So even though one hammerhead did go down, everything on the Nod side has been shredded. Back in the natural expansion, it's one harvester down. Green Zero loses another harvester, but only a single one at that natural. And other than that, he's just fighting SAM sites in the middle of the map.
Yeah, that was it was a good attempt by numbfish. He tried to make the push once he got Tiberium Port into the back of Green Zero's base, but he had just enough Predator tanks to hold the line there, and the Hammerhead's cleaning up all the infantry. This is looking really good. The Marv is going to push in, and there's basically nothing here to contest it.
Green Zero on the front line with his super tank. There's a couple of rockets here, but they're getting knocked down by the watchtowers. Even a fresh airfield for the repairs on the front line. We see it all the time with war factories, but rarely do we see it with an airfield. And numbfish crushing in game number 1, but Green Zero returning the favor in game number 2. It may not be over, but it certainly feels like it's over.
Yeah, this is, and the push now. I mean, if he loses, yeah, there it is. That's the end of the game, and it just proved GZ on these type of maps. If you let him play his game, where he can sit back and get to his tier 3, he's going to be really hard to stop. That Pred attack at the second was really good, killing quite 3 or 4 halves and quite a lot of bikes. So that was a really nice game by Green Zero.
And we are on Tiberium Rift for game number 3. As DuneTiger said, there will be no flames, there will be no bike buggy, because in the north, playing the purple, this is numbfish. I always forget about the extra zoom on this map. You go right into the drone ship. And on the right side, in the bottom right-hand corner, evening things up and making it look easy on Winter Meltdown, this is Green Zero.
This is an interesting choice by numbfish. I've never really, I must admit, I've not seen numbfish play a hell of a lot of games, so I'm not even sure what his strongest faction is. But I'll be really interested to see how he plays Traveler. This is, I mean, I always like Traveler into GDI. Of course, Green Zero's had plenty of practice against Traveler over the years with all his games against Master Leaf. But it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, there's not a Descent Rush opening either. So, again, in contrast to game number 1, no early aggression from numbfish. This is not a early let's fight kind of opening. Green Zero has a decent number of scouts, at least 4 around the map, moving mostly through the center. He may have been expecting descents, whether it's, 5 in the north and 5 in the south, a super commitment to them, or if it's just 4 or 5 running across the middle. Green Zero was looking to scout that out, and the answer is no, nothing. So now that makes me feel, okay, does numbfish think that Skrin is just better for macro games, and he wants to play a macro game on Tiberium Rift?
As long as he doesn't, I mean, Green Zero loves to do Firehawks, which is always very strong versus Skrin. As long as he doesn't let the Firehawks take him out of the game, I think that Traveler is really strong on this map, especially versus GDI. So if he plays it correctly, I can see this being very strong for numbfish.
And it's Green Zero following this MCV as it gets chased across to the natural expansion. The perfect macro-oriented openers for both players. Green Zero on his way to his natural expansion, and yeah, I guess we get to take a little break until the command post comes out, and then we get to see, is Green Zero rushing for Firehawks? Is he trying to play some kind of mid-game ground-based army, or something else on the field?
Numbfish, he's pumped out 3 Seeker tanks and a Gunwalker, and he's going across the map with them. Green Zero's responding with Pitbulls, not the greatest response in the world to Seeker tanks, but if he gets enough of them up with a few Watchtowers, there's nothing too threatening here. I think numbfish, this is just a little hit squad try and make Green Zero overspend, and then get ahead economically based on that.
3 Seeker tanks, one of them down below half health.
Oh, Green Zero's Q moved his harvesters.
Oh, at the main base. The ones in the natural were continuing to harvest normally, but you're right. Green Zero accidentally selected all of his harvesters and then sent them off the field with his army. And unfortunately for Green Zero, that will hurt his income. We'll see over the next minute how much it actually decreases his income per minute, but it has certainly put a dent in his finances for the current moment.
Yeah, he's already 7 grand down. That is quite a massive gap this early in the game. Numbfish is going to follow it up with some fast leg disintegrators. He's going for a tier 2. It looks like he's going to try and play an aggressive style of Traveler, which I really do quite like. But yeah, that mistake from Green Zero there, that is so costly. It just feels like he's so far behind now.
And in some cases, Green Zero is good at playing defense, and now that he's behind economically, he kind of has to just play defense.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if he can make it happen. Sniper teams are something that Green Zero loves. He has been a big proponent of sniper teams when other players often weren't, so that can help him deal with descents, cultists, any of the advanced... Ooh, we got shock troopers as well. Any of the advanced infantry of Skrin, sniper teams can help deal with. And it looks like Green Zero, I think, just barely spotted them on the edge of range there. As the shock troopers come forward, they do have fast legs, and they have their disc launchers as well. So it's going to be not that many shock troopers, but he seems to still be producing them. So now I think maybe this could be a parade push across the map.
This is a build that we've seen a lot more in the last, maybe, I don't know if it's the last 6 months maybe, these shock troopers. They're becoming very popular, especially versus GDIs, but the Pipples do get in, claim a harvester, but they're going to be in a lot of trouble now. The shock troopers can just teleport on top of them. And I mean, you get one harvester, is it worth losing your entire Pitbull army for that? Probably not, right? APCs are out, being pumped out. Does he have a tier 2? I can't... Oh yeah, there it is. He's getting AP ammo now. Ooh. And I did notice that there is actually a crane from Numbfish. So he's put down a crane, and he's going to try and expand. Yeah.
That's another thing that has been a lot more common, at least in this tournament, than I've seen in other events and in previous replays, is the crane really hasn't had much of a presence in the game since Tiberium Wars. Light harassment here with these Seeker tanks on the right side of the map going for a Harvester. And the Harvester, I don't know if it got bugged or glitched, but it was trying to get repairs at the War Factory, and it just wasn't able to get them fast enough. No AP ammo means that these Watchtowers and APCs don't kill off those units particularly quickly. But yeah, the crane as a mid-game option has opened up in this event. People have been going for it, and it looks like it's going to be a fast third expansion up and running from Numbfish. As he deploys that MCV, he should have something queued up and ready to go if he wants it. More shock troopers rushing in. No, they're actually going to get a harvester. They burst 2 down right away. That's a third. And Green Zero, it's the aggression that he cannot deal with.
Yeah, this is really good from Numb again. Green Zero's actually Q-moved all his harvesters again. Has he done that on purpose this time? I'm not so sure he has. I think he's just made another Q-move with his harvesters there. I don't know if his control groups are getting bugged or what's going on there, but yeah, another 3 harvesters go down. Green Zero's economy is in a world of hurt, but he does have quite a large army of APCs, and to be fair, Numbfish doesn't have a hell of a lot of units on the map right now, so if Green Zero can make something happen with what he's got, maybe he can find a way back into this game.
Green Zero does actually have double the army supply of Numbfish at the current moment. Mechapeds can change that. We do have a couple of Mechapeds coming out from Numbfish, and Mechapeds, they oftentimes can be extremely efficient units, extremely cost-efficient in annihilating ground armies. A couple of APCs are going to be tangoing with these Mechapeds, and that's 4 APCs down, eliminated from the army of Green Zero.
Yeah, that's just not a unit you want to see when you only have APCs. Of course, Green Zero can build a couple of Shadow tanks, and they pretty much shut down Mechapeds completely. But yeah, I mean, the APCs are going to try and make a move to the third base here, but there's tripods, Mechapeds sitting here. I think there's a Storm column ready to drop as well. So I think that this push just won't be able to succeed. He's trying to go in for that Harvester. I don't think it's worth it. Oh, the Temporal Wormhole comes down as well. The tripods are going to surround from both sides. The Storm column still firing in. And that is a lot of dead APCs for not much gain for Green Zero.
And add insult to injury, there's one more tripod coming in. Meanwhile, shock troopers on the right side of the map going to be bursting down the original main base of Green Zero just to make sure that there's infrastructure damage on one side and that there's army damage on the other side. Numbfish getting dropped in game number 2 by the macro of Green Zero, but here in game number 3, Numbfish has this perfect combination of macro opening followed by these very aggressive specific plays with the shock troopers that have netted him huge benefits.
Yeah, he's used these shock troopers really well, and now they're going to combine with the mechapedes to completely clear out the main base of Green Zero. He's basically down to one field economy, except big issue for Green Zero, there's no Tiberium left there, so he is in a lot of trouble, and there is so many tripods on the map for Numbfish now. A Marv is good, it isn't this good. He's going to need some support for it, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it. Mechapedes now moving into the second. That is a nice Shatterer shot. That's the issue with Mechapedes against the GDI. The Shatterer tank is so strong, so I don't think these Mechapedes are going to achieve too much.
They got their shots off, they got their kills, but you're right, they're not getting much more than that. Marv spots out the tripod army in the middle of the map, and the dance will begin. There are sniper teams, there are zone troopers here for Green Zero. If he could trap and catch and kill some of these tripods, he could thin the numbers. But I always fear that there is going to be a blink of a tripod onto this Marv. I haven't spotted the Prodigy, but I have to assume that it's out somewhere.
No. I can't find it anywhere. I'm not too sure it's out, but the Hexapod is out, and that's always a great unit to have. I do love this from Green Zero. He's gone for double upgraded zone troopers. He's got power packs and scanner packs, which can be really powerful versus Scrin if they get up into a decent amount of numbers. Green Zero desperately needs a refinery on his third field, though, because his economy is massively falling behind here.
Right on cue. He plants it down just as you say that. He was in agreement. He hasn't marvisted much of that third field, which is somewhat surprising that he didn't just drive over it constantly, but he needed to use his Marv out on the field to be aggressive. Tripods trying to surround this Marv. Can they actually get the EMP? For now, they're just fighting at range, trying to thin out those zone troopers. The trades are going back and forth, and now the Marv is getting dangerously close to these tripods. The EMPs have locked it down. There's going to be one, and the tripods moving in. The Eradicator as well is too close for comfort, and there's nowhere near enough zone troopers. There goes the Marv as the Zony boys get eliminated as well, and the army of Green Zero falls apart. He's fighting the good fight with his zone troopers. He knocks down another tripod. If he could recover these husks, maybe something could happen. The Eradicator is actually just kind of ignoring the zone troopers and walking past them, so the zone troopers are able to clean up the rest of the tripods. So now it's up to the shock troopers. It's up to this Eradicator to eradicate everything else. EMP grenades land. The upgrade that no one saw coming from downtown lands on the Eradicator and shuts it down. The Mechapede back nearly from the grave as he comes to the front line to help Numbfish try to win this out. And Green Zero fighting desperately with everything that he has, every inch of every unit, but the Harvesters can't survive, and Green Zero's army falls. He is in desperation mode, but he's not tapping out yet. He's still fighting it out. One after another, everything that moves in goes down. Numbfish reigns supreme with alien technology, and he will wipe the humans off of the map, but Green Zero didn't hear no bell.
I'm not sure what he's doing staying in this game. Numbfish did kind of almost make a mess of that. They had no anti-infantry in that initial attack. Maybe didn't expect the zone trooper transition, but yeah, this game is well and truly over. I'm not even sure why Green Zero is still in it. There's actually a fast like simulators running across the map to reclaim all these husks. And by the way, who needs a Prodigy as Traveler? Oh my god, that Shatterer shot.
Oh, double vet. He doesn't go heroic. The Shatterer isn't able to get it. The EMP, is he going to Sonic Emitter an Eradicator and just chain EMP it? But you're right. It's like, what is the plan here, Green Zero? But, you know,
yeah, I don't know why there we go.
GG comes out, and Green Zero will leave game number 3. Numbfish is able to reign supreme. And it's on to Tournament Stadium. in a fraudulent game here in our 4th match of the day. It's the round of 12, and in the north, playing the Traveler 59, sticking with what works. This is numbfish! And meanwhile, on the bottom right-hand corner, he's trying to stick with what works. It's green, it's GDI. This is Green Zero!
Yeah, I don't think we'll see any change from Green Zero. Even if he loses this game and goes, that would be match point for numbfish, wouldn't it? I don't think Green Zero will change. He trusts his GDI through and through. But numbfish obviously showing that he can play multiple factions. He's won a game with Blackhand, he's won a game with Traveler. So showing that he has the variety in his game to throw a bunch of different questions at Green Zero with different factions. And so far, GZ hasn't answered them the best.
Green Zero is one of those players that does switch factions, he does switch things up, but you're right, he does it so much less than every other player in basically any event. It's always telling when a player is going like, Mark of Kane, nah, GDI, they're doing somewhat normal things, and then they're like down in a series and they go, Scrin. I'm going vanilla Scrin. Yeah. I want my stasis, I want my phase, I want my eradicator, I want my little blinks and my teleports. And it's like you can just see the like mental math that they're doing to try and be like, okay, what is the best, like what do I think is the most OP faction that I can abuse in this situation? And of course the problem is if people aren't particularly well practiced with that, you're not going to be suddenly be like Bike Rush level just because you switch to Scrin.
No, exactly, and I think it's actually a benefit for Green Zero that he sticks with GDI pretty much 90% of his games, because he's faced nearly every build that you can face against every faction over the years. Like he knows how to play in so many different situations, specifically as GDI. So there's nothing that should really be too surprising to him, and that he doesn't quite know what to do. But look at this from numbfish. Early blue Tiberium, 3 Seeker tanks, make it 4. I wonder if we're going to see a Seeker push with the repair drones from numbfish in this game.
That early blue Tiberium harvester. Didn't you once have a rule that like the first player to take blue Tiberium loses the game? It ended up being true for a couple of games in a series. I
think 5th harvester is okay. 5th harvester.
Okay, 5th harvester. That's the magic number. But Seeker tanks, as you mentioned, coming across the map. Pit bulls are going to be the response. Tournament Stadium is one of those maps that does have a little bit more space in between the main and the natural, so there is a little bit more ground to cover. No repair drones just yet from numbfish. He has gone refinery at the natural, and it's just more power plants. I guess it's going to be warp sphere after this, but we'll see if it's actually nerve center. Oh, it's portal. He goes portal at the natural expansion.
Yeah, is it going to be a stasis as well? Yeah, he's going straight for the stasis. These pitbulls and Seeker tanks have just been trading 1 for 1. We've seen 3 pitbulls go down and 3 Seeker tanks go down, although I think GC will get this 4th Seeker, so wins the fight overall there. And look at this, early airfield. If this is disintegrators, this is going to be really good for Green Zero, because he's getting those hammerheads there. I assume that would be hammerheads, because he's going for that AP ammo. And disintegrators do not like seeing hammerheads.
Green Zero also has the rifleman in the foxhole on the south side, so the pit bulls or the rifleman, one of them will confirm these disintegrators, and it is going to be fast leg descents, but they're not fast legs yet. That upgrade is about 80% complete, and then they're going to turn around. Numbfish knows that he's been caught out, and it's a double airfield. Here we go. Oh. Double airfield on the natural. This is a classic GDI switch up, and oh, he's going straight Firehawks.
It's Hawks, because he's getting stratified. Wow, this could be really good for numbfish, because he's gone double portal shock troopers. And if you go Firehawks, you genuinely don't have a hell of a lot of a ground army or like much of a unit force at all. These pitbulls are just going to run straight into these Seeker tanks. They're not going to have a good time. And these shock troopers, I mean, there's not a hell of a lot here. There's, what, 5 APCs? But you can always, if the APCs are at the second, you go to the main. That's the good thing about the speed of the shock troopers. Although, where is his fast legs? It's just coming online now. There we go.
Okay, first 2 Firehawks are out. You alluded to this in a previous game. Green Zero loves his Firehawks, and particularly versus Scrin, they can be so powerful. Firehawk number 2 is out. 3 and 4 are both fighting for cash. They're both fighting for that last bit of funding. And once he's got 4, he can start crossing the map. And okay, never mind. He's just going to use them in a group of 4. He's not going 8. He was going for double production to speed up his timings. And there's the Stratofighter. It's going to go for the Crane. He gets the Nerve Center as well.
Nice.
Both targets down. No sell-off from the Scrin.
That's a really nice get for Green Zero. Denies the Crane and forces Numbfish back down to tier 1. The Shock Troopers here, this is the way that Numbfish can try and deal with this, is to get the Shock Troopers to catch out the Firehawks with a blink, teleport on top of the Hawks, but Green Zero is doing a really good job. He kept the Firehawks right against the edge of the map, waiting for Stratofighter to cool back down. A lot of players would just send them back across the map and get them caught out, but Green Zero on top of it makes sure the Firehawks get home safely.
As a result, the Shock Troopers have to just do the boring thing and run across the map the old-fashioned way. They will find 2 Harvesters in transition, and that's going to be a blink on top of the second Harvester, and there's going to be the burst. That's actually 2 Harvesters stacked on top of each other. The burst may not be enough to eliminate all 3, but this is a good get for Numbfish. Another bombing run on the other side of the map. Firehawks knocking down a refinery, and the lightning spike comes in. Green Zero cannot keep his Harvesters alive across these games.
Wow, he's going to lose... Oh my god, he's going to lose a 4th Harvester. He lost 2 Firehawks. Now, he did kill one of Numbfish's refineries. But, yeah, I mean, Numbfish just keeps getting these Harvester kills with these Shock Troopers. But that's a lot of APCs on the map now, and it's only Seeker Shock Trooper left. I mean, you don't want to take a frontal engagement with what Numbfish has. He will definitely lose, so he's going to probably keep looking to do these hit-and-run tactics with these Shock Troopers.
Marv is also about halfway done, so if Green Zero ever gets the cash on hand to finish that off, then he will at least have that to provide some extra stability and defense in this game. Another Harvester in transition, getting bursted down. Those Shock Troopers just will not stop. On the other side of the map, Green Zero is going to try and answer back with a couple of Pit Bulls, going for a kill on a Harvester at the main base of Numbfish. But another Firehawk gets cleaned up, and now the Tier 3 is under threat. Fortunately, this won't cancel the Marv of Green Zero, but the APCs are not fast enough.
It does cancel it now. The Marv is not able to be built with a tier 3 anymore.
Was that an R23 change?
I think it was 22.
I completely missed that. That used to be the advantage of GDI. That used to be the strength of the Marv, was that the tech could be sold or canceled. Another Harvester goes down
as well. Wow, these Shock Troopers for Numbfish, man. He is making these Shock Troopers talk.
That is crazy amounts of damage. Numbfish may not have Firehawks to snipe the tech and deny the epic, but he still does it anyway with ground units, even getting an upgraded power plant as a Rifleman goes golden there, goes heroic, and there's going to be 1 APC bursted down. Harvesters are showing up as well. Numbfish is going to be blinking to the weak side of the APCs. He's trying to find individual APCs, catch them out away from the rest of the herd, and this game is kind of devolving into chaos with Seeker tanks in the old main base of Green Zero getting shot up by these Riflemen that do a surprising amount of damage with AP ammo and heroic status. This one Rifleman is shredding those Seekers, but then at the natural expansion of Green Zero, it's more dead Harvesters. You may have a hero Rifleman, but these Shock Troopers are heroes of the aliens, and the Scrin are dominating game number 4 with infantry.
Yeah, this is quite remarkable how much damage he's done. Green Zero's managed to pump out another 2 Firehawks. He's actually got hard points as well, so he does have enough Firehawks to take out the Tier 3. There's the Stratofighter. Tier 3 will go down. There is a Storm Column that has been placed to hold off these APCs. Numbfish is kind of trapped now. That's the only issue for him. He doesn't have a hell of a lot of units left on the map, but Green Zero's economy, I mean, what? He has 2 Harvesters. He has 1 that's just come back from the blue and 1 on his second. Like, that Marv is probably just going to go straight to the 3rd and Marvest, and maybe that's Green Zero's way back into the game, at least economically.
We'll see if these APCs are able to avoid the dangerous dance of the Shard mechas as they catch them kind of against the wall of the map, and that is going to be a lot of dead APCs and 0 dead mechas.
Yeah, this is a problem now. He does still have his tier 2, so he can pump out a Shadow tank or two, but he is currently building more harvesters, which makes sense. He doesn't have a hell of a lot left. And Numbfish is just going back for these shock troopers, man. He's absolutely loving them. He tried to get the jump jet, or the, what's it called, the teleport onto the Firehawks, but geez, he juked him out, went back, killed 2 upgraded power plants. A very nice get for Green Zero. And this is the thing when a GDI player has Firehawks, if you do leave these guys unattended, Green Zero is just going to slowly take your base apart bit by bit. So Numbfish does either need to answer it or just end the game.
We've seen this in some other games with GDI players and Firehawks, and with Green Zero in particular, and he's trying to do it again here. He doesn't have much of a ground army to like push out and actually get anything done, but he can at least win with Firehawks. Numbfish is going to split his army. Shock Troopers in the north, Mechapeds in the south. The main base of Green Zero, the original main base, is undefended. This hero rifleman squad comes back in, but he's just buying time for the snipers on the ground to clean up more shocks. And there's the blink forward. That's another 2 dead harvesters. Or can we make it 3? No, they just run right past them. The Firehawks have returned from another successful bombing run on the other side of the map, and the War Factory getting targeted. Numbfish is trying to shut down the production. He's shut down the airfield. He's shut down the Firehawks, and now he wants to shut down the War Factory.
This is looking really good for Numbfish. The only issue is that Marv has crossed the map and is harvesting his 3rd field. But Green Zero just, I mean, he's got 2 harvesters on red health, and is that it? I mean, there's 1 more in the middle of the map. He's going to lose his entire main base. This Marv is a problem, though. I mean, he's building shock troopers, but if the sniper teams come back across, or did they die? Did the sniper teams die?
There's at least 2 snipers. Yeah, still here. Yeah. If this comes down to a base race, it's going to be faster for the Scrin player, and it's going to be, you know, Marvs don't shoot up, so they have that advantage as well. Shardmech is going to be looking for these sniper teams, trying to eliminate them so that the other units can come in. There's a sonic emitter. It gets an amazing shot off, almost eliminating one of those mechas right from the get-go, and that's 1 mecha completely down. Another one nearly eliminated. The Marv has backed off from the front line. An engineer is going to join up. That is a double engineer Marv with a grenadier, with a zone trooper, a nice hodgepodge mix of infantry upgrades for that Marv. Both players fighting tooth and nail, unwilling to give anything up, but Green Zero critically going down to 0 harvesters, but he does still have the biggest harvester of all.
Well, Green Zero has just decided he needs to win the game right now. He's packed up his MCV and he's going to head across the map. There's always a chance that this does get sniped by those shock troopers, though. That's a big risk here. The sniper teams are trying to cut them off, but realistically, 3 dudes are not going to kill that many shock troopers. Numbfish could just overwhelm them once they start shooting.
He doesn't realize that the MCV is gone. And to your point, he could have jumped on it, but he's missed that opportunity. He is going to go for the tier 3, so there won't be any sonic emitters to deploy onto the front line, and that's going to be the snipe of the tier 3. Tier 2 is also potentially under threat, but there are enough riflemen and enough sniper teams that they can stop that. Numbfish, low on economy. He at least has a main base to potentially go back to harvest because his 3rd is locked down. That's a Marv who is camped out with his friend the MCV, who is now unpacked and is not threatened by the shock troopers.
Yeah, this is actually quite interesting. There's a tripod out on the map. I mean, how does he manage to squeeze out a tripod? This is really interesting. This is like, you've got this, like, Green Zero has no harvesters, or he has 2 harvesters back out now, and then just has the Marv. I mean, the Marv is his biggest income source right now. Numbfish has sent all his harvesters to Long Leech, the 2nd or the 3rd, what should be the 3rd field for Green Zero. This tripod's trying to make a move towards this MCV, but without shock trooper support, this tripod can't kill a Marv on its own. Even if it gets an EMP, I imagine Green Zero won't lose it to a single tripod. An elite sniper team as well. There you go.
Not something you see every day. The buzzers might try to close the distance, but we need to protect that sniper team. Now, the Mechapeds are still dancing around the natural expansion of Green Zero. Green Zero kind of stalling out. He was threatening the base of Numbfish, but then Numbfish didn't immediately sell everything and run away. So then Green Zero had to disengage. One Grenadier is just chasing a tripod across the map, hoping to knock it down. Shock Troopers ever looking for another opening. They're just trying to find some weakness in Green Zero.
Oh, this is really risky. He's unpacked his MCV. What is nice by numbfish is he's identified where the Tiberium on the map is, and he's moving his drone ship across the map. But does Green Zero know? His Marv is just walking straight up there. Has he sighted that? I don't think he has. I think this is just pure dumb luck. Maybe Green Zero's looking at that top field thinking, I want to go and harvest that. And he's just managed to catch out numbfish's drone ship. The tripod in the bottom right falls as well. Elite rocket squad there. Green Zero has managed to get up back to 3 harvesters, so he's got a little bit of economy to help him fund whatever type of push he's going to do for this third field. And yeah, numbfish has to leave. He sees the Marv. He knows he can't go for this Tiberium, and this is trouble. But that is a lot of shock troopers that are making their way towards that Marv.
Sniper team will reveal itself as they fire those shots, and the Marv going to be taking some big damage, but so are those shock troopers. And guess who brought along their MCV? It's Green Zero. Tripod going to try and close the distance for the EMP. There's going to be the slow field on top of the Marv, down below half health already, and Green Zero on a knife's edge is about to lose his biggest tool on the battlefield. The snipe of the tier 3 means there's no sonic emitters to help out in this fight, and the shock troopers slowly trying to close in on the Marv. The Mechapede's going to come in for the glory. They want the kill, and they're going to secure it. The Marv goes down, and Green Zero's chance in this game grows ever slimmer. But as we saw in that last game, he doesn't give up. He doesn't give in.
Yeah, this is going to turn into a really awkward game now because both sides are kind of running out of Tiberium. Like, that bottom field for numbfish, he can't really get a hold of it. Numbfish has managed to take Tiberium throughout that fight from Green Zero's third field, though. And these shock troopers are still causing issues. There's an engineer out from Green Zero looking to try and get that husk in the south. I don't think that'll happen. Yeah, the shock troopers spot it and take it out. So this is going to become really tough for Green Zero now. Maybe he should go for an armory. I mean, he's got so much infantry on the map. Getting that composite armor upgrade would be quite nice, but he does get a refinery down on this third field. Wow, he is really keeping himself in this game by the skin of his teeth.
Over the course of this game, numbfish has harvested 50,000 credits more than Green Zero, and yet he cannot beat Green Zero. He cannot knock him out of this game. Green Zero is looking for the dunk. He's looking for the slam on the drone ship. You can't take off, but, well, there's a warp chasm in your face as well. Numbfish thinks he can hold this position. He's not scared of anything as the rockets knock down that buzzer hive and the drone ship is down below half HP. Was the warp chasm really the right move with all this GDI fire?
Wow, and that's actually... Oh, he does... I thought he was going to leave it alive then. He does get it, and there's no airfield. As far as I can see, there's no airfield, there's no crane. So what numbfish has now, building-wise, is it for the rest of the game. But this is the issue now. These gunwalkers are going to clean up all this infantry. And yeah, GZ's re-established an economy here, but there's 3 tripods coming, a hexapod halfway done, and he has run out of units. And I think, finally, numbfish has broken him.
I've actually lost sight of the... Did we watch the Marv die? We did. I completely forgot about that. I was looking for the Marv, and I'm like, wait, where's the Marv? Forgetting that it died on this field. And with that move, Green Zero, he kills the MCV. He seals numbfish's fate, but numbfish has the army. It's 18, it's 16, it's 21k of army versus 2.5. Green Zero has nothing left on the map, and numbfish, who's up 2-1 in this series, still gets the win on the fraudulent map of Green Zero. Green Zero drops another game in the series. This, I think, is another one of those Green Zero favorites. Like Winter Meltdown, we see this as a follow-up to a lot of games that he loses. It's one of those maps that is a little bit unusual. One of the reasons why it's unusual is we have kind of dead space along the southern edge of the map. Obviously, this water isn't a massive amount of dead space, but it does benefit aircraft who can zoom over the middle without having to navigate the terrain, and then can also go over the water to potentially escape the attacks of their opponents. Green Zero, he has been known for his Orca rushes. I don't feel like down 1-3 in the round of 12 is going to go for something super aggressive. I think he's going to play normal.
What he has done, though, he's gone for that middle spike. So numbfish has actually built a couple of rocket squads, which suggests to me this is going to be an operation center and a reckoner. And we're going to see a rocket reckoner, maybe some flame tanks or bikes to follow it up. But Green Zero does get himself that extra spike, a little bit of extra income, which could be the difference between holding whatever this rush is and dying.
Right on cue, as DuneTiger predicts it, we got ourselves an ops center. And hey, it's a short rush distance map. It is a map where you do have to traverse the field, but when you place your war factory, you know, halfway along the field, oh, and he's actually not going flames at all. It is a double rocket. So this is kill Harvs, kill pit bulls, kill predator tanks. These double rockets are not for burning down structures as fast as possible. This is about killing units. Okay, maybe it's about killing nothing.
Yeah, he's made a bit of a meal of this. He didn't quite go straight for Green Zero's base. He tried to sort of go around, and then he changed his mind. It didn't go around, and now there's what, 2 Pipbles on the map. They're going to pick away at this Reckoner before it can even get to the base. I'm not sure about this for numbfish. He did build a bike or 2, I thought. Where did that go? Maybe he didn't.
This is one of the things about the design of Kane's Wrath is like APCs, they can have units fire out of them. Reckoners, because they turn into a bunker, the units can't fire. So you can't just trade endlessly with these pit bulls with the Reckoner and then go and repair back up. He has to eject out those rocket squads and then head back for repairs. And this attack is supposed to hit like 30 seconds ago. We're about to cross the 3-minute mark in this game, and Green Zero has not received the fearsome attack of the Black Hand that numbfish was trying to bring to him.
Oh, look at this by Green Zero as well. He is going straight for orcas. This is
that's
really interesting. So this is really interesting. He's got Predator tanks out in his main, so he's not going to like let the Reckoner do too much damage. I mean, wouldn't it be funny if that Reckoner can camp out that airfield? That would be a nightmare for Green Zero. The Pipples are going to move into the main base. There's actually nothing here. A Scorpion tank comes out now. Actually, a second war factory from numbfish as well. The Black Hand squad did burn down the Tiberium spike in the south and is looking to get the other one, but I think the Predator tanks will end that threat.
All right, the Reckoner rolls in. He goes to the base and he says, "Where is your natural expansion refinery?" He's about to realize what it is. He doesn't camp the airfield. He camps the MCV. I don't know that Green Zero could have asked for a better decision if he was controlling numbfish's mind himself.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe he was expecting that there would be a refinery dropping soon. I'm not even sure if he can see the airfield. Let me just...
Yeah, that's definitely what he was expecting.
But he sees the orcas now. He sees the orcas now. He's got nothing. He's got Scorpion tanks. I mean, Scorpion tanks don't shoot up, everyone. These orcas are going to get 3 harvesters almost guaranteed, and that could just about end the game unless these Scorpion tanks do damage as well.
And it's double buggy as the follow-up, so he will be able to knock down some of these orcas. There's the first harvester going down. No magic of the stack up with the damage of layering it on top of harvesters that are on top of each other. And the kill of that first orca means that 1 harvester will survive with the smallest amount of HP possible.
So Green Zero did defend that attack in the south, but he's going to lose a harvester. In the north, he's actually going to lose a harvester to that Reckoner. Oh, no, he doesn't quite. It just gets around. Will numbfish de-garrison to try and kill that? He should. I don't know if he's even realized that's happened, because that's... Oh, he's shooting it. He is microing it. So, yeah, he probably does know. You'd think he would jump out to kill that, but I think numbfish is in a really bad position here. He's got 3 harvesters. The orcas are still basically unanswered. There's a few raider buggies on the map, but he can just fly around them, and they're going to now go and pick off that Reckoner. I don't think he'll lose an orca to this. No,
it was close. It was close, but he doesn't get it. And yeah, that harvester juking around the refinery, like you said, and making it all the way to the war factory being built. So that Reckoner had a long time to potentially kill that harvester that was low health. It doesn't die. The harvester on the other side of the map that was also low health from the orcas is also getting repairs. So both players pulling their harvesters offline, stopping them from working to get those repairs.
And see, this is the issue now for numbfish. He's had to switch out of buggy production to rebuild his harvester line. He's only got 4 raider buggies to deal with these orcas. Green Zero, if he sees 4 buggies, he's just going to go for it, because realistically, he'll probably still kill 2 harvesters, and with the economic damage he's already done, it would probably be worth it to lose a couple of orcas to get those. I think he'll go in here. I mean, there's 5 harvesters there, so there is quite a bit to kill. The buggies are trying to herd him around. Oh, he's not quite going to commit. He's trying to look for an angle where he doesn't have to get hit by the buggies. But numbfish is doing a really good job of microing those guys, and it looks like Green Zero is actually going to return home.
He's staying on top of the orcas. You always got to worry about those orcas coming back in as the game progresses. Numbfish will eventually get an operation center. He'll be able to establish SAM sites to make that a little bit of a harder proposition for Green Zero. But of course, SAM sites don't shoot down. And if you can't stop the Predator tanks that are coming at your base, the orcas can sneak in the back door while everything else is distracted.
And he just did that. He managed to sneak in, kill that harvester that he damaged earlier on to basically no health. He went in, sniped that, and now there's this massive Pred line moving across the map. The Raider buggy is getting absolutely shredded here. The Scorpion tanks are actually retreating away because they know they do not have enough numbers to compete with the GDI armor. These harvesters are now under threat. Green Zero is in complete control of this game. Numbfish is going to have to pull something out here. The orcas are even coming in. They can probably go and swing for that harvester that's running away. No, he decides to turn around, takes the safe option. These Predator tanks probably don't want to commit too far in, though, because they're going to get encircled by this infantry. Or Green Zero continues to back further in. I'm not sure about that.
They're going into the corner by themselves. They're choosing to put themselves into that corner. The orcas come back in for a brief minute there. Numbfish did have more harvesters than Green Zero, and then these orcas have made it so that Green Zero consistently has more harves than Numbfish. It is one of those things that just can compound in many ways. In this case, the Predator tanks will all go down. They have caused as much chaos as they can, knocking down a power plant on their way out. They get vision of the op center as well. So the Predator tanks have done as much as they can, but Numbfish at least still has an army.
That was such a bad decision by Green Zero to send the Predator tanks further in. They did their damage, and then he didn't retreat them out. And another big mistake, he hasn't got AP ammo. He's got 8 hammerheads, no AP ammo, not even being queued. He's completely forgot about it. Could be really bad for Green Zero, because if that infantry pushes in and he doesn't have AP ammo, I wouldn't be surprised if the infantry wins that fight. But these Scorpion tanks, they're certainly not going to win the fight. GZ will probably notice he doesn't have AP ammo now. Yeah, straight away onto that upgrade. So I guess it's a blessing in disguise that those Scorpion tanks moved in, because it made Green Zero realize he didn't have AP ammo.
The infantry in the middle of the map, they're stopping to clear a building. So every second that goes by that buys another second for Green Zero to get AP ammo is another second well spent. If Green Zero can delay that army crossing the map, he'll have AP ammo by the time it arrives. And it just stops. The army stops itself in the middle of the map. And Green Zero has already moved his MCV up to the north side. So he's on the high ground, and he's going to be forcing a decision out of Numbfish. Do you want to go for the natural, or do you want to go for the third? And every second that goes by, AP ammo gets another second to finishing. It's still only about halfway done. The blue Tiberium attempt by Green Zero gets denied there. Orca's coming in on the left side, looking for another harvester. Green Zero hoping to find the harvester kills, and he trades out both Orcas for nothing. But it's Mass Hammerhead versus Mass Rockets on the right side. The Mantis is joining in the fight as well, and the Rockets all get sliced and diced. The Harvester being a hero of the people and joining the fight as well. The Mantis is going to push back those Hammerheads, but without the Rockets, the Mantises can do nothing.
Yeah, I can't believe he won that so convincingly. He just had so many hammerheads that it didn't matter that he got. I think he got AP ammo during the middle of the fight, which really shredded the last little remaining amount of infantry. But yeah, I mean, that was just a devastating fight for Numbfish. And now it's almost like a reversal of what we saw with Green Zero and those Predator tanks. Numbfish now is the one with no army.
It is a Tibcore finishes up, so the Mantis actually does clean up one Hammerhead, but it's still like 20k of Hammerheads on the Green Zero side versus 10k of everything on the Numbfish side. And if you have 5 or 6k worth of Mantises, they may be good at killing Hammerheads. They're not good at actually winning the game. So the army value between Numbfish and Green Zero is a little bit deceptive, because every anti-air unit for Numbfish doesn't actually get him closer to winning this game. The third base will, if he's actually able to establish that. But right now it's just a SAM site.
Yeah, this is a. I mean, obviously, I mean, he could probably snipe that harvester if he goes in there. It's probably far enough away from the APM, from the APM, the anti-air turret. But look, Green Zero is now establishing himself onto the third field that he owns. Mantis are going to herd these hammerheads around. I mean, GZ obviously doesn't want to engage Mantis. That's a terrible idea. Numbfish has actually decided to get some attack bikes. He's sending them down into Green Zero's main. He's going to find nothing. There's no harvesters down there.
Rockets on the north side managing to find a couple of shots against these hammerheads, and the bikes will have to settle with just killing off a refinery. And I guess when you're this far into the game, killing off a refinery is as much as you can hope for. Maybe they would have liked to get that war factory as well, but they'll at least clean up a hammerhead there. Game feels like it's getting sloppy as these rockets are going to clean up a couple of Predator tanks in the north. Green Zero also has split off a couple of engineers to capture the Tipz bike in the north, and then another engineer to go somewhere else on the map, but I've lost it.
It's at the EMP spike. He hasn't put it down yet, but yeah, he's got one sitting. He's got a carryall sitting at the EMP spike. And also, something just really annoying that Green Zero's done, he's sat 2 Predator tanks at Numbfish's main. He's been trying to long leech it. He had to turn harvesters around. He sent harvesters down to his main. He's got another one going there now, which is going to come under fire.
Numbfish, for the last couple of minutes, has struggled to get over 6 harvesters in this game. Green Zero has been sitting on 10 for quite a while, and Numbfish has been struggling to get half of that number most of the time. Green Zero's harvester killing has been so consistent after the opening couple of minutes. Hammerheads move in the north, and it's more free range, no stealth harvesters. You want to play Black Hand, you're going to win Black Hand prizes. And in this case, it's no stealth harvesters being sniped by AP ammo Hammerheads. 1, 2, 3. We're learning to count with Green Zero as he knocks Numbfish down to 2 harvesters at the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, that's just really nice by Green Zero. He noticed there was a window of opportunity. There hadn't been an AA turret placed just yet far enough into the field to protect it. And I mean, Green Zero is just absolutely storming ahead in economy now. He's, what, 35 grand ahead for the entire game. This is just... Numbfish just cannot get himself established with harvesters. Oh, it's over. I'm guessing Numbfish left.
G gets called. Yes. That should be a
Numbfish
Green Zero victory.
Fighting spirit of Green Zero. Yeah. Numbfish doesn't have that fighting spirit of Green Zero to hang in for 10 minutes too long. So I think he knew he was dead and he called it. And yeah, that was just a really nice game by Green Zero all around.
It cleans up the score a little bit there. It is still a Numbfish advantage to, still win the series, but at least Green Zero has gone to, off of that 1 point, he's at least within striking distance of Numbfish now. It's time for Tournament Odyssey. It's time for the Classic. In the north, kicking it off with a fantastic game on Undergrounds, hoping for a repeat performance. This is Green Zero. And in the south, 1 game away from victory, 1 game away from the round of 8 and guaranteed prize money, but also to keep his tournament life alive with ease. This is Numbfish. We've talked about it before, but we're finally getting to see it. Dooney boy, we have got a real proper Traveler 59 fast legs descent rush right in the start of the game.
Yeah, and this is a map that you can do it on, of course. There's 2 Tiberium spikes. And if you can get a 2-spike advantage early by using these disintegrators, it's actually, over a course of a game, it really can add up. So I don't mind seeing this from Numbfish. I'm also just happy he's gone back to Trav. I get last game he tried to do some sort of rush to just get the quick win the series, and just finish the job right then and there. It didn't work, and he's gone, okay, I'm just going to go back to playing Trav. I played 2 Trav games. I won them both. Now it's interesting to see, he's not looking like he's going for the spikes. It looks like he's going straight across the map. Has Green Zero actually seen them? I don't think he has. I think he has spliced this absolutely beautifully. This could be a disastrous... The disintegrators come in.
There's nothing actually queued at the war factory.
Oh my god, this could be the end of the series. He's just going to walk in. Oh, why is he shooting at the watchtower? You got to just go straight for the disintegrators. Don't waste time on the rifleman. You got to go straight for the disintegrators. The riflemen are going to turn and shoot using their machine guns. I think Numbfish has made an absolute meal of that. To be brutally honest with you, he's absolutely messed that up. But now he has killed the rifleman. He's going to go in for the harvesters now. Can the machine guns of the harvesters defend them? Crush move comes in. Wow. Yeah. Numbfish gets no harvesters. Completely unscouted until it was in the base. Numbfish gets no harvesters. That is absolutely huge for Green Zero.
The only thing he did is that he canceled the War Factory of Green Zero. That, you mentioned the Tipz spikes earlier, and a lot of games in Kane's Wrath, they end before the 10-minute mark, many of them around the 6-minute mark. Green Zero's game average is so much longer, so going for those Tipz spikes pays bigger and bigger dividends with a player like Green Zero, who has a longer game time. And then, yeah, he commits into that attack, and we're all out here scratching our heads. And numbfish, I don't know if he's a player that tilts, but when you are up in a series, you lose a game, and then you open with a rush, and you do that poorly with it, that might be tilt city for numbfish.
Yeah, I don't know why he chose to attack the rifleman. I mean, I think he had 7 descent squads in the base, completely unscouted. I don't mind that he focused the watchtower, get that down, but riflemen without AP ammo are not that great versus disintegrators. Just go for the harvesters, man. I mean, in the end, the economy is pretty damn even, so all it's done is equalize the game, but he could have been ahead, if not have just won the game right then and there. So I think he'll be kicking himself about that, and it shouldn't tilt him too much because he probably knows that he did poorly. It wasn't any bad luck or lucky micro from Green Zero that cost him there. He probably knows that he was the one that caused that to not work, which usually is actually a better thing because you don't try and blame other things. You're not trying to blame the game for why that went wrong. And you can just focus in and play the game out. And yeah, the economy is quite even right now. So in the end, it's just an equal game.
Green Zero is actually a tiniest smidge ahead on eco. But the other thing is, think back to that fraudulent game on Tournament Stadium. Numbfish was like 7K ahead on eco by about the 5-minute mark. And here, Green Zero is carving out a little, but still an economic advantage, and we talk about it all the time. The way the harvester mechanics work for Scrin, they tend to be 1 to 2K ahead in the early game just by factor of that. So numbfish is certainly feeling the pressure. This attack coming in with these shock troopers on the north side. It has been spotted by Green Zero. He knows that it's coming. Shock trooper's going to be moving in. There's the blink back.
Yeah,
and
he just teleports away.
One and done. You get that one volley and then you're out.
Yeah. Oh, he's really falling behind, isn't he? He needs to do something with these shock troopers because Green Zero is going for the Firehawk build again. There's the tier 3. APMO is about halfway done, and once that gets down, APCs are obviously really quite strong against shock troopers, but that hasn't stopped numbfish in the past 2 games where he was trapped from doing damage. APMO has not deterred him at all. But yeah, double airfield again from Green Zero. He's already upgraded the Stratofighter, so he's looking for that Firehawk play again. It didn't quite work for him on Stadium, but maybe here if he can defend his economy a little bit better, which it looks like he is really focusing on. He's got so many APCs in each of his fields. Although the MCV may come into play here.
Get him! Those mine drops from earlier in the game, which were completely incidental, managed to get lucky and knock down some of these shock troopers. A great early warning system. Well, maybe not early warning system, but a warning system nonetheless here for Green Zero. Shock troopers are going to back off, and Green Zero's Firehawks, they get a refinery on the other side of the map. So that's,
Oh, no.
Are you kidding? He dodges them all?
Wow, that is so unbelievably lucky for Green Zero. I thought he was going to path them straight over the top and lose all of them. In the end, he loses none, gets a refinery. That is absolutely brilliant for Green Zero.
You talked about it on Stadium. You said the players normally just let them fly back across, and then that was happening in front of our eyes, and at the last moment, Green Zero pulls them aside, knocks them onto the high ground, and then waits for Stratofighter to refuel. And here's another run. A good night to another refinery. Numbfish, I hope you like your economy because it's not growing any bigger. It's going to stay a baby for the rest of this game.
Numbfish is going to make a move on the right. He does get one harvester. He should get a second one. Oh, you know, he blinks too early. And he doesn't get the second one. Oh, and the Hawks do go down. He did lose. He lost one Hawk. It seems like he...
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what happened there. One of the Firehawks didn't follow the rally point of the others, I'm guessing. But numbfish has put a refinery down in such a bad position. It's not on the third, and it's not on the second. That's such easy pickings for the Firehawks again when they are ready to go.
A terribly awkward spot there, and it is a parking lot. Numbfish does have a second refinery over there at the third base. He's going to try and fix his economy, but again, he's down 6K in total resources gathered. A lot of that is spent rebuilding refineries, so he's also down like another 6K from rebuilding refineries, putting him down 12K in total. Sniper teams, APCs, watchtowers, all ready to make short work of those shock troopers. What a massive difference between game number 3 on Underground or on Stadium and this game here. A lot of similarities between them, but the outcome couldn't be more different.
Yeah, Green Zero's done a really good job. I think he's only lost one harvester this whole game to the shock troopers, which is a testament that he's learned. He's switched on to, this is what Numbfish is going to try and do to me. I'm going to protect my harvesters with all my APCs. I'm going to sit there, firehawk him into the ground. The shock troopers are going to try and move onto the right side, maybe try and get a jump on the firehawks, but there's so many APCs there protecting them, although Green Zero's not microing them amazingly. But this army in the middle of the map is such a big problem for Numbfish. I'm not sure how he stops that.
Green Zero's up about 10K in army value. Shock troopers trying to avoid, and it's hard to rebuild anything when your refineries keep getting sniped, when your army keeps getting sniped. Numbfish up 3-2 in this series, but it doesn't feel like it here in this game. It is looking like domination from Green Zero. He has bounced back from the deficit, and this is his game to lose. If he loses this game, I mean, it's going to be over, but this would be a tilter to lose from this position against Numbfish when he has done such a good job of keeping his foot on the pedal and gassing over Numbfish.
Yeah, this is this Marv moving into his base. There's absolutely nothing left, and there it goes.
GG.
There it goes. Numbfish calls it, and yeah, that was just, he just didn't answer the firehawks, and he fell too far behind economically. And that descent rush at the start was a disaster. A lot of poor choices there by Numbfish, and Green Zero capitalized on every mistake that Numbfish made that game.
And welcome to Tiki Turmoil. It is Game 7. It is the ace match. And in the north, playing the green, this is Green Zero. Meanwhile, in the south, trying to bring it back from the brink, play a nod, this is Numbfish.
Look at this from Green Zero. He's going straight for a tower in the middle of the map. I'm assuming Numbfish has picked a nod here, so Green Zero knows that his scouts are absolutely superior here, and he's just going to push straight down the middle with 3 riflemen. There's nothing Green Zero can do. He's actually going to take, the tower on his side of the map. I'm not sure about that. Normally, I feel like you should push across, because that tower being on your opponent's side of the map, it just covers so much area where if they try to attack you, it's so difficult to get across the map. But I'm really interested that Numbfish has gone nod. He hasn't played it all series, has he? So I wonder if he has a build in mind, or he just feels comfortable with nod on this map.
It was like, do I get stealthed units? Okay, yes, I will go with nod. Flames and stealth? Yeah, you might give up a little bit of infantry power, but that is kind of what I'm thinking is like, okay, Numbfish, he had some success with Blackhand, but he also had a lot of trouble keeping his harvesters alive. Having stealthed harvesters gives you a little bit of an edge. Yeah,
and especially like those hammerheads were causing him so many issues. When you are nod, of course, you get venoms and stealth tanks, which I'd almost argue stealth tanks are better than Mantis because you can get the jump on hammerheads that may not know you're there. And of course, venoms are just really annoying. They don't do a hell of a lot of damage until you get laser capacitors, but they just pick away at the hammerheads. Very annoying for hammerheads. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. I wonder if he has a specific build in mind, Numbfish, for this map. It would be good if he did. I think when you go into an ace match, you really want to know exactly what you're going to do in the game. You don't want to be going in unprepared, I feel like, because you want to be able to execute your build absolutely perfectly, because this is tournament life for both of these guys. Whoever loses this game, that's lights out.
It all comes down to one game, and Numbfish is probably kicking himself for being up 3-1 and then losing it 2 games in a row to end up in this position. Green Zero, he's happy that this game is playing out slow and steady, although some of those rush games from Numbfish have not worked out very well. I don't know if something happened with the timing of the harvesters here. It feels like numbfish has more of a parking lot in his main base than we would normally see. It just feels like the harvesters are stacked up more than normal.
I'm not sure. I don't. He only has 5 harvesters there, doesn't he? He's just built another one that's moving to his expansion. He's gone for the 7 harvesters. GZ's also gone 7 harvesters. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Not too sure what's happened there.
Well, it is refineries at the natural expansion for both players. Green Zero has the rifleman to get the confirmation scout over there on the left side of the map, and it will be the war factory follow-up for Green Zero. And a few seconds later, it's the refinery. So numbfish surprisingly going super eco. It's been a while since I feel like I've seen a nod go for 4th refinery before 2nd war factory.
Especially considering how aggressive numbfish has been throughout the series, to then go into the ace match and completely flip that, that's a ballsy move, because, I mean, Green Zero, as a rule, is quite an aggressive GDI player, although we haven't seen it this series because numbfish has just been so aggressive. GZ hasn't even had the chance to be. But, yeah, I'm interested to see what this follow-up is, because once you go for refinery, if it's not punished, you can go anything. You could go infantry, you could go mass scorpion tank, you could go triple MCV, you could go clicks. So there's a lot of options for numbfish here. He's just got to make sure he picks the right one.
And numbfish has gone a full 10 harvesters on the count, and he had them a minute ago. So he's been on that 10 harvester count versus the 9 of Green Zero. 8 or 9 is where a lot of players like to sit for their natural expansion. If you go the full 10, it's usually, well, you might be doing like some kind of Master Leaf big eco build. But numbfish goes not only his fast 4th refinery, but just max harvesters pretty much as well. As you said, he can go anything he wants. He has opted for infantry. He has the secret shrine. He's starting to get the upgrades. AP ammo hasn't landed yet, but it is on the way as this army crosses the map.
Interesting choice by numbfish. I mean, normally when you go for a 4 refinery build, you're not going to go into mass infantry, but this will catch Green Zero off guard a little bit, although there isn't much infantry in the south here to deal with this. And 2 unupgraded APCs will be more than enough. A 3rd one joining now. But in the 2nd of Green Zero, there are bikes moving in. But oh my god, that minefield! That's how you stop bikes moving into your field, everyone. Just drop a minefield like that.
The timing was perfect, and the main base is empty. Green Zero free firing on the war factory. He's not even worried about the harvesters right now. He's just worried about that war factory, and that is some damage done. He's going for the secret shrine. After that, as soon as these harvesters dock, they will be revealed to this Predator APC army. And for now, Green Zero is just going to try and avoid the damage. AP ammo has finished up in the interim, so these APCs are better now than when the fight started. 1 harvester goes down. Numbfish's great number of 10 is now reduced down to 9, and Predator tank's gonna get picked off by these rockets, and it's a full surround of these rockets. Numbfish takes some punishment from a pretty small attack by Green Zero.
Yeah, I mean, the forces have been whittled down, which is nice for numbfish. Not a hell of a lot of infantry lost. They did lose a harvester, which is really unnecessary. All he had to do was pull that out of the refinery and it would have re-stealthed and been safe. But Green Zero, he's got 2 war factories, he's got sniper teams called in, he's building a Marv, and his MCV is heading straight across the map to drop those watchtowers as anti-infantry. This is going to probably be a series-deciding push. If numbfish holds, he probably wins. If Green Zero, well, obviously if Green Zero pushes through, he wins. So this is going to be, these next couple of minutes are going to be probably the deciding minutes of the entire series.
It comes down to 1 series, and then it comes down to 1 game, and then it comes down to 1 moment in that game. Marv is ready to go. Double zone, double engineer. The most classic setup for a Marv that a GDI player can have. MCV deployed in the middle. Ready to go watchtowers. And the name of the game for numbfish, delay. The Redeemer is on the way. The infantry are being picked off. He needs to delay, especially as this stealth tank pops a harvester in the back of Green Zero's base. Economy does matter, and Green Zero has harvested much of that field, but he's going to need the rest of it for the rest of this fight. APCs on the natural expansion of numbfish, but they will be dealt with by this obelisk.
APCs do go down. Yeah, the stealth tank, I mean, if the stealth tanks do manage to continue to do damage here, this, like, there's no pit bulls. He's got a few preds. I mean, he's got to make sure not to run over those minefields. Love this from Green Zero. He gets scanner packs. He goes for the zone trooper.
and the Juggernaut snipes the stealth tank on the north side. There are 2 more stealth tanks, but they get jumped on by zone troopers and APCs. That's 1 dead Harv, but Green Zero has already replaced it with the biggest Harv in the game. The Redeemer has risen, but the power of GDI is already closing in.
Yeah, this is really bad for numbfish because even if Green Zero gets forced out of this position, he's going to have no third field to mine if Green Zero continues to Marvis that. He needs to push GZ out of this position right now, but the issue is I'm not sure he can break this down. He doesn't have a hell of a lot of infantry left. He's not got any Spectre artillery or beam cannons to put down some artillery fire. Green Zero's position is really solid, and the stealth tank play has not worked at all. Numbfish's window to push GZ off this field is narrowing, and he's got to move now, and he is. The MCV is going to move forward. Sniper teams are taking some pop shots at this infantry. And here we go. This might be it. Do we have a tier 4? There is the tier 4. Will Shockwave drop?
The Redemption on the other side. The Shockwave RNG misses the Redeemer for the first part, but it catches it in the second wave. Juggernauts are being closed in on, and the Marv is just sitting there watching it all happen with his binoculars. He's like, I don't even need to get engaged in this fight. As the EMPs land on those Juggernauts, the damage stops, but the Redeemer is low. The Marv is here, and the Redeemer goes down. The Juggernauts will not be denied. Their shots from downtown. The infantry fall apart, and Numbfish goes from 20k to 0, and Green Zero brings the comeback. It is a 1-3 to a 4-3. Green Zero advances into the round of 8. Welcome to the second series of the day. This is the round of 12. This is playoffs for Chrono Clash II, of course, presented by Chronosphere. On the right-hand side, playing the GDI, playing Cyan. Give it up for Futurama. The world of the future is here, and he will reign supreme. But on the other side, the clouds are darkening. A storm is brewing. And the one thing that can defeat the future is the Cyberstorm. On the left side, play the Traveler. Give it up for Cyberstorm.
Haven't we seen this script before? GDI versus Traveler. That's the matchup of the day, apparently. Be interesting to see what Cyberstorm puts together with it, though. I've always thought of him as a Nod or a Blackhand player. I've never seen him play a lot of Trav, so I'm interested to see what he pulls out here.
That was in my mind as well, a Nod player, maybe even marked of Kane in recent years, but more of a Nod one-click bike buggy. Let's, have fast units and move around the map, but I don't know. This is a tournament where a lot of my preconceived notions about the meta have been shifting. Shock Troopers have been a huge presence in this tournament, and these sorts of units we used to see from Master Leaf, maybe from some other players who are believers in the strange and the absurd like Master Leaf. But here, everybody is doing them because they finally caught on, like, oh, this stuff that is unused or underutilized can be really powerful.
I mean, it does help. Leaf has obviously, with his patches, tried to buff those units to make them more viable for everyone to use, and that's been shown with the Shock Trooper in this tournament. It's arguably one of Traveler's most powerful tools, and obviously not massively used with Sprint or Reaper, but yeah, especially with Traveler when they can move around the map and teleport, and they're so quick. Yeah, they're certainly a massive weapon. Really interesting. Like we've spoke about before, I think this is too early for the Blue Tiberium. I think I was thinking
the same thing.
It does deny Futurama the ability to get it, and as a rule, with this APC rocket, you probably are going to lose map control. So maybe there is a pass here for Cyberstorm. The Blue Tip isn't a hell of a distance away either, and he does get a full load. So maybe we can give Cyberstorm a pass here.
That was my literal thought, was like, hey, he's sending this out with his 4th Harvester. The 5th Harvester is barely halfway done when he sends it out. What were your thoughts? And then you just went right for it. Pitbulls are going to close in, and APC is already ready and waiting. Will he refine any of this Blue Tiberium? He might get a little bit of it, but the AI is just juking around itself. He's going to get a quarter of the load, but not even that much. And now the natural expansion is under assault. There's one Gunwalker here, and pew pew go the lasers, but the Harvesters freeze for a moment. Every shot counts, but they're only going one way. Futurama is shooting down the storm.
Wow, he just hasn't built any units. He built 8 harvesters before he built a single attacking unit. He's got one gunwalker across the map. But yeah, this is really bad. He's going to try and build disintegrators. The APCs are just going to camp that. And he's going to lose a refinery. That is so bad for Cyberstorm. You cannot lose a refinery like this early in the game. Futurama should stay to commit to this. I don't see how he loses. He doesn't get it and lose too much. He should just retreat now, get out of there, damage done. I'm just going to say it, Sybert. I think my point's been proven again.
Well, Futurama, you know, it's not over until it's over, right? That's what we'll say. It's not over until it's over. The Blue Tiberium Harvester didn't work out for Cyberstorm, but, you know, maybe he can find a way back.
There is always that. He is Traveler, and Traveler can do funny things to get their way back into a game. So that obviously is always a thing. But Futurama, look, he's got 5 harvesters on his second, 4 on his main, getting
Airfield.
up to tier 2, getting AP ammo, going for air. I think he's not dead. Cyberstorm isn't dead, but he is certainly in a very bad position.
And you mentioned Master Leaf's patch. You mentioned the changes with R23. With the 1.02 plus community patch, and I'm thinking back, like, when was the last time I really saw a Traveler player in a losing position be able to just extend the game in a garbage way? And it's been a while. I'm trying to think back to, like, the last time I saw it, and it's been a while. That strategy of play can still work. You can still hexalame. You can still extend the game out by locking down areas and using mind control. But it is not nearly as effective as it used to be. And yeah, with this opening, Cyberstorm, we talked about it in the other game, Scrin typically are up in economy, and Cyberstorm is down 6K at the 5.5 minute mark.
Yeah. And look at this, Futurama is trying to capitalize on his advantage. He's going to try and take all the tip spikes. Cyberstorm's onto this, though. He knows, and he's not placing the engineers down. He's going to lose all of the engineers, I think. He might get the one in the bottom left corner. Maybe if he's quick enough, will the gunwalkers get there in time? Well, they do. Get the snipe on that engineer. So yeah, I mean, 3 carryalls, 3 engineers achieve nothing. But look at Futurama. Is that a second MCV? Second MCV, refinery in the middle, and that's going to be a hell of a lot of watchtowers to defend against those shock troopers.
Juggernauts behind the watchtowers, so hey, I guess it's cheaper than sonic emitters with Juggernauts behind them. We've seen it work with some other players, and defensive tower as well. Futurama getting free shots on these shock troopers as they cross the map. There's going to be the blink forward. Downs 1 watchtower. Okay, he gets something.
He's gone for some harvesters there, I think. He takes out the tower. Futurama also has that EMB spike. Cyber will really want to take that out because that obviously no shields for Traveler if he does go into tripods or air. And obviously the EMB will just
blink forward. That's going to be the end of 2 Predator tanks. The Harvester has escaped for now. He might blink forward and try and go for it, but no, he just trades out against the APC. Meanwhile, the Gunwalker is going to be moving into the natural expansion. There is tech here, but there's also, like you said, a whole lot of watchtowers ready and willing. There's 1 Harvester down, but with that, Cyberstorm has still not made up the deficit of this game. Cyberstorm gets 2 Harvesters. He gets out with a couple of units, but that's all he does.
It's not bad by Cyberstorm, but if you look at the middle field, Futurama has 5 more harvesters between the blue and that green field, so Futurama's economy is still really strong. He's going to lose that blue Tiberium harvester, though. Shock Troopers, I mean, they are the unit of the day, aren't they? Holy moly, we are seeing Shock Troopers doing work for the Traveler players so far today.
The resurgence of infantry here in this tournament. It was triple portal at one point as well for Cyberstorm, so he really committed into those shock troopers. I am expecting, has the sniper team drop already happened? I would expect to see a sniper team get called in via the reinforcements. You mentioned the EMP control center. It hasn't been taken out despite the close quarters that Cyberstorm had with it. For now, Marv and Watchtower is going to be trading out. Juggernauts will get jumped on. That's a blink forward, and that's 1 dead Jug. But no more than that for now.
Yeah, these towers are just so strong versus these shock troopers. It's so hard for you to break through that as the Traveler player because you kill the ones that are dropped and then 2 more drop, and then you kill those ones and 2 more drop. So Yeah, it's never cost effective to trade out to that. Here's actually, Cyberstorm has built a Prodigy, which I don't think numbfish built at all. He played 3 games as Traveler, and I don't think he built a Prodigy in any game.
No Prodigy for him, and Cyberstorm, he wants to flip this script and make something happen. In total, Futurama up 12k more in total resources gathered, and it has total control of the middle of the map. Cyberstorm has been putting up a good fight, and maybe if he can find the right angle, then these shock troopers can still be effective. But I feel like as time goes on, the window for the shock troopers keeps getting slimmer and slimmer. It is narrowing as this game progresses.
Yeah, and as long as Futurama continues to hold control of the middle, he's just gonna be able to snowball further and further ahead. The Hexapod does come out. He actually captured the EMP spike in the south Cyberstorm, but now Futurama claims the one in the north. So there will be an EMP spike for both sides. Obviously, EMP is your best friend when you're fighting a Hexapod. So, I mean, he'll now have access to the EMP spike and Shockwave artillery. And he's got a lot of Juggernauts. He's got a lot of APCs against those shock troopers. I'd like to see some Devastator warships here from Cyberstorm, just to be able to snipe these watchtowers instead of running in with the shock troopers. I mean, he is kind of trading effectively, although he doesn't want to fight grenade squads and push into that. Yeah, that won't be great, but not too bad a micro here from Cyberstorm, although that's not great. Ooh, the Grenader shot. It doesn't kill any squads, but it does weaken a lot of them quite a bit.
And what makes you say goodnight in one quick instant? Why, it's the Commando, of course, in the south, knocking down the EMP control center and heading north to join this fight. As those shock troopers evaporate, they escape from the front line, and the Eradicator as well is going to back on off. Harvester's getting knocked down one by one, trying to long-distance harvest that field. They can't really leech it away, and Futurama is... He's just, as you said, he's got control of the middle of the map. He's not giving it up. He is here to stay. He's bought real estate, and he's looking into the local school council. He is not moving.
Yeah, this is becoming quite impenetrable. He's going for Devastator warships now. But this is the thing, is the good thing about GDI to MCV is your MCV is a little bit safer from that Prodigy, because as soon as you deploy, you drop a watchtower, makes it that little bit safer from the Prodigy being able to blink in and take it away. The Hexapod's going to push forward with the Corruptors, but I'm not sure if continuing into Shock Troopers is the play here. Have we got EMP grenades? We do have EMP grenades as well, so there is so much EMP on the map for Futurama. I find it hard for this Hexapod to get a lot done.
Futurama trying to encroach upon this Hexapod. The Devastator warship is here as well to try and shell this base from afar. That's a double AA battery drop.
AA.
He doesn't have tungsten shells, but he does have the double AA. There's going to be the Commando heading forward. I'm not sure what the plan is there with that Commando. I guess he gets vision, but not much more than that.
And the shocks are getting pretty badly shredded. Actually, the Grenader squad's doing a really good job against them. And now it looks like Futurama is going to push in for the kill. The APC's dealing with those shock troopers. And there's the Grenaders coming in as well. Juggernauts shelling from the back. The Marvers, the Dimitri. There are a couple of tripods here. I mean, this
the EMP lands.
But the EMP does land.
That's the lockdown on the Eradicator as the Juggernauts all line their sights, and the EMP might return fire, but there just isn't the same damage output from the Skrin army. The Harvesters are on the front line. They're not supposed to be the big damage dealers, and there's the EMP from the skies. It was bought so long ago, and it's finally online as the Juggernauts line up their shots, inching their way forward with their big shells smashing down the alien bugs. It's going to be a 1-0 for Futurama, who puts the first point on the board and knocks Cyberstorm down. And it's Tournament Highlands time. You mentioned Tournament Odyssey was one of the favorite maps of all time for the last couple of years amongst all players. Tournament Highlands is also in that running. It is a very often played map by pretty much everyone, and we have seen it all throughout the tournament as well. Let's kick it off on the left side. Playing the red, playing the black hand. This is Cyberstorm. He doesn't believe in the power of Traveler. He believes in the power of Flames, and we've seen it work many times on this map specifically. But on the right side, with a 1-0 point advantage, playing GDI, sticking with what works. This is the future. This is Futurama!
I'm glad to see Sybert pick Blackhand. I just, as a neutral point of view, I think it will just make for better games, and I also just think he is much stronger. This is what he should be playing. This is what he's always been known for and been good at. I just wonder if it's going to be any type of rush. It doesn't look like it. It looks like he is just going economy. So it looks like he's going to play standard for now. But I think this will be better for Cyberstorm.
I was going to ask you to place like a money bet on whether or not he would go for some kind of an early rush, because yeah, it does seem like, oh, game number 1, you lost game number 2. Go on a map you're comfortable on, go with a faction you're comfortable with, and do something aggressive. That seems like a Cyberstorm thing to do, but for now, there are so many like normal looking early games that then are false transitions into a natural, where you drop a second war factory, or you go into a mass, you go into Secret Shrine and like Black Disciple upgrade. There are so many early to mid game aggressive plays that you can pull off.
And it looks like it's going to be 2 War Factory. He isn't even faking the expansion. He's going straight for it. He's got his second War Factory about halfway done. I think Futurama did run a scout through, didn't he? Or has he? Yeah, he has seen that the MCV isn't moving, so he'll be pretty sure that it's 2 War Factory. Whether he sees the War Factory or not from here, he'll probably know there's some sort of aggression on the way. There's the second War Factory. Is it going to be an MCV cell? I'd be surprised if it is, but maybe it will be, because obviously 2 War Factory Bike Buggy really strong on this map just in general, because there's 2 blue Tiberium fields that you can get control of if you get map control.
Futurama, he's gone to the natural expansion, and it looks like his refinery is about 90% done. He has a couple of pit bulls out, and okay, he is going into the refinery. So these bikes have an opportunity to hit and hit hard at the natural expansion.
It's going to be all in. It's going to be 3 War Factories. Cyberstorm has another War Factory queued. He's going to sell his MCV for sure. There it goes. Triple War Factory all-in bike buggy. Now, if Futurama keeps going, he could be in a lot of trouble here. He hasn't seen that it's 3 War Factory. He knows that it was at least 2. He's building missile squads. He's building pitbulls. He's going for another refinery. There is a window of opportunity here for Cyberstorm if he can get some critical damage done.
Potentially a tragic mistake here for Futurama. We'll see if he's able to hold it off. Now in the middle of the map, riflemen are going to be spotting the bikes and the buggy. This is a big force. The pitbulls are there to meet them. First watchtower actually going to be sold off. Rocket squads are ready behind. Bikes dancing in the middle of the map. Pitbulls repositioning. There's going to be the trade, volley for volley. 1 bike, 2 bikes down for a pitbull.
I'm not sure he's going to be able to crack this, you know. I think this is really... He's got to go for the expansion. The pitbulls are sitting in the main. You've got to try and move into the second. Something he could also try and do is split his army up a little bit and hit both fields at the same time. Really try and stretch Futurama's defenses thin, but these buggies are under fire from the pitbulls, but the bikes are out of position. Oh, and he turns around. He had an opportunity to move into the field. He decides to go and engage the pitbulls. He is going to win the fight, but he's not trading very cost effectively here, and now he's going to try and go into the tip field to get some damage done.
Bikes roll into the tip field. There aren't nearly as many as there were 30 seconds ago. First Harvester jukes away from the bikes, and it's going to take a long time before the bikes kill it. They don't even get it. The Harvester survives with 10% HP. The watchtowers are putting down fire, 1 shot after the next, and the Predator tanks rolling in as well. These pitbulls aren't the only threat that the bike buggy has to worry about. Everything is coming up GDI. Everything is coming up Futurama. Finally, Cyberstorm gets 1, but when it's 8 Harvesters to 6, it was just 9 Harvesters to 6. Cyberstorm hasn't gone for a skinny economy on this attack. He's beefed it up a bit, but that attack didn't do the damage he wanted.
Yeah, that wasn't the greatest attack in the world, and now this is the issue, right? He has to kind of kill Futurama. Like, he has no expansion to follow this up, and Predator tanks are going to be so hard for Bike Buggy to remove. This is just not good trades for Cyberstorm to be taking. He needs to be getting in there and killing Harvesters. You can't be sitting there fighting the tanks. And there's just not much Black Buggy left on the map. I think this is looking really good for Futurama. The one thing that Cyberstorm does have, he has taken both blue fields throughout the match. So there is that extra income from the blue Tiberium, and it looks like he's going to try and take a swing at the main. It's pretty open. That Harvester's probably as good as dead.
One volley is good, and the second round will not kill it off. Again, the Harvester jukes around the refinery, and the bikes decide to trade against a Predator. One of these things can fire back, and the other one basically can't. The Watchtower is going to go down, but the Harvester is still writing letters home to Mama. Hey, Mom, I got hit today, but I'm still here. Guess who's not? The bikes and the buggies who tried to swing in for the attack. No economy behind this, and Cyberstorm making some attempts, but ultimately not getting as much done as he wants.
He's actually got an MCV back out, so he's going to try and recover. The funny thing is, this guy has just rebuilt his MCV. Futurama's sitting here with railguns halfway done. Good luck getting stuff done with Bike Buggy against railgun Preds. That Harvester that is in low health, he might be able to get in and jump on this. Can he get? It's going to cost him, but he should be able to get it. Oh,
if he doesn't kill...
Well, he does. There we go. Far out.
Three more explode on exit. 2 bikes and a buggy go down after the Harvester has already been killed.
The good thing for Cyberstorm, he does have a bit of money in the bank, so he is going to be able to get some refineries down. He's still actually pumping out of 2 of those war factories as well. The issue is, when railguns gets done, he can't fight Pred tanks that have railguns with Black Buggy. It's just impossible. He's never going to trade cost effectively. Although, to be fair, in that army, 4 Predator tanks isn't a hell of a lot. You could definitely overwhelm that. This could be an issue for Futurama. That army... Oh, there it is. Railguns is done. He's going into Scorpion tanks, which are not going to like seeing railgun Preds.
On pure army value, they're not that far apart. Futurama only 5k ahead, but yeah, the power of the upgrades just means that this army is so much better equipped to make this happen. Now back at the natural expansion of Futurama, we have some bike buggies swinging in. They're going to be trading versus those Predator tanks with the aforementioned railgun upgrades. Harvester's taking a couple of shots here or there, and on the other side of the map, it's going to be Futurama returning the favor. Play Black Hand, no stealth Harvs, and these Predator tanks, they don't need the stealth detection of anything to help them cut down these numbers. Eventually, the Predator tanks will go down. Futurama is happy to trade tank for tank when he's got upgrades like this.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Futurama. There was so much Black Buggy down in the south, and the railgun Preds just ripped it to shreds. And that is the issue, right? Like, he's got unupgraded tanks and bikes and buggies, and Futurama's establishing himself in the middle here. I can't really see a way for Cyberstorm to get his way back into this. Maybe some type of really big infantry transition, but Futurama will have so much time and so much money to deal with it. I think it's just a matter of time here.
All right, the Harv rolls in as the Predator tanks roll forward. Okay, the Harv does escape. Now, fresh refinery here on the contested field. So as Cyberstorm is taking his own natural expansion, Futurama is taking, with equal numbers of refineries and harvesters, the center contested third field. It is 20k up total resources gathered for Futurama, and of course part of that is reflected in the army value. 30k for Futurama, 12k for Cyberstorm, but it's also reflective, as you've said multiple times, in the upgrades. The army value is just so much better.
Yeah, and this is the thing now, like, Futurama is just going to absolutely snowball here. There's an army coming in from the north as well. There's absolutely nothing in position, and Railgun Preds do not mind seeing those unstealthed harvesters. As we've said many a time, you don't want to be sitting there with those unstealthed harvesters unprotected, because anything can get in there and fire at them. I'm surprised Futurama backs off there. Maybe he thought there was an army further into the fog that he couldn't see, so he pulled back, but no, he kind of missed an opportunity there, but that's okay. He doesn't want to start throwing away units unnecessarily, because that is a way that Cyberstorm can find his way back into the game.
It is prudent, perhaps, to pull back from that situation, but it does feel like Futurama is so far ahead he could give away a lot of units. But as you say, that too can snowball. You snowball a big army, and then you can also snowball bad decisions and give up that big army. Predator tanks, instead, they're going to back off, and they are going to say, you can't take this blue Tiberium. This blue Tiberium is now mine for the rest of the game. Rocket squads are going to be moving forward, but these guys are not particularly impressive. They're black hand, but they don't have any black hands with them, and the APCs shred them all. Railgun Preds don't do bad versus rockets either, and on the north side, it's going to be Scorpion tanks getting lit up one by one. GG comes out, and Futurama takes game number 2. It's Tournament LA. It is time for the sunny, good vibes of Los Angeles. And perhaps an endless pile of garbage as well from one of these players. We'll see if in the north he can keep up the win streak up to 0. This is Futurama. And looking to demolish the alien bugs invading his city. Playing the red in the south, sticking with black hand. This is Cyberstorm.
Interesting pick by Futurama, because he probably knows that Cyberstorm is going to do these really aggressive builds, and GDI, as a rule, I mean, we saw it last game. You got the Pitbulls, you got the Predator tanks, you got Watchtowers, really good at defending that really aggressive Blackhand play. Traveler 59, not so much. It'll be much better in the late game because Blackhand can really struggle with the Prodigy in particular. But if there's some type of really aggressive 3 War Factory, Flame Rush, whatever, I think Traveler does struggle with it a little bit more. And what is he going for? It is going to be an Operation Center from Cyberstorm, but I think it's going to get scouted.
Yeah, Futurama dodges that Shredder turret enough that he keeps the buzzer alive, and then a second buzzer comes in. He does actually see the Harvester emerge there around the 90-second mark. The Operations Center is here. And okay, there's going to be another drafted Shredder turret. Futurama is kind of being denied the scout by these units from Cyberstorm, but I think he's suspicious.
Yeah, he would know. There should be a refinery down by now.
Right.
And he still sees the War Factory. If he's looking, he'll see the Flame Tank come out. Seeker Tanks are already being queued. He knows exactly what's going on. He knows it's a Flame Rush. Seeker Tank's already on the way, going for that blue Tiberium. This map is an exception. This is fine because the blue tip is so damn close.
That is an MCV cell as well from Cyberstorm. So 2 games in a row, it is MCV cell. Game number 1, Tournament Badlands. We get ourselves the long, drawn-out, big macro game. Game number 2, it's a triple War Factory MCV cell. Game number 3, double War Factory MCV cell. If the trend continues, next game, 1 War Factory, sell the MCV straight away.
Yeah, this is interesting too, because this is a build that is quite strong against Traveler 59. Obviously, Seeker Tanks are good, but they aren't quite Predator tanks. This is the thing, though. He has to kill him quickly because you don't want to let those Seeker numbers get up because then bikes really struggle. Can't quite take a swing here. This is not looking too good for Cyberstorm, actually. You sort of want to already be in there doing damage by now, and that is, what, 8 Seeker Tanks, 9 Seeker Tanks already sitting there ready to go. This will be tough for Cyberstorm to push through, but while there's a Flame Tank on the field and bikes around, it's never too easy. You've got to be on point, and Futurama has been on point so far.
Bikes come in, they swing, they hit, but no kills. Buzzer Hive on the front line, going to just be causing some problems for these Confessors. And of course, this was an MCV cell before Secret Shrine, so we don't have hope of the Black Disciples to lead these units to a glorious flaming victory. Okay, Cyberstorm, he kind of backs off for a second there. He does still have the Flame Tank alive. It is down a little bit of health, but it is still alive. And he's going to go for it. There are Seeker Tanks. This Flame Tank isn't going home. He gets targeted down, and okay, he might go home because his Seeker Tanks are going to get jumped on. That burst damage from the bikes landing as all the tanks line up. Another reinforcements coming over from the natural expansion, and once again, Cyberstorm gets pushed back.
Yeah, this is really good for Futurama. He's held this so well. These Cabals, they could target, they can actually kill a couple of Seeker Tanks here because they are really good at killing Seeker Tanks. And yeah, he does get one. But this is a lot of Seeker Tanks now. There's also Disintegrators being built. I actually think Futurama is going for a refinery. He is saying, I am in a good enough position right now. I have enough units on the map. I can expand, and you can't do anything about it.
Those Confessor Cabals, they're not quite a heroic rifleman with AP ammo in terms of killing off those Seeker tanks. But they are pretty good. And yeah, the refinery comes down at the natural. Bikes are coming back in. But once again, there are so many Seekers ready and willing to greet them. Bikes are going to back off. There's another swing. They're trying to knock down that buzzer hive on the edge of the base. One bike goes down for the hive.
Yeah, I don't know why he keeps attacking the highs. We've also got to be having a look at, there's these fast-like descents on the right-hand side of the map. If they get into Cyberstorm's field, that's pretty much game over, because they will just instantly kill those harvesters. Takes a swing, gets a Seeker tank, and this is the thing, you can pick off these Seeker tanks, but you've got to be careful, and there you go. That can be the issue when you're using bikes against Seekers here. A couple of them reverse move bug, could be an opportunity to attack them. Gets another Seeker tank at the War Factory, another one now. He's not trading amazingly, though. He is losing quite a few bikes. But the buggies here are actually going to start over. Oh, there come the disintegrators, and they're going to catch out 3 of the bikes. One of them's going to get away. But again, not a great engagement for Cyberstorm. He needs to be doing economic damage here. He hasn't done any yet. The flame tank trying to sneak in, kills the disintegrator squad, and then goes down. This has been really good defense by Futurama so far.
It's a rough start when you go for this double War Factory all in and you don't get the damage done quickly. Harvesters are just transferring in the face of the bike buggy, and Cyberstorm doesn't even have the numbers to punish it. The photon cannon comes out, and the Harvesters on the other side of the map going down as Futurama's descents smash through the economy of Cyber. Six City is often fast and furious in the south. He's hoping that it ends that way because he's ahead. This is Futurama, defending against the aggression with the power of Traveler. And meanwhile, on the north side, sticking with Black Hand, this is Cyberstorm.
Fall in.
No way. Oh my gosh! Right into the secret shrine. Game number 4.
Wow.
Nothing held back.
Okay, I'm not sure what Cyberstorm's doing. He can't go for a ref. This is an all-in or it's nothing. Yeah, he's realized he can't go for a ref. Oh my god, look at the hand of ball damage on that shrine. Oh, I'm not sure. I don't think he really knows what he's trying to do here.
Is this, I'm going to bust out the old build and then you haven't practiced the build, and so then, okay, he goes for another hand of nod.
Yeah,
all
interesting. Right. I mean, he's got to sell off his MCV. Like, you can't win with this. I mean, maybe you can. There it goes, but... Oh man, he's really not done a great job with this build.
The buzzer comes in.
Lose that engineer from the MCV as well. Oh, that's annoying.
Everything that can go wrong is going wrong. Cyberstorm is down 0-3. He is putting it all on the line. I guess maybe he can throw a rocket at Futurama, go and plug his network cable. Like, there is just not a lot of options left for Cyberstorm, and this is as good of a spot as Futurama could ask to be in.
Yeah, the thing is, there is always the, like, he can just walk around these buzzer hives, but look, he's just setting up a wall of buzzer hives. What do you do? I mean, I just don't know about this. I mean, if you're going to do it on any map, this is the map, he's going to go for it, but there's 5 buzzer hives, the power plants come down to building block, and oh man, he just can't push into that. I'm not really sure what he does from here.
This is a tough thing to try and end a tournament run on. Cyberstorm makes it into the round of 12, and he finds an opponent that is a lot harder to knock down than his opponents in Group E. Futurama is more to the task. He may not have been able to beat Rex in Group B in the group stage, but he's crushed everyone else. The world of tomorrow looks like it is ready to arrive. Another power plant to body block, another power plant to keep the buzzer hives alive. And the longer this game goes on, the worse it is for Cyberstorm. 0 harvesters, just a couple of Tipz spikes to keep him in this game. And he can assault a power plant from afar, but how long can you do that? You can't do that until the finals are over. You can only do that for about a minute.
Yeah, and this is the issue, right? He needs to sort of kill Futurama right now. The longer this goes, the worse it gets. Futurama's even put down a portal to try and build buzzers, but he's going to try and do the push. He's going to try and go for the harvester, change his targets. That's it. Futurama wins.
GG. Futurama with the 4-0 clean sweep. Cyberstorm thought if I put it all on the line, if I go ultra aggressive, I can take the series. And yet, that's not how it turned out. And in a relatively short time, in comparison to the last series, Green Zero versus Numbfish, a slugfest, back and forth, back and forth. Futurama, one-sided, smackdown. One hit after another, short games, tight tempos. Cyberstorm out of the tournament, out of the playoffs, out of the top 12.
In the modern, containerized world, businesses face overwhelming challenges, sprawling systems, and exponentially increasing data. Observability chaos ensues, complexity increases, costs skyrocket, developers waste time sifting through mountains of data that's not useful, and customers suffer from a poor experience. With Chronosphere, you are back in control. We help you quickly focus on the data that matters so your team can move from overwhelmed to empowered. The Chronosphere observability platform reduces data volumes and associated costs by 60% and cuts through the noise to uncover actionable insights that reduce incidents by up to 75%. Chronosphere telemetry pipeline collects data from any source, processes it in flight, and routes it to any destination. Maximize your efficiency with a solution that uses up to 20 times less resources than competitors. With Chronosphere, turn observability chaos into control. Eliminate unnecessary costs. Improve data quality and deliver faster insights for exceptional customer experiences. Join leaders like Robinhood and Zillow, who've already taken control of their observability. Learn more about Chronosphere at chronosphere.io.
It is time for the desert once again, and it is time for one of these players to try and blend in with that desert mini map. But in the north, playing the black hand, coming in crash hot out of the group stage, falling away, but then rising through Group E to defeat Space in an unceremonious 3-0 defeat. This is Tipz, a player that I have not seen in the top 4, but is putting out phenomenal games here in Chrono Clash today. And in the south, in the yellow, playing GDI, give it up for Senna.
Back to the classics, GDI versus Blackhand.
I feel like I saw more
nearly
Zocom and Steel Talons in the group stage than I have seen in like a year. And now we're into the playoffs and we're into the round of 12, and it's like GDI versus Blackhand, GDI versus Traveler, GDI versus Blackhand, GDI versus Traveler.
It's going to be a flame rush.
Well, fortunately for Senna, he does at least have 2 Rifleman Scouts who can... they're going to try and see this. They're going to get cut off by the Cabals. They're actually going to see the barracks is there, which is a little bit strange at the very least. I don't know if it totally tips off Senna that this is a Flame Rush. It doesn't tell him exactly what variant of Flame Rush, but for the current moment, it is a little bit of a mystery. But I think Senna is suspecting something suspicious.
Could be trouble if this is a Harvester, though. It is a Harvester, and is he building another one? His MCV is moving. I don't think he knows.
Wow.
The rifle squad from the north is going to move in now. He can see, he sees the operations center. He knows now. Going straight for Pitbulls. Flame Tank's already halfway across the map. The Reckoner is being filled up by one Blackhand squad. Oh, there's 2 Reckoners. He's got 2 rockets in the other Reckoner. Wow. Yeah. So this is going to be a really crazy push here.
This is not something that you've seen every day. MCV does finally deploy, so he's in between the 2 Tiberium fields. He's in a fine position, not a great position, though. First Watchtower does deploy. A couple of Pitbulls going to be trying to knock down this first Reckoner, and the MCV is, or the Flame Tank is moving in. First Pitbull goes down, second Pitbull takes a couple of hits, and this is perhaps all a distraction, but the Flame Tank has now been spotted, so it's going to be going for the Refinery. It has lots of health to work through, but there's a Guardian Cannon to put out more damage with the help of the Predator tank as well. It's a race of the health bars, and the Refinery goes down.
And this Reckoner, the Rocket Reckoner, is going to be really annoying to deal with. Pitbulls just cannot deal with that. Slowly going to pick it away with the Predator tanks. Also, that Reckoner with the Blackhand squad just dropped it off at the Tipz spikes. There you go, mate. Easy trip to the spikes. Go and kill those for me. And the rocket squads are slowly... No, he's not going to get that Predator tank with the Cabals chasing. The repairs will save it, but just so annoying.
Well, second refinery is now up on the main field for Senna. Nice casual 3.5 minute second refinery on your main field. On the other side of the map, Tipz hasn't exactly exploded in economy.
Wow.
So what is this build?
He's going for another Reckoner? Is he going for another Operation Center? He is. Wow, this is crazy. There's no way Senna will expect this. I mean, he's even moving the Predator tanks out of his base. He just would have no idea that Tipz will follow this up with another double flame Reckoner.
Because who does that?
This is brilliant. Yeah, exactly. This is brilliant. There's just no way Senna will expect this. And if that does get into the base, I mean, that could be game over right then and there. If he can get a war factory and that refinery on that right-hand side, I mean, wow. I mean, a Pitbull's going to find it. This is really good. A Pitbull's going to find it, but does he know it's double flame? That's the question. And does he even notice? I don't think he noticed. The Pitbull just runs straight past it. This Reckoner is going unopposed. Senna's building harvesters, I believe.
Okay,
it's gonna
Predator
get
tank.
Double flame Reckoner in the base.
Predator tanks do respond, but they are slow moving, and as you mentioned, they had been sent out, so they have a long way to drive before they ever get back. Refinery's going to go down straight away. Pitbull is here to put a little bit of damage onto that Reckoner, but it's not going to be enough. One refinery down. Now number 2 is going down, and the War Factory still is too close for comfort. Things are heating up in Senna's base in game number 1, and as the flames rise, his hope of winning this game falls a little bit lower.
Yeah, that's such a nice build from Tipz. I mean, he's following it up with bikes. He's getting his own economy established. He's actually floating 7k, so he's got enough money to just pump out some units or pump out economy or whatever he wants. Senna's economy is still looking really good. That's the one thing he's got. He hasn't lost harvesters. He loses refineries. He hasn't lost harvesters. So on that count, he's absolutely fine. The issue is now he has absolutely no production on the field. So if Tipz was following this up with a lot of units like bikes, this could be a big problem for Senna. The Predator tanks are moving to the right-hand side of the map too, which is not where they need to be because the bikes are about to take a swing.
A couple of these Predator tanks, even when they roll up to the fight, they're low on health. Pitbull going to absorb the first couple of shots. Watchtowers as well going to be pushing away those bikes. And no command post, so AP ammo is a long way away. Okay, fine, make a liar out of me. There's going to be the command post, and there's going to be AP ammo started. The bikes pull back. There was a secret shrine on the other side of the map, so there are some of these infantry upgrades coming in for Tipz, but this follow-up hasn't found anything yet.
Yeah, I mean, there is a little opening if he goes in. Now, the infantry on the right-hand side... Oh my god, look at those Predator tanks. There's just 3 of them completely on top of each other on the right-hand side there. Could have been really nasty. The bikes do get in. They're going to take a swing. Senna hasn't noticed. That's probably one harvester going down, but he's going to lose a lot of bikes for it. Another bike coming in from the north goes down. I think that was 5 bikes for one harvester. Another one goes down as he's retreating. Probably not the best trade in the world for Tipz, but behind this, since he knows he's got Senna trapped, goes and takes all the blue Tiberium in the middle of the map.
Tier 3 on the way as well. Tib Core, Charged Particle Beams, both options now for the Black Hand player. Redeemer could be on the menu as well. Rockets are going to just trade their lives for the Hammerheads. These Hammerheads, they have got AP ammo upgraded, so they at least can do that. And that Blue Tiberium Harvester, one of them does get caught. 2 or 3 already made their way back home, so this is no great loss for Tipz, but he does lose it nonetheless. And there's the Charged Particle Beam Shredder turrets encroaching on Senna's base.
The army on the right is a bit of an issue, though. I mean, there is an obelisk there. Is Senna going to... Yeah, he's just going to go around it, which is exactly what you can do versus a build like this. He's also spawn camping that barracks on the left-hand side. Wow. Tib Chem Plant is down. Flame Tank on the right-hand side trying to sneak in, but there's no buildings left there, Tipz. You've already killed them.
He doesn't realize he's a victim of his own success in this game, turning into a weird back and forth as the Hammerheads get the lockdown on something, but the catalyst missile smashes into the refinery, and Tipz just can't leave these refineries alone. He keeps killing them off one after another.
Yeah, he actually had a flame tank almost kill the second one at Senna's second there. So if he got that with the click as well, it would have been devastating. With the hammerheads are just flying over the barracks here, Senna is doing a really good job of keeping the infantry numbers down. There's also APCs on the north side of Tipsy's base. Not probably going to get a hell of a lot done, but just keeping him busy, making him have to build turrets. Those hammerheads have overstayed their welcome, though. They're going to get forced out by some AA turrets. But Tipsy with only one refinery on his second, and now there's Juggernauts out. This is getting a bit hairy for Tipsy here.
Things were looking good, and now they've turned so weird. There are actually mines on top of these harvesters, and they're all stacked on top of each other. Mass damage on the harvesters of Tipsy. So many of these harvesters full of Tiberium, and only shredder turrets to protect them. Juggernaut's now getting jumped on. It's not close quarters combat is their specialty. That's the range of the rockets. As they knock down one husk, they get another husk before the snipers arrive. But now the sniper teams are here. The shots ring out before the third Juggernaut goes down. The husk will fall, and the APC will help clean it all up.
Just turned into a really messy game now. I mean, I ate my words. Those APCs did a hell of a lot of work. I thought they would just be cleaned up by the shredders, but he's going to go back. I reckon he can get that harvester, that low health harvester. Tipsy not respecting the fact that that's a very low health, and Senna gets another harvester with those APCs. And this is looking quite an even game again. I mean, the issue for Senna is he has no Tiberium under his control right now, but it looks like when he gets that Marv out, he's just going to try and push Tipsy off that left-hand side. Trying to get a Redeemer up is Tipsy. If he can get that up, maybe there's a chance he can hold that position, but Juggernauts and a Marv, that's always going to be hard to stop.
Do you want to be the guy with 4 harvesters and Tiberium to harvest, or the guy with 8 harvesters and no Tiberium to harvest? You're right, it's all going to be coming down to this Marv, which has now stepped out onto the field. Redeemer a little bit over halfway done. Harvester going to get targeted down, so Senna goes from 8 harvesters down to 7. Juggernauts are here. The artillery are such an incredibly powerful tool for any army.
This is an interesting choice by Senna. He's going to go and Marvest that right-hand field. So I guess his idea is he's going to Marvest that field and use that to fund his attack on the left-hand side. Now, this is risky because you're taking your best unit and taking it away from where the fight is. But if the fight doesn't end too quickly, he probably benefits from it in the long run.
This is the old split map economy of GDI in the late game. We see this happen a lot of times, and you're right, it is often about extending the game out. There is a big squad of infantry, but it's only Cabal squads on that right side, so they don't really have much of a chance of smashing down that Marv, as we sometimes see a Marv walk into enemy territory unsupported and then just get bashed by rockets.
So Tipsy has set up a refinery on that left-hand side, but his harvester count is really struggling. He only has 3 on that second. He drops a second refinery, but there's still not much Tib in his favor. I mean, many harvesters in his favor on that. It's like, he's really not saturating his fields very well. These Cabals on the right-hand side are going to get cleaned up. Is that some blue Tiberium? No, that's green Tiberium. That blue Tiberium is up for grabs for either player right now. It would be really good if someone could get that.
Tipsy does have 6 harvesters in total, so he has a decent number, but as you say, they're just not in the right spots. They're not being well utilized, and he's adding on to that as well. After a crazy back and forth for the first 10 minutes of the game, we have really hit the pause button and slowed down. This Redeemer isn't exactly slowing down. The decoy army does reveal the position of the MCV and the composition of the army behind that front line, and then the real Redeemer just walks away. He kind of backs off.
Yeah, this is the push. Senna knows he has to go now, because now that Tipsy's established on this field, he cannot let Tipsy take that field. So he's going to push in now. Does he have a tier 4? He does have a tier 4, so Shockwave is available to him. The Marv is making its way back across the map. I don't know if he wants to engage without it, but Tipsy might force the engagement knowing that the Marv is on the way.
All right, there's the Shockwave artillery.
Oh,
fires off. And yeah, airfield strangely on the front line. Obelisk of Light actually gets tagged by the Shockwave Artillery as well. Juggernauts get one mega shot off against that Redeemer, and now the second round goes for the Spectre. The Redeemer steps out of the lockdown, and this is a base crawl with airfields, which has been a long time since we've seen that. Obelisk's trying to pop these Juggernauts one at a time. There is an infantry army on the right side, but they're not engaged in this fight. It's down to the Juggernauts, and the Spectres are starting to rebuild their numbers, but as they emerge from that frontline war factory, the Juggernauts just pop them one by one. It's not fun to be a Spectre.
Yeah, and now the Marv's here, so this is going to... And Tipsy knows. I think he knows he can't hold this position. His MCV's on the run. Although this Redeemer's just going to look to get in range for the crush move, but the Marv is now here to pummel it in, even in close quarters. That Redeemer is as good as dead.
One Juggernaut does go down, but so does the Redeemer. No more stomping for you. And Juggernauts will make the cleanup of the rest of this base a short order. Spectre Artillery gets a couple of more good shots, but the War Factory is repairing these Juggernauts and keeping them alive. There is, again, this big infantry army on the right side, so maybe Senna is going to lose his old main base and natural, all that tech, all that infrastructure as his army moves forward. He knocks down the MCV, and is Tipsy going to try and turn this into a base race? Is he going to try and extend this out into an even weirder game?
Yeah, there's actually a chance that does happen here because he's going to push on the right, take the upgraded power plant, goes down. Oh, he's going to turn around. I don't know if he should turn around. I think he has to go. I don't think he can wait because, I mean, if he can get himself established on the right-hand side, he might be okay here. But look at Senna's army. Like, if Senna just continues to push, I don't know how Tipsy stops it.
Well, that infantry army does back off. It's 20k of army for Senna. It's 10k of army for Tipsy. And Tipsy's army is mostly infantry. It's mostly low-tech, low-health units. It's not Juggernauts that can assault you from one screen away that you can't return fire to.
Yeah, and this is the thing. It's going to be... They're so difficult to kill. There's no vertigo bombers, or there's like no stealth tanks to sneak behind them. He's getting himself established in double racks on the right-hand side, so this is how he's going to try and deal with it. He knows that Senna's anti-infantry is lacking in terms of mobile anti-infantry, so this is how Tipsy's going to try and deal with it. I think it's the right decision. Will Senna over-push the limit that his army can actually do? He doesn't want to stray too far away from his MCV, but at the same time, he doesn't want to let Tipsy get back into the game, so it's a fine line to walk. The infantry numbers, I mean, triple racks on the front line here for Tipsy, and the Marv is getting a little dangerously too far away from the pack.
No EMPs to lock it down just yet, and Tipsy has also got half of his army split along the south side of the crater in the middle of the map. So half of his army is on the north and half is on the south. You mentioned the rockets being the correct response, and that, of course, is dependent on them being able to close the distance with the Juggernauts. The Juggernauts are running for the hills. Is this going to actually turn into a beautiful sandwich of Black Hand rockets? Maybe it will, as the APCs respond to the army in the south. The Marv gets closed in on. It's losing more and more of its health bar, and these rockets just don't stop. They are ever pushing forward, trying to get as many shots as they can, and this is kind of turning into a Black Hand sandwich, but it's rifleman squads surrounding the Black Hand. It's watchtowers in the south, and one Juggernaut goes down, and an APC as well in the north. The Marv is continuing to get pushed, and now Tipsy is sending reinforcements across the middle of the map. He's trying to open up 3 lanes of attack in this fight. The Juggernauts are back at the MCV. It is do or die. This is the final stand, and the rockets move in. The Marv will fall, but can they survive the fight? The rockets get the kill that counts most, and the Juggernauts go for the mass crush. I've never seen Juggernauts stomp like that.
Oh my god.
They got those big legs, and they're not skipping leg day.
Elite Juggernaut from crushing infantry. What have we just seen?
I have never seen Juggernauts do
Senna,
that.
No way. Senna holds. And what else is really important? He's actually taken Tipsy's spikes. I mean, Tipsy's taken Senna's spike on the right, but he's got a spike advantage. Tipsy is now grabbing the blue Tiberium, but geez, there isn't a hell of a lot left to deal with this army, and now it's supported by APCs. He doesn't have a Marv, so he's got to be careful there. I don't know if he should push out. That's a bit risky, but I think he wants to capitalize on the Juggernaut crush of the ages
Senna had a moment where he went, why is this guy still in the game? He scanned the field on the right and he revealed the answer. Oh, that's why this guy is still in the game. He took the entire field on the right side. Throughout all of this, the awkwardness, the clumsiness of this game, Tipz has been up 15K of total resources gathered. That's one of the reasons why he is still in this game. That's one of the reasons why he has a spot here in this top 12. As crazy as this game has gone, as lopsided as some of these fights have been, Tipz seemingly always finds a way to bounce back.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Black Ant Infantry as well, is that if you do get caught out, like Senna was there a little bit, with no real force of anti-infantry, it can really... Oh my god, that's so risky going down that ramp. Wow, if Senna... I mean, if Tipz had turned... Well, he didn't have many rockets there, I guess, but look at him. He's cleaning up this entire blue Tiberium field. And it looks like Senna's just going to go straight down the guts across the map to try and end this game. He's sending a couple of... He sent that elite Juggernaut back to the War Factory for repairs, which is really good to see. And those harvesters need to get the hell out of there.
It would be amazing to see a heroic Juggernaut just by crushing all of this infantry. APCs are the front line. They are the shield for the Juggernauts, and it does take the Juggernauts a couple of seconds to set up those shots. It's going to be a barracks to body block as well. Watchtowers on the front line. Hammerheads have all gone down, and the APCs are getting torn apart one by one. The Juggernaut shots don't seem to be landing as much effect as Senna would like, but he's still out of range of the majority of those rockets. There's going to be another body block from those barracks, and it's just more time wasting for Tipz as Senna deploys more and more structures to buy more and more time. He just needs more shots, more rounds, more rockets. Keep closing in as the Juggernauts go down one by one. The Watchtowers are all that remain between mass infantry and the MCV. The man spam reigns supreme as the Juggernauts fall. Another Hammerhead comes in. How is Tipz doing it? How has he done it?
Wow, what a brilliant... I mean, it was always risky pushing into the middle like this. I mean, he's got nothing left, Senna. There's nothing left. That's it. He lost the elite Juggernaut, so that's a big sad. No heroic Juggernaut, but yeah, I think it was just there was just so much infantry there, and Senna just simply didn't have enough AP ammo or sniper teams or anything like that. And yeah, it looks like Tipz is going to be able to move in for the kill here. No MCV to keep dropping Watchtowers. It's just a one War Factory APC. I don't think that's going to be enough.
And as we cross the 20-minute mark, whoever lost this game was going to be feeling at 3 different points they could have won it. Tipz now has the upper hand. Minefield gets deployed by that APC. He's hoping to bait these infantry into it with the Juggernaut. The shots keep landing. Behind all of this, Senna has a decent amount of cash, but as you said, no MCV. He can't quickly macro up another army to knock down these infantry. Senna is staying in the fight. He's staying in the game as his War Factory falls, as the APCs get cleaned up. It feels like there's no hope left, and then GG comes out. Senna will drop game number 1, and Tipz rises in an insane back and forth chaotic match. Welcome to Tournament Airstrip. We are going to need to airlift some support for the GDI player on the left. This is Senna. And on the right side, going for that sneaky stasis, believing in the power of the rush, this is Tipz.
Oh my god, he's going all in.
Double portal!
He's going all in. It's triple.
Oh!
He's going all in. Wow.
All right, put up money on the line right now. Dune, is it going to work? Is the triple portal going to work?
No, the map's too big. The map's too big.
All right.
I mean, if Senna doesn't scout it, it's big trouble. And to be fair, since like there's no riflemen heading down the middle of the map, geez, if it gets like halfway across the map unscouted, it could be big trouble. He's moving to the north side where there is a rifleman. Senna is going to see it. He sees it now. Middle. How does he respond?
He's got eyes on it in the middle of the map. He knows that's way too many disintegrators. He sells off his first watchtower. That's not an APC. I thought that was an APC coming out of the War Factory, but it's not. It's a harvester right out. And remember, if Tipsy wins this game, DuneTiger will send each and every one of you $50 because that's the bet that he made. There's the sell-off of the War Factory. And the APC gets the mine drop to end all mine drops. That's half the disintegrators down in one move. The refinery is gone as well. There's going to be the barracks to produce as many riflemen as possible. More disintegrators coming across the map. There's still a little bit of power left in this fight, but everything just gets torn apart. Senna with the mine drop to win the game. That was perfect.
Wow. See? What? I don't know what Tipsy was thinking on a map like that. It's just too big. The descents take too long to get there. At least my bank account's safe. No $50 for anyone. But yeah, I mean, Senna just did a really good job there. And that's the thing, a mine drop like that, when you know the descents are going to be beelining for your harvesters, that won him the game. It was as simple as that.
It's time for Tournament Highlands, and also it's time to say another thank you to Chronosphere for sponsoring Chrono Clash. Huge thanks to them for putting this event on. On the left side, thankful for the sponsorship, this is Senna. And on the right side, hoping to advance into the next round to get that guaranteed money, this is Tipsy.
Steel Talons. I really like this pick. I think because obviously in the mid game it's not great because GDI has better infantry that they can use, but when it goes to that late game, you've got better mammoths and you've got better behemoth are better than jugs. So Senna sort of almost has like a time limit on him to win this game, or to be so far ahead that Steel Talon's better tech doesn't matter.
Which is not typical for GDI, who are typically the late game faction versus like Marked of Kane or Blackhand, these other factions who want to hit fast and early. But this is one of those situations where we talked about it in some of the other games. Oh, GDI versus Blackhand, GDI versus Blackhand, GDI versus Blackhand. Tipsy is one of those players who does mix things up. Game 1, plays Blackhand. Game 2, plays Traveler. Game 3, goes to Steel Talons. We see two very typical, very tournament-oriented picks, Blackhand and Traveler, and then we go for Steel Talons. And this is, even if he loses this game, I am so glad to be able to see a little bit of this variety coming out from these Tipsy picks.
It's really interesting that we haven't seen much Talons yet today, because looking at the Invitational Tournament, I think Steel Talons is like the third or second highest picked faction. So it is popular at the moment, but just not in these games that we've seen so far today. But Tipsy has been one of those players that has picked Talons a little bit too, so no surprise that he has gone to it. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think his idea here will be to hold on to the late game and really abuse his advantage. But early blue tip, early pit bulls, it looks like he will be going for here.
In the same way that some players like to go for bike buggy and try and sneak into the back door, and their whole game plan seems to revolve around how do I find the angle into your base to knock down 1 harvester, 2 harvester, 3 harvesters. I've seen that in a couple of games of people using Steel Talons, where their game plan seems to be, I'm going to send 1 Titan into your natural expansion and try to crush your harvesters, because that can be an extremely effective attack. I've only seen it successful once. So maybe Tipsy, he goes for the old crush, crush, crush at the natural.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, especially if you've got a army, like you send the Titan into their main base and you attack their second with pitbulls or something, and they're not looking, and then all of a sudden they look back at their main and 3 harvesters have been crushed, and they cry. But no, it doesn't look like it's going to be a Titan just yet. Just pitbulls for now. Rocket Squad's coming out for Senna. Looks like he's going to try and secure that top blue tip field, but he's going to be very disappointed to see there's nothing left.
The first load has already been taken away by Tipsy. And I mean, you know, he's going to be feeling good about that, but taking control of the blue field in the first minutes, in the first, 3-4 minutes of the game, isn't as important as holding it for the long term. So maybe this will give Senna the position he needs to capitalize on that blue Tiberium as the game goes forward.
Yeah, Tipsy's also making a move to take the bottom field as well, so this is really nice. If you get both those blue fields early, it can be that real boost to your economy that you need. But he's going to lose his tip spike in the north. I don't think he can really stop that because there's 2 rocket squads in that garrison, which means pitbulls do not want to go anywhere near that area of the map because those garrisons will rip them apart. Airfield down for Senna, 2 War Factory for Tipsy, so slight different builds here. We've got Wolverines coming out, so obviously thinking Senna might go into a bit more infantry, which there is, you know, 5 or 6 rocket squads out on the map, but it's going to be Hammerheads is where Senna really wants to put his money.
All right, command post is now up for Tipsy. It's a little bit late compared to the placement of Tipsy, as you referenced there. Pitbulls crossing the map, Orca Strike crossing the map as well. Hammerhead's trying to dislodge this garrisonable structure in the south, and Orca Strike doesn't find a harvester, only tags the refinery on the right.
Yeah, a lot of pitbulls on the map, but Senna's sort of just got sporadic units all around the map, and Tipsy can't quite find an angle to cross the map. When you build this many pitbulls, you sort of want to be able to get into the other player's base and do a little bit of damage. But the good thing is for him so far, he has secured those 2 blue loads, and I don't think Senna's taken any yet. So that's always a good sign, but it looks like it's just going to be a lot of pitbulls, and I reckon he's going for pitbull mortar as well, although maybe that's just straight for railguns. No, it is mortars.
The advantage of the blue Tiberium is just sort of offset by the fact that Senna has got 3k more of total resources gathered. So Senna is doing a better job of harvesting those main fields, and maybe in 5 minutes that's going to kind of bite him as Tipsy has a little bit more in those main fields still to go. But for now, Pitbulls are going to be trading out against the Hammerheads. The Marv is on the way for Senna, and a lot of Hammerheads going down. A lot of Pitbulls, the mortars actually allow them to kill that Predator tank. Not that many Pitbulls have gone down, surprisingly.
Yeah, that was some really poor micro from Senna. He lost like 3 Hammerheads for, what, 2 Pitbulls? That's just not a good trade at all. And, I mean, there's not a hell of a lot here for Senna that's good versus Pitbulls. I mean, infantry is okay, but he loses that Blue Tiberium Harvester because these Pitbulls are just way too fast for any unit that Senna has. And in the meantime, Tipsy's moved to the middle, got a War Factory down, is pumping out Mammoth tanks and Behemoth, getting railguns on the way, but infantry Jug Marv on the other side. This is going to be one hell of a battle for this middle field.
It's kind of funny, sometimes you see a player choose a faction and then they don't actually do anything that is unique to that faction. Right now, Tipsy is kind of just doing everything with mortar Pitbulls, which isn't special at all for Steel Talons. As the railguns come in, Railguns Accelerator, Adaptive Armor, as these things come in, that'll be more unique to Steel Talons. Pitbull's going to be moving in. They're kind of caught between 2 sections of the army, and also Watchtowers. These Pitbulls are up against it all, and they're trying to find an exit, but they're just finding more damage. Juggernaut shots come in, and it is more Jugs spotted in every corner of the map, so at least they get the scout. They know exactly how many Jugs are going to be training their guns on the middle of the map.
Yeah, not the greatest engagement in the world. Railguns does come down. It's probably going to come down to the shockwaves here. Shockwave in GDI mirrors are so important. So if either player lands a good shockwave, it's really good. That MCV does fall. The Juggernauts try to return fire on the Behemoth, but not quite. The Sonic Emitter, not going to do a hell of a lot. Way out of range, but Senna moves in.
Behemoths are here. There's the Shockwave Artillery. It's going to be on all of the Juggernauts of Senna. And there's going to be the return fire Shockwave Artillery looking for the targets. The Behemoths will get tagged. And as you mentioned, one player has Sonic Emitters and the other one doesn't. So if it comes down to a war of the build radius, that's going to be a win for GDI. There's going to be the sell-off of those Tier 4 structures. Mammoth tanks going down on the south side. And the Marv has escaped the punishment of the Behemoths. Now closing in from the north are the Predator tanks and the rockets. Senna finds the advantage on the contested third field in the middle, and he will punish the army of Tipsy.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Senna here. He's completely pushed Tipsy back, and the Juggernauts, he just has so many more Juggernauts than Tipsy has Behemoth. He's just going to overwhelm this position completely. And there it is. Tipsy just calls it.
That is it. Senna, after dropping that grueling game number 1, gets a quick win in game number 2, and even with game number 3, his total match time in his wins is half that of the match time of the loss. I hope you're ready for the classic once again. Tipsy says, I really like the sound of that game number 1. That was the one where I played Black Hand and I won, as opposed to the one where I played Traveler and I lost, and the one I played Steel Talons and I lost. And Senna, just like we saw Green Zero earlier in the day, to his credit, has stuck with his guns. GDI, GDI, GDI. Game number 4, GDI. He is a GDI specialist in this series, and he is sticking with it here. And to his benefit, he has been able to bounce back, defend against the attacks, and get the win 2 games in a row.
I think this is probably where Tipsy feels most comfortable. I know he's capable of playing every other faction, but I think Blackhand is where he feels at his best. It's always important to try and cut off these scouts as a Blackhand player. Even if you aren't doing a rush, you like to cut them off, but it looks like Tipsy is doing a rush, and he's cutting them off. I believe that's going to be another Operations Center, although he might miss. No, he turns around. He's going to find that Rifleman, and he is denying the scout, drops the Operations Center, does expand. If Senna sees that MCV on the move, if he moves up, maybe he can sniff out that there's something wrong. That's pretty early to be expanding, but at this stage he doesn't know. There he goes. He sees it. He'll know there's something going on now.
He's like, why would you be deploying that MCV that quickly to the natural expansion? There's going to be the sell-off of the Ops Center. 1 Flame Tank did come out, but based on that game number 1, based on the trickiness that we have seen throughout this tournament from Black Hand players, I would not rest. If I see a sell-off of an Operations Center, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, okay, maybe that's real, and okay, maybe that's a fake out, because players have been doing things that seem like they're bad ideas, and then occasionally they turn out to be a good idea.
That's really interesting. I don't mind this from Tipsy. He just goes and burns down that defensive tower. I mean, if he's planning to use like Bike Buggy or Scorpion tanks in the mid-game, that defensive tower can be an absolute nuisance, so don't mind that. And you can see, because of that first game where Tipsy went Flame Tank, Reckoner, and then a second Reckoner, Senna's building quite a lot of units to deal with only 1 Flame Tank. But he doesn't know. He doesn't know it's only 1 Flame Tank, so he's scared, and he's over-defending.
Second refinery comes up for Tipsy on the north side of the map. It is 5 harvesters to 5 harvesters. Now, of course, they are a bit faster for Senna, so he does have 15k of income per minute, or total resources gathered, right, versus the 10k of Tipsy. But as the natural expansions come in, things can kind of equalize. There will be an advantage for Senna, faster harvesters, more of them, but they will kind of stabilize.
I love this. Senna's just sending this Predator tank across the map. He's just like, well, I know exactly where your Flame Tank is if I push it all the way back to your base, but it's going to be double War Factory straight away from Tipsy here. He's going to burn down a Tip Spike on the left-hand side too, which is nice. That APC should be able to clean that Blackhand squad up now, but it's on Tipsy now. He needs to get some damage done. He's invested a lot into units. Senna's gone down the eco route. Double refinery down as well. So Tipsy desperately needs to get in there and do some damage.
Now, we do have a couple of engineers coming out for Senna, so he has gone for the high ground expansion point, but the Flame Tank is going to walk right past this engineer as they go towards that expansion. So things are going to be getting a little bit awkward here as the engineer gets burned down, but the engineer is now also an early warning of that Flame Tank. Hey, remember the Flame Tank from earlier? It's back, and here's exactly where it is. Bike Buggy going to be rolling in. That's going to be 1. No, the War Factory body block is perfect, but it doesn't save the Harvester. It only extends its life. It costs a bike and a buggy on exit, and maybe those 2 units could have survived. But guess what did survive, and guess what escaped? Notice apparently down along the southern edge of the map. He's red and he's blue. He's ready to go for round 2. Refinery is exposed. Every unit has left the natural expansion, and it looks like Tipsy is going for the War Factory. He's going for the refinery. He's getting both at the same time. Focus fire in the middle, burn it all down, and that's how you get ahead in game number 4.
Gets a harvester now as well with the bikes. I can't believe Senna's let that happen. He saw it so far in advance. He just must have not noticed. He, you know, just because a player sees it, like a unit has seen it, doesn't necessarily mean the player has seen it. And that's just unfortunate because he was in a really good position and this kind of resets him completely. He does have the tier 2. He is getting AP ammo. And he probably does have the better army at this stage, but yeah, that's a really crucial moment in the game there, I think, to really try and even this game up for Tipsy, because he was behind up until that stage.
Tipsy has half the army value of Senna, but Senna, it's pretty much all pit bulls. So you build 2 rocket squads, and they can crush 20k of pit bulls without too much trouble. The rest of the army of Senna, it's a bit slower moving. Tipsy burned down the refinery, burned down the war factory. The longer he goes on in this game, the bigger dividends that move will pay.
Yeah, so the Black Buggy's going to move.
Oh my gosh, again.
Surely he's not going to get another one. Oh, man.
This is like the 3rd time this has happened in this game. That space in between the main and the natural can be absolutely devastating. Hammerhead gets smashed as well. There it goes down as the airfield gets sold off, and the pit bulls are going to corral the bikes and chase them into the corner against the map, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, that's really nice for Tipsy. I mean, he just keeps finding a way in. Senna's harvester count is still fine. I think he has 7 or 8. He's still absolutely fine on the harvester count, but obviously the longer the game goes on, you don't want to keep losing these harvesters because obviously in the late game, Blackhand has so many ways of killing your harvesters with their clicks and tip core. The infantry on the right-hand side is just going to pick off these pit bulls. Just 3 pit bulls go down for free, walking into that little squad of infantry. The APCs are going to move in there now and clean that up, but not very well. I mean, he's moving them in single file, not great. And are we going to see it again, Sybert? The bike buggy's moving out to the left. Is he going to find the gap again?
He's always looking for the hole in the armor where he can throw a couple of rockets. It is just mass rockets on the defensive side for Tipsy, and he's picking off a couple of APCs, so every APC with that loaded AP ammo that goes down before the fight can really start is good for Tipsy. Flame Tank gets caught in the middle of the map, and it's going to be a couple of pit bulls into the back line of Tipsy, but it's going to be a couple of bikes and a couple of buggies into the back line of Senna. They're going to be trading damage back and forth, Tipsy is gonna smash the pit bulls, I assume. The pit bulls are taking a really long time to kill this one harvester. It might actually survive. It does! One single bit of HP left, and Senna is reset in the harvester count again, back down to 6. He's been here 3 or 4 or 5 times already this game, and he just hates it. He hates being on 6 harvesters, and he keeps ending up back down here.
I mean, the good thing is now he's cleaned up most of the Black Buggy, but again, this looks like the Atacama Road game again. There is just an absolute swarm of infantry heading straight down the middle of the map. The APCs are so far out of position. This second base is so vulnerable. Yeah, he realizes he has to turn around. The APCs had to retreat. There's a chemical plant down as well, so, oh man, he could get a really nasty tip vein on the APCs if he baits Senna onto it, but it looks like he's retreating.
Oh, there's the decoy army. That gives him the vision.
Yeah.
This is the catalyst missile. Smash down. Gets both refineries!
Oh my god.
It's been a while since we've seen that one. It used to be so common in the early days of Kane's Wrath, but today it's a lot less common. The value of 2 refineries for 1 click. A little thing that I did highlight, but we didn't mention, is Senna did grab that Tib spike of Tipsy quite some time ago. So Senna has 2 Tib spikes to the 1 of Tipsy. It's not a great advantage, but it is at least something. And the APCs, they're going to be rolling in. There's a Purifier ready and waiting for him. It's mass rockets. It's mass Cabals here, and they're ready to push back those APCs. And when you've got these kind of numbers, the fact that the APCs, in theory, could win the fight isn't true because the numbers are just too overwhelming.
Yeah, this is really nice. He's building some shadow attacks, which can be really good because when there's... Oh no, look at that army! Oh, they go the wrong way around the spike, and there's like 6 APCs just go down for absolutely nothing. The MCV is coming with this army as well. It looks like Tipsy has decided he wants to end the game right now. He's going to push up with Purifiers. He's going to drop Obelisks. still pumping out from like 2 or 3 barracks. This is going to be really hard for Senna to stop.
Tipz has double the army value of Senna as he starts out this fight. Okay, the decoy army tricking out the overlay a little bit here as the Purifier stomps its way towards that war factory, stomps its way towards that line of defense, and this is going to be a lot of dead APCs on the front line. There's nothing really to stop this army as Tipz heads up to the high ground. His eyes are on a 2-2 split of the score. He wants to even the odds. He wants to right the wrongs as he smashes down the refinery, and the Purifier is like low health, but he's just unopposed. He's just throwing flames out, spitting all over this entire base, looking for that MCV, and he'll close the distance. He'll run the race, and he'll find that MCV and burn it to the ground. Tipz found the advantage one game after another. He found the advantage one fight after the other, excuse me. Little bits of damage here and there, back and forth, and in the end, it all culminates there in that final push to win the game. And we go from the desert wasteland to the verdant green gardens of Hampstead Gardens here for our game number 5. In the north, playing the GDI, slow and steady. Will it win him the race? This is Senna. And in the south, playing the black hand, sticking with what works. This is Tipz.
Well, the question is now, is Tipz going to rush again? Because the 2 games he's played Black Hand, he's rushed both times. Senna will be aware of that. It will play on his mind. Does he go for a pitbull? Is he able to break through and get through with the rifles? I imagine that Tipz is going to anti-scout him again. He gets the grenades off on those rifles, which is not quite working very well. Looks like Senna is being able to press the S key there and stop them from shooting at each other. But it looks like this is the game where Tipz has decided to go for economy.
Okay, so that happened on Atacama Road as well, and I thought it was just like a force fire bug that was happening where he was like misclicking. But okay, that's interesting. So you stop the hallucinogenic grenades by spamming the S key to stop them from attacking each other. And in this case, it saves the scouts here for Senna.
Yeah, it's almost a bit of a bug in a way, because you can only do it by pressing Q first and then pressing S, because you can't select the units once they get the grenades.
Right.
You have to press Q to do it, but in the end, those rifleman squads, it only extended their life by being able to do that little trick there. The Cabal and the Shredder turret cleans them up.
But he does get the confirmation scout right around that 1 minute 45 second mark inside of the Black Hand base. He sees 2 refineries. I assume he saw 2 refineries. He sees the MCV moving out, unlike in that last game where he saw the MCV moving out 30 seconds earlier where it was at a weird timing. Here he's like, oh, okay, I guess we can check off the early game stuff from Tipz. It's not going to be one of these crazy 3-minute all-in rushes.
It was a pretty good read by Senna, though, because he did get in the base quite late. If the rush was happening, it probably would have been halfway across the map by the time he realized. But Senna just had a good read. He felt he's done it twice in a row. This isn't the easiest map to rush on because it's quite choky into the main base. So Senna just said, I'm going to take the risk. I'm just going to eco, and it's going to pay off. He was correct that Tipz was not going to rush again.
Which in this case, it'll be interesting if Tipz goes on to lose this. He played Black Hand, he won. He played Steel Talons, he lost. He played Traveler, he lost. He played Black Hand, he won. And now if he loses with Black Hand, where do you go? Because from that point forward, it's match point. Are you seeing this? That's a crane at the natural expansion.
Whoa. Wow, that's the Black Hand player. Is this gonna... Wow, this is interesting. I have no idea what Tipz has planned here. Senna's seen it straight away, though, and is he going to try and punish it, or is he... Yeah, he's going double War Factory, so Senna's going to try and play aggressive now, I think, and punish this, because this is mega greedy. I mean, he's got, 9 harvesters with only 3 refineries? Yeah. This is some mega greed from Tipz here.
Hand of Nod gets deployed. Second, third pit bull going to be rolling up to this expansion. Buggies are here, so for now the harvesters are safe, but it's that second war factory that DuneTiger called out. They're in the north at the natural expansion. After 1 refinery, GDI goes for that second war factory. That's where the big burst of units is going to come from. That's 2 pit
This is
bulls.
not good engagement. Yeah, not great engagement for Senna there. The pit bulls are going to move to the left-hand side. There isn't much there to defend. So maybe he can get in, but there's not really enough pit bulls to do any critical damage. And look at this, Tipsy's just decided to move to his 3rd field. He's just going mass economy. I mean, is he going for a refinery? Yeah, he is. The Crane is building a refinery, so he is just going to go mass economy. I think he's just going to go mass inf. He's just going to do it again. Senna can't stop it. I'm just going to go mass eco and put it all into infantry.
I don't know if you remember
he's going
this.
Purifying Flame.
Oh boy, I hope he wins this game. I hope he wins this game just to reinforce the numbers. There are a couple of games in this tournament where whoever goes for Purifying Flame won that game. It's a perfect trend right now. And yes, so go Purifying Flame, you win the game.
On this map.
Oh my gosh, he watched you. Tipsy is pulling tips from DuneTiger, the true greatest Kane's Wrath gamer. We have a little bit of a split map scenario. We have APCs heading down the left side of the map. Command post has finished up. AP ammo is on the way. But on the right side of the map, it's going to be rockets and bikes pushing into Senna's territory. So Senna has to make a decision. Do I want to commit into this attack, or do I want to try and back off to power up my defense? In this case, he's going to commit into the attack. AP ammo finishing just in time.
Wow, that timing.
The Orca Strike comes in as well. And for now, Senna is smashing these rockets. Everything that comes out of the barracks is instantly camped, shot, and killed. Drag it home, bury it in the backyard. Now back on the other side of the map, it's going to be rockets from these bikes smashing a hammerhead, and now they're going for the harvesters as well. So this is going to be damage done on both sides of the map. Both players have an opportunity to do real big damage to their opponent, and it's turning into an awkward, bloody fight as the rockets surround the APCs. They're going to try and sneak out of the base, backing up against overwhelming firepower, and meanwhile, it's bikes turning around in the main base of Tipsy. He's going to have Senna. He's going to have to back off, but he just gets caught and killed. A messy, bloody, clumsy fight.
Yeah, that was... God, there was a lot going on. The thing is, he's not done it with hammerheads, he's done it with APCs, but again, he's gone in and he's killed infantry that was outside of the pack. There's still quite a lot of infantry on the map, but to be fair, Senna has a lot of APCs this time, a lot more than he's had in the previous games, especially compared to the infantry that's on the map. So, double refinery, he's going to get double clicked again, by the way. Man, those refs on the 3rd field are just, he's begging for a chem plant.
Decoy army gets called in. APC's wasting their shots on some of those decoy units, but it's not a lot as the rockets get targeted down. Sniper teams firing a couple of shots as well, and the Purifying Flame won't save these rockets here on the right side of the map. And that is going to be a lot of APCs that are low on health but still alive. Okay, make a liar out of me as 2 of them go down right on the edge of that fight. The fight's not over. It's still continuing as both players are parade pushing into each other. The APCs have the numbers advantage. They have the weapons advantage, and they keep knocking down these rockets one by one. They show up and they go down. It's a Purifying Flame tank on the left side. The refinery goes down, and that's the power of the blue flame.
It was there for 2 seconds and the refinery's just gone. Another blue flame tank coming in. That one's not going to do a hell of a lot. It doesn't kill anything, in fact. And now this is what he's been missing. The Shatter tank mixed in with the APCs. They just rip through the rocket squads, and now Senna's going to do a push. Triple racks on the front line here for Tipsy, but I think he's going to get overwhelmed.
The Shatterers are lining up so much splash damage onto these rockets, one after the other, and Tipsy, never to be put down, never to be shut down, has another squad of rockets on the north side of the map trying to move out. So as he's losing this fight, as his tournament life is disappearing in front of him, he's got another army that he's trying to move out onto the map with.
Well, it's enough to actually pull Senna back. I mean, I think he could have kept pushing there and killed that MCV, but Senna's decided to pull back. He wants to play it safe. That army is just sort of stuck on that high ground. It doesn't know whether it wants to go up or down, and now Senna decides, you know what, I am going to commit to this push. There's like 10 Shadow tanks on the field. Oh, blue flame tank gets in again.
Are you kidding me? Another refinery going down. One flame tank, one refinery. When they sneak over onto the left side of the map, the APC is about to be, the MCV is about to be surrounded by APCs, and we're hoping that the three-letter words will continue because it's double flame tank into the main base of Senna. Another flame tank on the left side. They are just going everywhere. Tipz is going to lose his MCV, but he might just burn down the whole rest of the map.
The issue is for Tipz, this is really good. He's going to burn down stuff here and there. I mean, unless he kills every building, but that army is going to be so hard to kill. But the flame tanks burn down the main base. There's a Shatterer tank responding, which he can probably just go and kill, to be honest. And now the blue flame tanks on the left-hand side. Senna does move in. Tipz does move in. Senna does see it. He actually blocked his own units with that refinery. Is he going to lose another refinery to the blue flame? I think he is. Oh, the power plant doesn't come down. And the flame tank gets another refinery kill. Blue flame showing its power in this game.
Oh my gosh, another command post is exposed as well. Upgraded power plants, refineries, all valid targets for this flame tank. This base is basically out of Tiberium, so losing one refinery here isn't the end of the world. The purifying flame will get a lot of value, but it won't deal with the army. You called it out before, but it's 22k or 25k of army for Senna, and that army is 25k of specialists at killing the army of Tipz. It's almost all rockets, and we've seen this Shatterer APC is an excellent counter to the rockets.
Yeah, he's just rebuilt his MCV as well, so he's so far away from like tier 3 and a Redeemer because he didn't have a tier 3. He's actually just sold his tier 2. So he's not going for a Redeemer. He's going to stick to the infantry, which is risky because we know how good this army composition is against the infantry. The infantry's going to get a nice little flank off here though.
Couple of power plants going down, and now the Shatterers and the APCs are going to retreat up the hill. And guess what's up the hill? Not many units, just an MCV freshly built off the construction line and ready to get knocked down by these GDI sledgehammers. You gotta hope that sonic weapons are good for dislodging Tiberium. They're also good for dislodging Nod Fanatics. As they're going to target that MCV, they see the opportunity. And on the north side of the map, it's going to be Sonics and APCs knocking down another squad of rockets. The flame tanks may have done their damage, but the good old-fashioned guns and sonic blasts have cleaned up everything else.
Oh, these two blue flame tanks are finding a really good opening here. There's absolutely no units here. The War Factory is going to go down straight away. And if Tipz continues to move forward, maybe he can put the MCV under threat here. Oh, he needs to be moving though, because the Shatterer tank's like a still target. He's not going to keep moving. He's going to lose that. By the way, with that MCV going down, that is Tipz's build gone. He only has 3 barracks left to produce from. No War Factory, no Crane. It's 3 barracks or it's nothing.
And Tipz believes in the power of infantry, so I guess losing his MCV doesn't really change anything about his battle plan. This is what he was going to do anyways. And those Shatterers are heroes for the splash damage that they're lining up. One of them goes double vet, and eventually this squad gets overwhelmed. Tipz is going to be able to move on with a heroic rocket, continue on to try and find the rest of the base. This is do or die. It's all or nothing for the Black Hand Tipz.
Yeah, this is good. This is the push that will decide the game. He's basically sold every building that he doesn't need. He's even sold one of the barracks. So he is just going to pump every dollar he can into this infantry push. This last push. Oh, this harvester just walks through, gets some crushes.
Nice.
Just a stray harvester, gets some crushes. I don't even think Senna was microing that. The last flame tank goes down in the north. I don't think there's another one, so it's just the infantry. There's so many Shatterer tanks here though, and APCs and the tower line. I don't know how Tipz breaks this.
Tipz has not a lot of options left, so if he can't break this line, it's pretty much over. He's going to try. It's a huge concave of rockets, but the Sonics are engaging at range. The splash damage is perfect, and after this 15-minute game, Senna crushes the army of Tipz. He's found the magic recipe, and he has broken the deadlock between these players. Senna takes the game, and Senna takes the momentum in the series, going up 3-2. And for the first time, it's a switch up from the yellow in the south. He wants to try his hand at something other than GDI. Rocking the T59. This is Senna. And not going for a descent rush. We did have the portal right away, but no stasis. Meanwhile, in the north, he's going to want to scout completely. This is Tipsy. It is Blackhand versus Traveler, another classic matchup. We've had our fill of Blackhand versus GDI, and I was hoping to see a bit more variety out of Tipsy after we had those first 3 games, different factions each time. But I also understand wanting to settle into something that you believe is strongest for the game.
Yeah, and this is why I'm really confused by Senna picking Trav. I mean, he just did such a nice game with GDI. I don't know. He hasn't been playing overly bad, even in the games he lost. I mean, the first game out of Camera Road could have gone either way. I feel like this is an odd pick. I guess he's on ace match. I thought maybe it would be an all-in because he was on ace match. He's like, I'll just all in. If I lose this game, I back myself to win the last game. But it looks like he's just going eco, so I'm not too sure what the plan is here.
I guess he fancies Tournament Los Angeles to be a better Traveler map than a GDI map, but yeah, neither player going for anything aggressive in the early game. It's looking very standard and normal, which for Tipsy is actually kind of strange, the fact that he's not going for something aggressive. But we've seen the fake move to the natural expansion before, and this could still turn aggressive. This could still turn multi-War Factory flame rushy.
Yeah, definitely, and it's quite a nice build against Trav to do that early double War Factory. I think that is what we're seeing as well. Yeah, that is a War Factory on the way. So it's going to be that fake expand double War Factory, just as you said. And yeah, I think it's a really good build on this map, especially against Traveler 59. He should be able to get map control, take that blue Tiberium, and really box center in. But he still needs to capitalize on that. Senna's response, he's just going to go Seeker Tanks. Pretty normal. Nothing unusual yet from Tipsy or Senna. This is a pretty standard game so far. It's just whether Tipsy gets the damage done with this double War Factory or not.
And the War Factory was placed perfectly in a pocket of darkness that Senna couldn't see. So he hasn't 100% confirmed this. He may suspect, and the Seeker Tanks are good regardless, but he hasn't 100% confirmed what it is. So the refinery will come out very nicely timed at the natural expansion for Senna. And Tipsy, he's looking to clear out these Seekers so he can actually engage with the target he wants, those Harvesters. 2 Seeker Tanks going down. They're kind of just trading back with these bikes and buggies. More Seeker Tanks going down. There's actually going to be a Photon Cannon here to help hold this off. Yeah, of course, the bikes can circle around the Photon Cannon and get out of its range, but Photon Cannons are so good in early defense.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're really good in that area, but Tipsy just moves around. But unfortunately, the Disintegrator squad's there. They're not really... He shouldn't really lose anything here. He might lose this Harvester, though, that's fallen a little far away from the army. Is Tipsy going to commit for it? Yeah, he will. Full load of Tiberium. That's a nice get. Does pay for it with a couple of bikes. That last bike does just get away. But as a whole, I think with how much Tipsy committed, I don't think Senna will be too disappointed with how he's defended that. But in the meantime, Tipsy has dropped his second refinery and is transitioning some Harvesters across. So maybe Senna has fallen a little bit behind.
Yeah, it's 8 Harvesters to 6 now. Tipsy has the Harvester advantage. Senna has committed quite heavily into defending this attack, but he's also delayed his 4th refinery by a significant amount. He got the first refinery on the natural out first, but Tipsy got the second refinery on the natural out first, and now the Disintegrator is going to be moving in close. They're going to go for the Harvester, but there are Shredder turrets already here shredding those descents, and good night to the Skrin forces. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's going to be one dead Harv in the base of Senna. It's another Harv that is low on health, and the rocket doesn't land. Once again, the juke is perfect. He just dives away from the attack bikes, and he manages to survive.
Wow, that looked like the rocket connected, didn't it? That was really odd. But that's really nice for Senna. I mean, if he lost another Harvester there, I mean, geez, he would have been hurting. He's rebuilding Harvesters now. But Tipsy's going down his tech tree now. He's gone for a shrine. I imagine he's going for a tier 2 now. Senna's gone for a 3rd refinery?
Okay, that's not something we typically see on Tournament Los Angeles, but you do you. And it looks like he's going to believe in the power of the 3rd refinery. I don't know. He's even on resources, so Senna is actually going to get a bit of a total resources gathered advantage from this, but they have been going neck and neck all throughout this game. Disintegrators coming in from the north side. They might find, no, they might see the flame tank actually, but they're not going to find any real
the
units
bikes
here.
On the left.
Bikes find a harvester. That's 1 down. He does finish the kill this time. And once again, Senna back down to 8 harvesters.
This is really ballsy by Tipsy. He's going into flame tanks, which can be very costly against Traveler, although he is escorting them with Raider buggies, so no cultist snipes for those flame tanks. And there's actually not much here for Senna. I mean, he has a photon cannon, but the flame tanks will just burn that down. Seeker tanks will get focused down by the Raider buggies. This whole base is probably likely to fall.
It's looking bad in the main base of Senna. Meanwhile, at the natural, there are more bikes swinging over towards there. Seeker tanks are going to be responding from both sides, but they're targeting down the buggies, the lightning spike as well. They say, why would we need to kill the flame tanks? They just have purifying flame. We want to kill those buggies. Those are the fun units to kill. 3 more flames down the front door, and they burn down the lightning spike. They're going to close the distance. They're going to burn down the photon cannon. They're even going to try to burn down those seekers, and the buggies are just trading their shots with those seekers, and everything else is burning to the ground. Even at the natural, it's more purifying flame. The descents move in to deny the kill, but the second purifying flame tank will get the kill on that refinery. And it is just flames all over. Life imitating art, imitating life once again as the purifying flames knock down those power plants.
Oh my God.
And what does Senna have left?
They're killing the Seekers. Well, he's going for Mecha Feeds. I mean, this is such a ballsy build by Tipsy, and he is still double War Factory, pumping flame tanks. He's got 5 flames, 6, 7, 8 flame tanks crossing the map. I don't think Senna can stop these.
He goes heroic! He goes heroic! He almost gets the
God.
technology assembler as well. 4 more flame tanks in the front door, and they're going right for the tier 3. There's nothing left! What do you even do in the face of such madness? There's nothing you can do but burn, baby, burn!
Oh my God, it's so good to watch when it comes off, isn't it? It's such a fun thing. The buildings just fall so quickly. The Mecha Feeds are doing their best. There's even a veteran Mecha Feed. That's how many flame tanks. 2 veteran Mecha Feeds from killing so many flame tanks. And in the meantime, while Senna's been absolutely fighting for his life, Tipsy's over here with double ref, quad barrack production at his 3rd. He is just... This is just... What a build. What a build.
I don't know what you call this, but this build needs to go into the archive. That was just so many flame tanks, and then you're right, behind it, he takes a 3rd base. He has killed so much from Senna all throughout this game with those flame tanks, knocking everything down, and then the follow-up is not like, oh, I forgot to expand because I was microing my units too much. He's taken a 3rd base. He's got 11 working harvesters, and he doesn't even really have need for that many, but he's putting them to work nonetheless, and a couple of them are going to be going down, and that means that as these harvesters fall in the north, he's still going to have a good harvester count. You never want to be losing the harvesters, but when you've got 11, you've got a couple to give away.
Yeah, and again, he doesn't really care about those because there's this massive infantry force that's moving across the map. He does manage to finally builds a cultist, takes a flame tank. He's not going to lose that cultist to the... No, he's not. But that flame tank, it's never going to get in range. If it did, it would have been really nice for Senna, but this infantry push is probably just too much. Decoy army comes down to tank some shots. I can't see this being stopped at all. There's just so much infantry, and again, it's the infantry. No Shatterer tanks this time, Senna.
Buzzer Swarm support power gets called in. The MCV is now under threat.
Man.
Tipsy doesn't even really care about all the damage he's taking. He's just wanting to burn it down. But the cultists come in clutch, and the drone platform is saved. That Scrin MCV will live to fight another day. Mass Buzzer gets it done when nothing else could.
Wow, that was... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He can still do it. Oh, his catalyst's the only refinery. This is just torture. This is torture. This game is torture for Senna.
He's up 3-2, and then he has to play this game, and Tipsy does this to him. What a mess this has turned into. 6 almost perfect games with GDI culminating in the Hampstead Gardens destruction of GDI. And Senna sticks his toe out somewhere else. He says, maybe I'll try this Traveler that I've been hearing so much about that other people seem to like. And then this happens to him. Oh, Senna, this is a rough one.
Nasty. This is nasty. I mean, this is a bit of a green zero. It's playing a game that he's definitely lost. I don't really know why he's still in it. This is a bit torturous, but
he's got the cultists,
Tipsy,
so he can just slowly turn the army against itself one unit at a time.
Yeah. I mean, that is an option. The MCV is actually making its way across the map. I mean, he's not even going to build units now. I think he's just going to drop some Shredder turrets. You can't mind control Shredder turrets, right? Engineer does come out for Senna to repair that drone ship, but he's just heard the Redeemer noise come out, and I think that probably marks the end of the game, because cultists cannot mind control a Redeemer.
And that is a double flame Redeemer as well. Now I want the game to go on longer, because I want to see that Stompy Boy make his way over to the base and just crush it. So, Senna, you stay in this game a little bit longer. You stick it out. You can still win. Fight it out. Fight the good fight.
Oh, he's dropped a second refinery down, so he's starting to try and get some economy going again. But, yeah, I mean, he needs something to fight. Well, he needs something to fight everything. So, I'm not quite sure what his plan is here. I don't know if he's doing this as a mind game. I know players sometimes like to do this. Is Senna trying to get in Tipsy's head? Like, yeah, I've lost this game, but I'm going to make you kill every structure I have and drag it out and annoy you. And is it like an attempt to tilt Tipsy for the ace match? Maybe. But yeah, this game is definitely well and truly over. But I think you're going to get your wish. That Redeemer's getting in range.
The buggies are leading the charge. This is like the old days where they would have EMP coil and they would rush into like EMP and Epic. But in this case, they're just trying to shoot cultists. They're just trying to deny the cultists from doing anything. Lightning Spike gets deployed, and here we go. It's time for the final show. As Tipsy rolls into the base, he stomps his way forward, and that is worth the price of admission. Double flames in the middle, burn it all down, and send them back to space where they came from.
What a game.
Tipsy wants the ace. I hope you're ready for the rivers of red, because the lava on this map isn't the only thing that's going to be hot, hot, hot. As in the north, playing the GDI, fighting for his life. Give it up for Senna! And in the south, providing maximum entertainment, looking good in blue, this is Tipsy! Or maybe he's looking good in purple with those flames.
Yeah, well, are the flames purple or blue? I thought we've always called it blue flame. But
I call it blue flame as well, but they do have a purpley hue to them.
Yeah,
but,
they do a bit. Yeah, they do, I guess. Yeah.
I'm trying to think. In 0 Hour, which also has a blue flame upgrade, it's called Black Napalm, so that doesn't help at all. Hallucinogenic grenades on the left side, but no stop command this time.
Not abusing the game. Poor form from Senna. But yeah, I like that he's gone back to GDI. Focusing on this game. I think, I mean, he's played well with GDI, and last game, it was a bit of a catastrophe. So I think he's just gone, well, I tried it, it didn't work. I'm not staying with it, but here we go. It's going to be a rush again. Flame rush.
The operations center is nowhere near the vision of Senna, so he won't know about this for a little while. He will spot it eventually, and of course the question is always how close is that flame tank to burning down one of your buildings before you spot it. The pit bull was produced quite quickly. There's going to be the reckoner and an engineer as well, so it could be a Tipz spike capture and a Tipz spike burn with this black hand plus engineer. And the pit bull is going to delay this flame tank in the middle of the map, so Senna gets a great start to this.
Yeah, he sent it nice and early, but again, it's a situation where he got too much damage taken on that pit bull. He can't go in and scout and see if there's more, although the rifleman on the right-hand side will go in and confirm that there probably isn't a hell of a lot more. He probably knows there's at least one more flame tank or a reckoner or something. You can see he's sending pit bulls out to the right to scout. His war factory's not producing anything. Oh my god, that's a mistake. His war factory for a moment there wasn't producing anything, which means that this reckoner is he going to go in? Oh, he
gets spotted.
Put that engineer out a bit early.
He really thought that was going to go better for him. Engineer gets backed up to the Tipz spike, and okay, if the pitbull shots land, nope.
Oh, he doesn't shoot at it.
Every once in a while, the pitbull RNG gets just right, and it lines up. But yeah, 9 times out of 10, the pitbulls don't hit the engineer.
Oh, he does get a pitbull on that left-hand side with that black end squad, but I think these pitbulls are just going to chase down the reckoner, make sure they disable it. And yeah, look at this. Senna's pretty switched on here. He goes, well, you captured my left-hand spike. You're probably going to send the flame tank to the one on the right, so I'm just going to send a predator tank over there. Great work by Senna. And he's actually going to build an engineer straight away to try and reclaim the spike on the left, but the black hand squad's going to walk into that garrison, and that engineer is not going to make it to that spike.
Flame tank gets knocked down by the predator tank, but they're actually having the world's slowest race. Okay, there we go. Predator tank finally gets the kill. It looked for a moment like the flame tank would actually escape. It's double war factory as the follow-up. Barracks is still here for Senna, so he can reproduce that engineer for the 3rd capture of that Tipz spike. And there's going to be the refinery on the low ground for Tipsy. He is, you know, with a slow start after a flame rush, you always have a little bit of a slow start in terms of harvesters and refineries. He is up to 8 harvesters, so he has gotten to a good count. But, you know, what's the next minute going to look like? Okay, Secret Shrine, not another refinery.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be feeling pretty good if I was Senna. He should build a Grenadier squad to clear that garrison. I don't know why he's trying to fight it with APCs. They are not good against garrisons.
Especially not the bunkers.
Yeah, exactly. They have a hell of a lot of health. He's going to lose an APC.
Oh my gosh.
Man, Senna. The type of things you don't want to be having happen in the ace match. You need to be playing absolutely on point. Both sides are collecting their blue Tiberium, which is good to see. And look, the Shatterer tanks are already on their way. I mean, I tell you what, if you're Senna, I think you're feeling pretty good about this.
And he started up AP ammo nice and early as well. So that command post came up and AP ammo got started pretty much immediately. As you said, the Shatterer tanks also got started pretty much immediately. It is... Oh, is this going to be one of those split? Okay, no, the bikes turn back around. They head back over to the left side. And like half of Senna's army value is fighting this bunker in the top left-hand corner. He's not actually on the front line. He's just got so many units over there doing nothing.
And Tipsy, this is the one thing with the blue tip on this map. It's so exposed, and Tipsy's going to take advantage of that. That harvester is as good as dead on that top right corner. He is going to reclaim his spike center, so he's gone back to that 2-spike economy. But these spikes, I mean, there's not a lot in the main base to deal with these. We got 1 watchtower and 1 APC. Is Tipsy going to go for a swing? No, he decides not to.
He does back off for now. Meanwhile, deep on the left side of the map, it's the reverse. Hey, you killed my harvester at the blue Tiberium. I'm going to kill your harvester at the blue Tiberium, except it's transferring down. It's not actually already down there yet. Tipsy has an opportunity to turn this around through the middle of the map. Is this another man spam column like we saw on Atacama Road and like we saw on Tournament Odyssey? The answer is yes. He's got the same kind of thing coming out. It worked for him in those games. Maybe it'll work here on Tournament Crater.
Yeah, I think, yeah, he's dropped to tier 3. He's got a second MCV. He's going to push this with obelisks this time. And now obelisks can be very scary for Shatterer tanks because they do one-shot them, and that's, what, a $1,600 unit that an obelisk can one-shot. So maybe that's what Tipsy thinks is the way to deal with the Shatterers, and this is a weird engagement because the armies are just sort of blocked by these crates near the EMP spike.
It comes down to one game in the series, and now it's coming down to perhaps this one fight. Bike Buggy swarming into the natural expansion. They've gone through the main base. They're looking to disrupt the back line of Senna. They're looking to knock down that economy and thin out those harvester numbers. Meanwhile, the APC Pitbull in the main base of Tipsy is looking to try and do the same. More Shatterers going down, more Harvesters going down as the Bike Buggy gets knocked back in the north and the Tier 3 gets targeted in the south. He might need some obelisks down here if he wants to keep this push alive. If he wants to keep building more obelisks, he's going to need to defend that Tier 3 back at home. Juggernauts are launching shots at this. The Purified Flame Tanks around the right side. He finds the War Factory, and the Juggernauts need to go for the crush on these Flame Tanks, but they don't find it. And now the Obelisk is holding the front line, and the Purifying Flame Tanks burn down the refineries. They're so much faster at it than everything else, and in a concert of explosions, both of them go down at once. The Tier 3 has been eliminated, so there's no more Obelisk drops. This MCV of Tipsy is out awkwardly close to the GDI base, and both players have just blasted each other in the last minute of this game, and it's going to be Shredder turrets slowly knocking down these APCs one after another.
Excuse me, that's actually a really big save for Tipsy, because if he lost that, he would have been down to 3 racks again. It would have been the similar situation too on Hampstead Gardens, but no, he's kept onto that MCV. That he doesn't have a War Factory or a crane or anything like that right now. He does drop a War Factory now, so he's got a little bit of insurance if that MCV did go down. He needs to get an engineer into that right now. You know what I'd really like to see is Tipsy to take one of those EMP spikes as well, because obviously there's a lot more use to him with those than for Senna, because you can't EMP infantry.
Yeah, it doesn't do you much good to blast those infantry with the blinding light, but Juggernauts, on the other hand, that's much better. So this is, again, one of those games where I feel like every time I've seen Tournament Crater in the tournament before this, in Chrono Clash 2, people have taken the EMP Control Center straight away. It's been, they all go for 3 engineer openings. They get the 2 Tipz spikes, and they get the EMP Control Center. They've had such a big impact in this series. Another Purifying Flame Tank is making its way out.
Oh, see, this is the thing now, is when a game gets to this sort of awkward, low eco, not many units, these Flame Tanks become even more deadly because your units are going to be spread so thin. Is it possible to protect every avenue into your base? And this Flame Tank has found an avenue through. It's moving into the main base, and this main base is in a lot of trouble because there's nothing here. There's no units. The Flame Tank's going to move in. There's upgraded power plants, which are some juicy targets which you can instantly drop. He's going for the refinery at this point. There's more Flame Tanks moving in the front door of Senna's base, but they're going to get cleaned up. This Flame Tank in the north. Will it get the other power plant? It does. And it might even get the refinery because it sneaks around behind it. Wow, that blue Flame Tank more than paid for itself.
Low power mode for Senna. You don't want to be spending your money on power plants when you've got $1 in the bank to rebuild and get the lights back on. And you're right, these flame tanks, they continue to be a nuisance, and part of it is there just aren't a lot of fast-moving units for Senna. So even when he spots them, like that other flame tank, he doesn't have time to respond. And here, he's moved his army in the wrong direction. His main base is going to get torched. He just has to sell it off because he has no other options.
And hammerheads are coming out now, which is always good. They are a good way to deal with this. Of course, once the hammerheads and the orcas come out, what you might see Black End players do is accompany them with Mantis. There's more flame tanks moving through. They're not going to achieve much. They were just sort of shooting sporadically. But yeah, what Tipsy might start doing now is accompanying those flame tanks with Mantis.
Couple of Mantises to knock down those Hammerheads and make the Flame Tanks that much more effective. I'll take the third on the left, you take the third on the right, says Senna to Tipsy. And it's going to be mass Shredder turret to hold the line. The reinforcements are coming in. The Shatterers are here, but they don't have nearly the numbers that they did in the last game. Hammerhead gets popped. He flies a little bit too close to the ground, and the Rockets line up the shot. But over at the at the third base, hey, that's no stealth on these Harvesters. It's come to bite you once again as the Hammerheads lock down those shots, and it's going to be a dead Harvester in the middle. That guy was a long way from home, and he shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, he doesn't quite have the force that he had on Hampstead Gardens of these Shatterer tanks, but again, if you let... Oh, he's going to kill his own infantry. Okay. Just 3 rocket squads that he was standing on that bridge. He just focus fired the bridge and killed his own dudes. That's not very nice, Tipsy.
He was really angry at the bridge. He was like, I hate you, bridge.
I don't mind seeing him destroy it, but maybe wait until your dudes are off the bridge so they don't fall to their death into the lava, you know?
Yeah. Now, after all of this, Tipsy has actually gotten back up to Tier 3. So after almost losing both of his MCVs, after losing basically everything, he has rebuilt pretty much all of his infrastructure. He's also slowly flaming down the tip spike in the top right-hand corner, and I do want to call attention to the fact that we're 12 and a half minutes into this game, and these two players are only 5,000 credits apart in total resources gathered. They have stayed so close to each other, not only in this game, but in the map score for the whole series, going back and forth to lead us to this 3-3. These two guys are so evenly matched.
Yeah, and this is a really nice play by Senna. He's got an Ox Transport. He's going to take one of the tip spikes. The issue is, I really like Tipsy's army composition a little bit better. He's probably going to go for a Redeemer. Yeah, there's the Redeemer facility, as I say it. A lot of Shatterer tanks is good, but you need APCs to protect them, because what Shatterer tanks really struggle with is those Black Hand squads. I mean, you can see it on... Oh my god, this Black Hand squad's going to kill 2 Shatterer tanks, and it goes heroic. There you go. That shows just how bad Shatterer tanks are versus Black Hand squads.
That is not something that you see every day. And like you called out earlier, we need the Mantises now to protect the Harvesters, because there are 3 AP ammo Hammerheads in the corner, camping over top of that blue Tiberium. You wanted Tipsy to take the EMP control center. He heard you, and he does. He's got it, and it's... I don't know how long he's had it. It could be ticking down, ready to go in a few moments.
Yeah, Senna hasn't taken his yet. I guess he hasn't really needed to yet, but he probably knows that Tipsy's going to go for a Redeemer. I mean, the Redeemer is about to come out, so I think he probably should make a move to grab his own. And these Hammerheads are just being such a nuisance, aren't they? They're going to find this engineer that's trying to reclaim the spike in the bottom right corner. I mean, it's amazing how annoying just a couple of units can be sometimes. That spike in the top right finally goes down. And yeah, this game is sort of grinding to a halt now.
Somehow at the end of the 14 and a half minutes, Senna has 2 tip spikes, but they're in opposite corners of the map.
Yeah, that is quite interesting, isn't it? I mean, I'm very worried about this Shatterer tank army and its proximity to that Tiberium field. I mean, a Tip Vane right now could just end the game.
He's got $3,000 in the bank. There's the split of the Shatterers. Once again, Senna is hearing you from beyond, and these Harvesters are just like going in for scouts everywhere on the map. Tipsy has split his army in 2. He's got a Redeemer and a big pocket of rockets on the north side. He's got a Mantis as well. And then on the south side, it's an even bigger infantry army with purifiers. And I guess Senna is going to be caught between a rock and a hard place. Here comes the Hammerheads, and there go the Hammerheads. 2 of them down in an instant, and the third is quick to follow. Shatterers starting to engage, but there's going to be the Rage Gen firing off, hoping to close the distance. The Redeemer starts popping those Shatterers. The chaos ensues, and behind it all, this is opening a door, the back door. As the Shockwave artillery fires off, it locks down one of the purifiers, it locks down the other, and the infantry avoids some of the damage. The Redeemer continues to stand strong in the north. Senna has won maybe one of these fights, but he's lost the other one for for sure. Juggernaut's hiding away in the corner. Their job is to shell from afar, but there are so many targets that they're going to be shelling until Christmas. And the bad news is that the purifying flame of the Black Hand is here in his base long before Christmas. It's lighting up his base like a Christmas tree as the barracks comes up. The consolation prize after the tier 3 goes down, and the MCV survives, but so much of the infrastructure has been eliminated. Senna is down to just a couple of harvesters, but I think only one refinery, so everything is lining up.
Wow, this is going to turn into another very messy game. Senna did a really good job of holding that. I thought he was dead for sure, but he just somehow had Juggernauts just sitting there shelling that Redeemer. That Redeemer actually ranked up from killing so many Shatterer tanks. I mean, he doesn't want to walk his Juggernaut. I think he's getting a little bit too far away from his base here. There's the Rage Gen again. And, oh, these Juggernauts are a little bit too far away from home. Oh, and the EMP, there it is. That could be the series-winning EMP. Tipsy's going to make a move now with that Redeemer, with that infantry. Senna's got to recommit with his Shatterer tanks. Can he kill the Redeemer with those Juggernauts? No, he's going to turn and run. But
on the other side of the map, it's two reclaimed Purifier husks burning down the base of Tipsy. So suddenly Tipsy has another problem to worry about. Two Purifiers reclaimed from the husks on the ground, but the MCV is in the north. That's where the Redeemer is, but that's also where the Juggernauts are. This is suddenly the most awkward split map.
Wow, this is... Oh, I think Senna's in a really good position now. I mean, those two Purifiers could probably, when they team, if they can team up with these Juggernauts, which the husks have been left behind by Tipsy, Senna's going to be able to reclaim all these Juggernauts. And then how does Tipsy kill all those Juggernauts? He's going to lose his MCV, I think.
Purifying Flame, or Purifiers walk on to the refinery, what was the third base of Tipsy, and Tipsy getting smashed at the MCV one after another. He's produced a war factory. After all of this, he still has enough cash to get a war factory. He has so many harvesters in the main base. If those Purifiers had, instead of going to the third base, had gone to the main, Senna would have killed Tipsy. He would have crippled him with his economy. He would have been done. And now the Purifiers are going down. Tipsy could potentially reclaim those husks. He has a barracks. Where did his MCV go?
It's gone. It died to the Juggernauts. But the war factory's down. He can wow, I did that harbor. Oh my god, that refinery is keeping Tipsy in the game. If Senna finds a way to find that, whether it's with air or just anything, the Redeemer goes in for a Rage Gen, gets an APC, not the end of the world. I mean, Senna... Oh man, that's it. That's literally it. It's just that refinery for Tipsy. If Senna can find that, the Purifier at the back goes down to some Scorpion tanks, and engineers are moving out looking to go and reclaim them. Oh, Senna can't let that happen. He needs to get the... He's got hammerheads. He needs to go across the map and stop those husks from being reclaimed, because that may be Tipsy's ticket back into the game.
Two hammerheads need to suicide across the map and snipe those engineers. The moments are passing. One Purifier is about to be reclaimed. Now it's back on its feet. The second one is moments away. The Redeemer is standing tall, but there is nothing that can match the range of the Juggernauts. 4 Juggernauts back online for Senna. He has got that, but the EMP is counting down once again. It hasn't been stopped, and 2 Purifiers return to the fold of Nod.
That's a really big oversight from Senna. He should have known that Tipsy would go for those husks. And this is going to be really awkward. I mean, he's going to move out. The EMPs, I think, would probably be ready by now. So when Tipsy moves forward here, Senna's probably going to think he can take the fight, and then the EMP is going to land, and this could be really bad. The Hammerheads are trying to come in from the backside. There's an elite Redeemer, and there's the EMP.
The Redeemer marches forward ever closer to these Juggernauts unopposed, and in the skies, the Hammerheads go for the Purifiers. They don't stop the Redeemer as Tipsy marches towards the Juggernauts, crushing the husks as well. The Watchtowers have their work cut out for them, but the MCV is too close to call. Juggernauts getting crushed one after the other, and the Purifier comes in for support. Tipsy, against all odds, burns down the base.
Heroic Redeemer.
Purified Flame plus Heroics means the GG GG as Senna leaves the game and the heroic Redeemer wins it for Tipsy. He's into the round of 8 and he manages to knock down Senna in an extended best of 7. And we are kicking it off here on Tournament Odyssey for game number 1 of this best of 7. We are into the last round of the round of 12, the last match of the round of 12. And we have playing the Zocom in the north. This is Dimitri. And meanwhile, in the south, playing the purple, this is Hoxaeb. Black Hand.
Really interesting scouting patterns from these guys. There's just been 2 Cabals straight down the middle from Hoxaeb, and then Dimitri just 1 Rifleman straight to the south along that bottom side of the map. And other than that, not much to be seen. And I mean, Hoxaeb doesn't look like he's doing any type of rush, but this is pretty brave by Dimitri to just go, I'm not gonna scout you that hard in game number 1. If you go for a quick win, I'm not gonna see it coming. So he's right though, there is no rush coming. But yeah, that's an interesting choice for game number 1.
He is relying entirely on his spidey senses to try and tell him what is going on and what is happening. Now, the Rifleman will roll into the base right here at the 2-minute mark. And so he does see both of the refiners. He sees everything as normal, and so the gamble paid off. Everything is fine, and he didn't have to scout to confirm it. But now that you have mentioned that in the pregame, I am looking towards the mid-game. I am looking towards the mass APCs that I think Dimitri is going to be bringing out.
Yeah, so that's the real danger period for Blackhand in this matchup, is that mid-game. Looks like we're going to see some bikes coming out. I wouldn't be surprised to see if it's a second War Factory. And I guess the question is, does Dimmy just go for Pitbulls? Does he go for APC Rocket? Because APC Rocket has sort of been the flavor of the month for GDI's early game, especially Zocoms, when they then follow it up with all of those Pitbulls and APCs and Hammerheads. Bike's already moving across the map though. Second War Factory does drop.
So Hoxaeb is going second War Factory, but Dimitri is going second refinery, or third refinery rather. He has gone for the harvesters at the natural expansion, and he might be paying the price. This is only 3 bikes, so it's not the biggest commitment. Double Watchtower is down, and the buggy is absorbing the damage for now. Pitbulls are here to help push this away, and the bikes, 1 does go down. Harvesters stacking up. That's bonus damage for Hoxaeb, and Dimitri not respecting the power of this push, not respecting the reinforcements coming in. That's a decent number of bikes going down, but they do trade back for at least 1 Pitbull as they're moving in for another Pitbull, barely getting the damage off to smash it there. And that will be another wave of the attack coming in. It's constant bikes streaming across the map for Hoxaeb. He is starting this game off with a mid-game bike buggy punch, and he has caught Dimitri somewhat unawares, who's trying to juke his harvesters, keep them alive, get them repaired, and has to power down his War Factory to do it. Another harvester goes down. Dimitri falling to pieces at his natural expansion, but the reinforcements coming in, he is going to be able to knock down the bikes. Finally, once and for all, he pushes the attack back.
Wow, that was brilliant for Hoxaeb. I mean, Dimitri sort of has to do damage in this counterattack. He lost 3 harvesters. I mean, he should have known this sort of build was coming, and he went really greedy, and he's been absolutely punished for it. I'm not sure what he's beaconing there.
The refinery is misplaced. I don't know. He's just beaconing his opponent's field.
And now he's beaconing his own field. I'm not sure what that's about. But yeah, I mean, obviously he wasn't... Scorpion tanks came out. He wasn't able to go and do a counterattack, and Hoxaeb is probably going to get himself ahead in the game. He does, although the harvester count I think is the same.
He spots the operations center and he's like, I have 2 refineries, you don't. But I mean, Hoxaeb does have 2 refineries, so I'm not sure what he's beaconing either. But Dimitri is trying to communicate through the Shadow Realm. He's trying to make something heard about his voice, but well, we'll find out what it is at a later time. I thought maybe one of his harvesters were bugged, but All of his harvesters died, so he didn't have to worry about them being bugged. MCV on the ramp. That's a full volley from the pit bulls. This is going to be a second volley before Noayev realizes that MCV's practically dead.
Does he have enough firepower to get it before Noaiyev's army gets in? He's got to keep shooting at it. I mean, this is almost worth going for if he can get this. Oh, he's going to change and target the bikes. I mean, that could have been a really game-changing move to take that out, but he's just going to take the damage, force out an engineer. The Orca strike comes in, but it's way too late.
Too late. Noayev going for the save. That was almost a disaster. Dimitri, when you're in that position and like you have the pit bulls pounding away at the MCV, it's a tough call to make whether or not you'd actually be able to get it before the engineer comes out. Scorpion tanks rolling up to Dimitri's base. Noayev, he may have the tank number advantage, but Predator tanks are just better. Dozer blades coming in for the Scorpions, so he at least can trade a little bit better. Pit bulls coming in to kill a flame tank that snuck its way into the natural expansion, and where there's one flame tank, there is often a second. So Noayev has either gone for just a single solitary flame tank, or there's going to be more trouble on the way.
Yeah, really nice get there. Again, Dimitri has to redeploy, has to replace that refinery, but these hammerheads are sort of uncontested right now. They're coming in, sniping off these Scorpion tanks, and every Scorpion tank counts. No, he was triple war factory. He just sold one off, and he's going into infantry, but the SAM turret means those hammerheads have to get out of there.
Well, my prediction about mass APC was wrong. It was bike buggy into Scorpion tank, so there was no need for the mass APC. It is currently double airfield hammerhead. He's really only producing off of one. SAM sites have now been deployed. As you mentioned, the hammerheads revealed themselves by sniping a bunch of Scorpion tanks, and now the SAM sites are ready to go. Of course, they do have ceramic armor, the hammerheads that is, so they're able to withstand a little bit more punishment from these non-Tib core SAM sites.
Yeah, and these SAM sites aren't amazing against these hammerheads without Tib core. Pitbulls on the right-hand side tried to sneak into Noaiyev's third, but there's obviously Scorpion tanks there defending that out. The hammerheads are moving across to the right-hand side. Maybe they can go in and pick off some even more Scorpion tanks, and that's the thing with these hammerheads. If they aren't very well contested, they can just be an absolute nuisance, picking off units that stray too far away from the static AA defenses. But it looks like Noayev is going to go for a push on this left-hand side, and now it's Dimitri's MCV that's under threat.
Hammerheads swinging back in on the right side, and the Scorpion tanks forcing the laser fence, and they're backing off. They're attacking in again. They're backing off again. The Hammerheads are probably going to have to be called back from across the map. They're going to be needed to shut down this attack. Predator tanks are here to respond, and of course with Zocom, there is no hope of those late-game railguns to make these Predator tanks more valuable. So this is the fight of tank v tank, and here comes the Mantises, the cavalry that get shot off their horse before they can do anything at all. This is so many hammerheads over top of this army, and there is no answer from Noayev. He is rolled up to the top of the hill, but it's rolling into his own grave for every one of these Scorpion tanks.
Yeah, I mean, two Mantis versus this many hammerheads was never going to get the job done, and now this army is just completely vulnerable here, and Dimitri will continue to push forward. He's been so cost-effective with these hammerheads, and this is the type of thing he needed to get himself back into the game, back on level footing. The hammerheads sort of moving back now. With the Predator tanks underneath, it's really hard for the bike buggy to get in range to do the damage it needs to do. This is such a nice army composition for Zocom to have, and Noayev really having a hard time dealing with it.
This is one of those games where it felt like at various points Noayev had a fantastic spot to play from, and now Dimitri has just pulled out this perfect unit composition that Noayev is not ready to deal with. If he can separate out these units, he can deal with the individual components by themselves, but this number of hammerheads is hard to engage with, especially, as you mentioned, the APCs and the Predator tanks underneath. It just creates a solid wall, and this buys Dimitri so much time. What do you want to do? Take a third base, go for a Marv, do anything you want? Okay, you can't build juggernauts, but you can do anything else in the Zocom arsenal. You've got the time.
Yeah, Tiberium Core is almost done. It's about 80% of the way done. So even though the Hammerheads come in now, they got to make advantage of these next like 10 seconds while there's no tip core. The bikes are going to come in. Oh, they might get some nice splash. No, Dimmy does scatter them out, and the Predator tanks with the APCs trying to sort of hoard these units around. The Hammerheads, they've seen the Tiberium Core, the bike buggy, and they've said, we want to go to the other side of the map, away from all those tip core defenses. So that's really good for Nahive. He really needs to get that up. Catalyst does come down, takes out a refinery. That's always nice for the Blackhand player.
Tib Core, a wonderful upgrade. Catalyst Missile, a wonderful missile. It's even better when they can join up together. Unfortunately for Noaev, he didn't have any bikes on the left side to follow that up. So there are 3 weakened harvesters, 2 of them full of Tiberium, that could be deleted if there were just a couple of units there to match that attack. But Noaev was not comfortable pulling those units over to try and match with that Catalyst Missile. So for now, those harvesters escape. Bike buggy swarming into the third base of Dimitri, and this is a Zocom player who has been playing very solid in the skies, and he's finally being caught with a force that can fight back, but he still has the numbers. Look at that sniping on every single bike. All that's left are the buggies. The bikes got annihilated in about a quarter second flat, and now the buggies are easy to deal with. No splash damage from the buggies, just those bikes with that Tib core that get eliminated so incredibly quickly. Meanwhile, Noaev is going to try and make his way down this hill. He's hoping the ramp will lead him to victory, but the Hammerheads catch the MCV. Get away from me once and it's good, but you're not going to escape a second time as the Vapor Bomb fires off and it lights up the Zocom army. The MCV goes down and Dimitri pays the price. The one click gets his tanks.
Yeah, that was a really nice Vapor Bomb. That can always happen when you're in the middle of a fight like that. You don't see the beacon that gets placed on the ground for the Vapor Bomb, and then it gets in there, one-shots all your Hammerheads. I believe Purifying Flame has been researched. That Purifier looks like it has Purifying Flame, so maybe we will see some more Purifying Flame shenanigans in this game.
I love me a Purifying Flame Redeemer. And a game 1 with Blackhand v Zocom is a great place for it. The Redeemer steps out. The Marv is about 2/3 of the way complete, so we still have a moment to wait before the Marv can match the Redeemer. Interestingly enough, he doesn't sell off that Reclamator hub, where I'm so used to players selling it off to get the cash back and to get the Black Hand squad as well. And in this case, he does neither. He's keeping around a lot of these SAM sites as well. And Noaev is also floating 7K, so he could be recycling some of these resources to get a little bit more army out on the field, because he's down about 20K in army.
Yeah, I mean, Dimitri's been taking very good trades throughout this game. And look, there's the Pred APC army mixed with the Hammerheads. This is the issue, though. He doesn't want to let this game go for a hell of a lot too much longer, because the longer the game goes on, Blackhand's advantage in the late game versus Zocom will continue to grow. But obviously this Marv is an absolute weapon. It has so much DPS in it, even with just the 2 Zone Raider segments in it. And Dimitri's actually bringing his MCV along with him to support his army.
Double Engineer, double Zone Raider is an amazing combination. Dimitri is going to try and pressure on 2 fronts at once. We have a massive APC Pred army on the right side of the map, and we have a Marv with Hammerheads and an MCV on the left side of the map. Both are going to be engaging at about the same time. Noaev has nothing over here, but he does have a click. He does have a vein detonation. And friendly fire or no, I'm going to nuke your army. But there's still a couple things that survive. Shockwave artillery fires off. EMPs land as well. It's an orbital bombardment on top of the Redeemer. It's a shutdown of Noaev's entire army. The Hammerheads reign supreme, but can they tank it from the SAM sites? The MCV is going to provide some overwatch with those watchtowers, but ultimately the disengage happens and both players back off a little bit. The GG comes out. Noaev has been defeated in game number 1. Dimitri's careful, cautious, strategic play brings it through for a victory in game 1 on Tournament Odyssey. Welcome to the toxic wasteland that is toxicity, as we have on the left side, playing the nod, the purple, this is Noaev. And on the right side, playing the Traveler 59, a very different shakeup from that game number 1. This is Dimitri.
Interesting
No Descent
choice, I
Rush.
still think. And no Descent Rush. Probably not going to happen versus a Nod. Dimitri's gone straight to that bottom spike with a buzzer, but Nahive defending that with a militant. Not going to lose an engineer at the start of the game, which is always good to see. Yeah, I do wonder if Dimitri has a specific plan, because as a rule, I mean, Nod is quite a good faction against Traveller 59 because of laser capacitors. You get that triple laser, Scorp, Braider Buggy, and Venom, and Traveller 59 could have a really hard time dealing with that. So, be interesting to see what Dimmy has in store here. No rush, again, there's no disintegrators from Dimitri, no flame tanks or bikes or anything like that from the Hive.
I actually didn't notice in the pregame who chose their faction first. Did Dimitri choose Traveler because of the map, or did he choose Traveler because Noaev chose Nod?
Nahive picked Nod first, and then Dimitri changed. So I don't know if it was, I don't know if it's a faction-specific thing, or what he has a plan on this map, but yeah, he changed after Nahive picked Nod.
Okay, so it was a response to the triple lasers. He was like, you know what? I want to give those triple lasers a lot of units to shoot at. So as a result, I'm going to go for Prodigy and Cultists and all the things that Traveller 59 can do.
A couple of Seeker tanks are coming out from that main base and going directly across the map, looking to harass that first field. I mean, the Hive is... there's no units out yet. There's a Scorpion tank now. I don't think he's actually seen these units, because yeah, he's sending the Scorpion tank straight down to his second, so maybe Dimitri can make some type of push here. It looks like he's going to wait a little bit too, just outside the range, and push in with all these units at once. And the Hive Scorpion tanks are sort of floundering. They obviously, maybe he thinks those units out, but he doesn't know where there is, and here they go. They're going to move into the main base.
He missed the vision by just an inch there with those Scorpion tanks. Lightning Spike gets deployed as well, just to cue Noaev into how serious of an attack this is. Secret tanks continuing to push forward. Of course, Nod does have those stealth harvesters, but secret tanks can reveal the stealth, so there's no problems there. Scorpion tanks trading out. They finally knocked down the Lightning Spike, the one thing that isn't getting free repairs from these repair drones on the front line, and the harvesters are starting to be targeted. Noaev really needs to stop the bleeding here in game number 2. He doesn't want to drop a second map to Dimitri, especially not with this relatively light early game pressure. This is not some giant all-in. Behind this, Dimitri is expanding, he is teching up, he is settling in for a longer game.
And the Hive did a really good job there. He's held that very well. Didn't lose any harvesters, only lost a couple of tanks. Dimitri invested quite a bit into that, but not enough that he's going to fall massively behind here. I'm interested to see if it's going to be a tier 3, and maybe Mechapeds is the plan here.
The 1.5 base tier 3. Some of those Scrin players really love their fast tech, but whatever the choice is, it will be scouted out by the buggy. Noaev going to be finding out what exactly his opponent is doing, and also going for the blue Tiberium in the middle of the map. So sneaky get there from Noaev. Ooh, there's the portal. You might have been right about that tech.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a hell of a lot of units on the map for Dimitri right now. I mean, if he gets some disintegrators out, this army is not scary at all. There's no dozer blades on those Scorpion tanks yet. But yeah, it doesn't feel like he has much on the map. He's going back for more harvesters, which is interesting. Photon cannon gets dropped prematurely. The Hive doesn't look like he has any intentions to cross the map just yet. It looks like he's actually spotted that those Seeker tanks are moving to the north side of the map, and he's going to go and cut them off with his army.
Dozer blades on the way, but not here just yet. Fast legs should be finishing up quite soon. It's about 70% done. That's a second portal.
Again.
That's a third portal here at the natural expansion. I hope you like Shock Troopers, because they're back here in the 4th series of the day.
He's dropped a 4th portal as well. I mean, he doesn't have the money for this. I'm not sure why he's gone 4 portals. I don't think... Oh, actually, he's not bottoming out, actually. So this is crazy. 4 portal Shock Trooper transition. Raider Buggies can really struggle with this as well. Raider Buggies are not the greatest anti-infantry in the world. Look at this. The Hive has Shadow Teams. He must have predicted that this was coming. And Shadow Teams have weirdly become quite an interesting unit to use against specifically Shock Troopers.
Okay, so we're now getting shadow teams as a response, which is not on anyone's 2025 bingo card. Only one of them does come out. They do end up getting blasted by the shock troopers, and they have to retreat a little bit here. These shock troopers could find this harvester if they realize that it's there. It is stealth, so they may not realize that it's on the blue Tiberium, but they could burst it down. Okay, they avoid it for now. Fast legs coming in. These are speedy boys now. As the entire army of Hoxaeb is responding down to the south, it would be amazing if Dimitri had something else to pair with this now that the army is out of position. We'll see how the Shredder turrets come in. Shadow teams are here. There's 4 or 5 of them here on the front line. A couple of units missed the blink command, and now they're finally going to get around to it. And there's just shadow teams everywhere. I've never seen so many shadow teams in a single game before.
Yeah, I've seen this being done by a few players in the last couple of weeks, and yeah, it's actually it's so frustrating for the screenplay to deal with because they don't have any fast anti-stealth units and they don't have any anti-infantry units that kill stealth, like a Raider Buggy for Mock and Blackhand. And look at this army for Hoxaeb. He's built it up. There's actually it doesn't look like it, but there's a lot of anti-infantry in that army. There's what, maybe 8 shadow teams there, a lot of Scorpion tanks. This could be really hard for Dimitri to stop.
And in this case, Hoxaeb's army value is about 5 or 7. It's about 7k ahead of Dimitri, and a lot of that is anti-infantry stuff killing infantry. So he has got a specialized force, and he's ahead on army value. Shadow team's leading the charge. I don't know that they want to lead the charge into the buzzer hives, though. And on the south side, it's going to be an attempt at a backstab as all of the shock troopers move out of the natural expansion, and they are heading for that third base.
Oh, the MCV.
Shredder turrets are here. They're going to be bursted down. There are harvesters here, but the shock troopers not going to be able to reveal them just yet. And there's actually the blink away to the far side of the field. They didn't really do much. They tagged the MCV a little bit.
Laser capacitors is done now as well, and Hoxaeb has sent his Scorpion tanks to the north side, but he's not doing a hell of a lot with them. Shadow teams are there as well. Mechapede's trying to come out for Dimitri, but that's just an instantly dead Mechapede. And this is going to be a big push into the north. Dimitri just does not have enough here. He needs to get the shock troopers up here desperately.
He sent everything to the south, and now he's having to stream back across the map. Refinery goes down. War Factory is next, and the Shadow team's bombing out a power plant 8 minutes into the game, something we've basically never seen before in Kane's Wrath. Someone building Shadow teams this late and then actually utilizing them. Buzzer hives are going to have a field day if they can ever close the distance with these Shadow teams, and it's just laser scorps. It's almost nothing else even firing. Raider Buggies get on top of the shock troopers, and they're going to be able to delete them, and the shock troopers firing back as much as they can, but the numbers don't lie. It's 40k of army versus 10. The GG comes out, and Dimitri gets struck back. He wins game number 1, but Hoxaeb crushes him in game number 2. All right, and that sends us into Tournament Highlands for game number 3. This is a best of 7, and this is the first time we have had a momentum breaker here for one of these players to gain the advantage in the map score after the first game. On the left, once again, Plane Traveler, this is Dimitri. And on the right, playing the nod, sticking with what works, this is Hoxaeb.
Again, Hoxaeb doing a really good job. Just Dimmy keeps trying to go for these buzzers to snipe an engineer. Hoxaeb not letting that happen. You never want to lose a game like that. I mean, if you lose an engineer at the start of the game, it doesn't mean the game's over, but you're always going to be quite a bit behind. But yeah, he's done a really good job of not letting any buzzers slip in. And it looks like it's just going to be another economic game to start off. A Raider Buggy does come out, probably looking to just make sure there's no disintegrators on the map sneaking around on the corners or anything like that. But he will be happy to know when he finds out there is none, and he is very safe right now.
And the buzzer does scout the base, of course, with Nod. Flame rushes aren't as common as they are with Black Hand, but he does still scout it out to make sure, and Dimitri gets the confirmation. Okay, there's no operations center. The harvester comes out of the war factory. Everything is as you would want to see. And you mentioned the Tipz spikes. This is one of those maps where I feel like, even though the Tipz spikes are easy targets, half of the games, people still don't capture or destroy their opponent's Tipz spikes. They're relatively easy to take down, and yeah, half the time we do see them. But the other half of the time, they just get left up as the game ticks on 10, 15, 20 minutes. Both players still have both of their Tipz spikes.
Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting because the players will go there, they'll fight for the blue tib, and then they just leave them standing there. I mean,
yeah,
it's always tough because, you know, maybe you don't want to destroy them because you think you might be able to capture them later in the game, and then that opportunity never comes up, so you just leave them there. But what we will see now is 2 War Factory from the Hive, and if he goes to take that bottom blue field, then the spikes would be a target for him. But yeah, Dimi is he just ecoing? I mean, he doesn't want to be too... He's gone for a 7th Harvester. This could be really bad for Dimitri. There's so many units already out on the map for the Hive, and he has absolutely nothing to defend.
Quite literally, his army value was 0 until just a moment ago. He's got a photon cannon, so he did produce the portal to get the photon cannon, and it's going to be low power on this refinery. Bike Buggy swings in. They take a couple of shots at that harvester, and now they are going to skate out. But this is just joining up with reinforcements. The attack isn't going to end here. First Seeker tank gets popped. That's one and done. The Seeker is dead, and that's the beginning of a snowball as Noayev busts into the main base. He's skated past the natural expansion, and he's looking for Harvs in the main. One is very low on health, and Dimitri has had a number of amazing escapes with harvesters throughout this event, as other players have as well. And in this case, he's going to be able to escape with another one, getting lots of repairs at that war factory. Noayev escaping with some extremely, well, maybe not escaping, as he heads back in for another volley. That's going to be a dead harvester. He finally collects the kill that he's been cashing in, making deposits on for this whole game. That's 2 harvesters down. It is now 4 harvesters to 6. Dimitri still has the economic advantage, but it's not over yet. LOL WTF, says Dimitri, as he is not expecting this, and I guess that is going to be another... No, he goes for the Seeker tanks. He doesn't go for the harvesters right away, so he's going for more and more Harvs, and the tap out, the GG comes out, and Dimitri drops game number 3. All right, let's kick it off on to Mountain Pass for game number 4 in the north, playing the Nod. This is Noayev. He's kind of coming off of a hot streak here into Mountain Pass. Meanwhile, in the south, playing the Black Hand, this is Dimitri. He is shunning GDI. He is pushing away Zocom and Steel Talons and the Global Defense Initiative. And instead, he believes in the power of the fanatical Messiah. He believes in the power of Nod. What are these beacons? He's just beaconing everything. Is it bugged?
Oh, the Cabal's stuck. Is it stuck?
Is that why it's frozen inside the building? No. He goes into the other building. Okay, yeah, I think you're right. I think it was stuck because he's just entering and exiting the building. I don't know. Maybe Master Leaf will have to take a look at that. I don't know if maybe there's something weird about the geometry of that building.
It's all in from Dimmy. He's building a second war factory. The Hive isn't going to see it. Oh, he's going to see it, though. I reckon if he takes that... If he can get to that garage... Oh, there's a buggy coming in anyway. So that's it. That's the second war factory. The Hive knows it's coming. And there's the MCV cell. So this is just a matter of does the Hive hold or does Dimmy get the win here?
Well, if you wanted to go back 12 years ago to 2013 tournaments, this was it. It might have even been on Mountain Pass. This map has been around for a little while, but you get to see Blackhand versus Nod, and you get to see a double War Factory MCV cell all in. It looks like it'll be matched by Noayev. He's going to try and keep his MCV around 4 now. That can be a tricky proposition. When one player in a very close mirror matchup like this sells off their MCV, it can be difficult to hold without selling your own MCV. Some players like to go for a Hand of Nod here. Some players like to go for something and, mix things up, try and get some rocket squads out in addition to that second War Factory. Dimitri is just kind of pooling his forces. He's waiting for an opportunity, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what Dimitri's plan is here, but I do like this from the Hive. He actually had a refinery about 10 seconds of the way done. He saw the all-in and he cancelled it and went for his own second War Factory. So, probably... I'm surprised he's kept his MCV around. I mean, I guess if Dimitri isn't able to kill him in this initial attack, that is a massive benefit that he has his MCV still standing. But, yeah, I mean, I don't really know what Dimitri's doing. I mean, he's not going to get the spike. The Raider Buggy does come out and snipe that engineer. And Dimitri's just sort of doing nothing. And Scorpion tanks are being produced for Nahive now. There are a couple of Scorpion tanks moving to the front line as well for Dimi, and maybe this is what he was waiting for.
Okay, it's 12K of army versus 7. We'll see if Nohaev can hold this off. Bikes are trading well for the first wave, and of course there are closer reinforcements for Nohaev, but Dimitri has the bigger army. He has more cash from the MCV cell to push this attack in. Scorpion tank dies right on the edge of range, and Dimitri, he's going to try and split some forces off over to the right side and pick off a harvester if Nohaev moves away, but okay, Scorpion tank's moving back in. Can Dimitri draw the forces away from the harvester? Yes, he can. He gets one volley off, but that's only half the health bar, and then he commits into the attack. It's a trade, bike for bike, 1 for 1.
This is nice. I mean, he's gonna... This refinery placement is actually kind of biting Nahive in the back, because if he had that sort of up against the edge of the map at the top, it'd be so much easier to defend, but it's so far out in the open in the position it is in. More Scorpion tanks being poured out. Oh, I'm not sure. This is going to be hard for Dimitri to crack. If he just sits there with that 2 War Factory, he's actually packing up his MCV and moving it. So I wonder what the plan is here for Nahive. He does have such an advantage if he does hold, having that MCV still in his control. It's just a matter of, does he let Dimitri do too much critical damage before that?
I feel like I can't remember the last time I saw such a slow-paced, nice and even all-in. It's been so long since someone all-in, and then they just sort of waddle around the map, slowly looking for a turn here or there. Harvester gets jumped on. That's a lot of damage, but it's just not enough. The Scorpion tanks could dive in to get it, but it gets back to the War Factory, and now to kill that Harvester off, it would be quite costly. Dimitri has gone for a third Harvester behind this, so despite the fact that Nohaev has the MCV, Dimitri is going to have the better economy. It is slow but sure, but that extra harvester in combination with the lost mining time of Nohaev will put Dimitri in the lead.
Yeah, and this is the thing, those 2 harvesters are on quite low health, so one more swing from those bikes, he's almost guaranteed to get at least one of them. And again, now that there's extra economy for Dimitri, he's just going to be able to keep pumping further and further ahead, I think.
All right, Scorpion tanks come in. The repairs are here for Nohaev, and the micro is good. I cannot believe how passive Dimitri is being with these bikes. And I mean, hey, if it wins him the game, then it wins him the game. But for now, I can't believe how passive he's being.
I can't believe he's managed to squeeze out a second refinery here. I mean, here comes the bikes. They're going to find the Scorpion tanks. They don't want to move in there, but that means that Nahive's army is split, and Dimitri was able to take advantage of that, go in, sniper tank. He probably will lose a tank of his own. Yeah, Nahive is able to pick off that heavily damaged tank. And he's just so boxed in. He just cannot leave his base.
All right, bikes coming in for another swing. They're not going for the harvesters. They're going for the Scorpions. This is the slowest burn all in. As you mentioned, it is a second refinery up and running for Nohaev, but Dimitri still has the harvester count advantage, and that wouldn't normally be a good thing if they're all on the green Tiberium, but he's long distance harvesting the blue Tiberium. So he's got 3 harvesters on the green, 1 long distance harvesting on the blue, and that is going to give him a nice economic advantage. But I guess we'll see how much longer that lasts as these players chew through their fields and they chew through each other's tanks army. Dimitri finally finds a good angle and is able to knock down 2 tanks before Nohaev can return fire in kind. But now the trades are coming out even, and Nohaev is going to take some damage from the bikes. Tanks stacked on top of each other means that the burst of the bikes gets 2 kills for the price of 1 there.
I'm not really sure who won that engagement because, well, the bikes did a lot of work on the north side of that engagement. The Scorpion tanks themselves were actually kind of getting minced up by Nahive's army. I'd like to see Dimi take those heavy damage tanks and get them back for repairs if he's not planning to engage. And yeah, look at that. He's selected the green health tanks, left them at the front line while he sends his tanks back. That's really good by Dimitri. Just little things like that, especially in a game like this with an all-in and limited units, that can be the difference between winning and losing a game.
We are 7.5 minutes in to this MCV cell all in, and I feel like I have no idea who is going to take it. The LOL even coming out from Noayev, he also thinks this is ridiculous. It is such a silly, slow-paced game that we have found ourselves in, but I guess that's the contrast to the delay expansion build that Noayev has been going. Ops Center is out. Dozer Blades could change the game.
Yeah. That would be really bad for Dimitri, though. He's going to make a push here. I mean, Noayev's army's a little bit out of position, though. Dimitri doesn't want to go in there. He's just got to be careful because the bikes are looking for any angle they can get in there, and there's still those two harvesters which haven't been fully repaired. The bikes aren't able to find an angle, but yeah, I mean, if Dozer Blades gets up, that could be a massive problem for Dimitri.
MCV cell comes in, so this will signal the next wave of the attack. Scorpion Tank's going to be trading back and forth, and behind all of this, that upgrade is ticking along. Noayev has the cash boost from selling his MCV to finish the upgrade, but it hasn't happened yet. He didn't deploy a Hand of Nod. He didn't get any laser turrets, so it is still all down to these tanks. It's no static defense. Wherever your army is, that's where you can defend. And Dozer Blades must be so close to finishing up. There's going to be the decoy army, but it gets bursted down in 1 second. It doesn't really buy any real time there. Bikes swinging and swooping, trying to find the angle. And now Noayev is getting targeted down. The Harv's getting eliminated. He's down to just one harvester on the field. He has more refineries than he has harvesters.
Yeah, Dozer Blades does get done, but one harvester now, that's really critical. I mean, Dimitri's army's finally going to get pushed in here. Oh man, this is not good for Dimitri. Those tanks are all stacking up. They're getting pushed against that cliff face. And has Noayev got enough to finish the game? That's the thing now. Good for Dimitri. He got those harvesters, but the Scorpion tanks are now being picked off. And does Dimitri have enough to hold? He does have quite a few tanks still sitting at his main base, and now he will be the one with the defender's advantage. Noayev's got to push down the cliff into the base, and I think this will be really tough.
There's so many tanks low on health. 3 of them explode one after the other. There's still 3 more that are extremely low health. Even with Dozer Blades, Noayev army can't put up with all the damage coming out from Dimitri. And Dimitri beaconing his own tanks. He's like, yo guys, do you see how crazy it was that I drove the tanks that direction and then they all died? And yes, we did see it, unfortunately for Dimitri. And Noayev actually loses his engineer in the Tiberium field just kind of randomly, so he doesn't get a spike capture.
Imagine someone's watching it and sees this. Oh man, that's funny from the Hive. I mean, Dimitri's actually managed to pump out an MCV.
The MCV comes back out. He even calls attention to it, and the Black Hand Squad is going to burn down the Tipz spike in the corner. It is peak Kane's Wrath. We had our fun with our normal game number 1 where they said GL at the beginning of the game, and then they played out like quite an exciting match. And then we had our aggressive games, and then Dimitri was like, well, I don't like that you're playing this way, so I'm going to play that way to teach you a lesson. And now they're just they're throwing tomatoes at each other.
Yeah, I mean, the Hive managed to get another harvester out. He hasn't touched his blue Tiberium at all. Like, he's falling behind on economy because of that. But he just has so many more tanks, and he has Dozer Blades. I mean, this is really bad for Dimitri. Yes, he's got an MCV out, but he's going for a refinery. He needs to get a tier 2. He needs to keep producing units. I mean, this is really bad. I mean, this MCV has just been built. It may be under threat of going down.
Tanks are going to cross over. They're looking for the opening, and somebody just beaconed that army. They're like, hey, look at all of these tanks, but at the same time, look at the bikes that are sneaking into the main base. There are a couple of Scorpions there to push them away. Dimitri won't be able to get any kills. There's the refinery on the natural expansion. He powers it down immediately because he doesn't have stealth. He needs to keep that harvester alive. Tanks are going to be moving in. It's Dozer Blades versus no Dozer Blades, and there are so many more tanks on the side of Noayev. He's going to be crushing the army of Dimitri, but can Dimitri save the MCV? Bike's going to be coming in for the attack in the back line. They're going to be able to find one Scorpion tank, but they trade it back for 1 or 2 bikes. The Scorpion doesn't actually die. Noayev pushes in, but is he going to be able to actually uproot and diss out Dimitri, who is holding the line? Tanks going down one after the other, and now the GG comes out, and Dimitri can't deal with the Dozers. The Blades are too strong, and Noayev goes up 3-1 versus Dimi. Welcome to the Badlands and welcome to game number 5. Playing the Nod on the left side. This is the purple. This is Hoxaeb. I don't know what he's beaconing. On the right side, playing the GDI. Finally back to the strength of man. This is Dimitri. No funny aliens, no fanatics of Nod. It is back to the World Powers United, and it is back to the Global Defense Initiative.
Yeah, and I think this is the right way to go for Dimitri. He showed how he can play. I mean, I know it was Zocom versus Blackhand, so actually quite a different matchup, but he seemed just so confident in that game. And he even had quite a bad start. He lost a couple of harvesters on his second field and was still able to turn that game around and win it. So yeah, I think going back to GDI is a good choice. Badland Hills, interesting map choice. I never know what the best matchup on this map actually is, but he's obviously feeling like this is a map where GDI can get the advantage, so you just have to trust him on that one. Raider Buggy comes out for Hoxaeb. Looking to see if there's anything weird coming, but no, it's just economy for both players.
So we saw it happen in one of the earlier games, Futurama versus Cyberstorm. Futurama was playing GDI, or maybe even Zocom, but I think GDI, and he just camped out in the middle of the map, and he took over the map in a very, I am going to establish territory, and I am going to stay here, and I am going to fight you every step of the way, but you are never going to take over this spot on the map. And it worked out very well for Futurama. So going back to that calm, cool, collected, controlled playstyle that we saw in game number 1, mirroring what Futurama did here versus Cyberstorm now on Badlands Hills, this could be a real momentum shifter for Dimitri. He's obviously frustrated by this double War Factory delay expansion thing that Nod has been doing, that the Nod factions, Blackhand included, have been doing. So we'll see, does that cause Hoxaeb to play a little bit differently? Does he try to just go more eco? Does he, well, he hasn't gone more aggressive, but he could have.
Yeah, he's actually called for a refinery this game. Dimitri's finally built units early to deal with whatever's coming, and there's nothing coming. He's wasting his time. He's got 6 Pipples on the map, all chasing a single Raider Buggy, so this is buying the Hive heaps of time to get out some Scorpion tanks and prepare for the eventual attack once Dimitri realizes there's no bikes coming to his base.
It is 7 Harvesters versus 6. Advantage for Hoxaeb, who is also up 3-1 in this series. Second War Factory. So that is going to be War Factory on the expansion for Dimitri. And he is not going for big eco plays. As you said, he's going pit bulls. He's following that up with, believe it or not, more pit bulls.
Yeah, and again, Hoxaeb is just... But Dimitri, he keeps building out these early units. He's just not really doing anything with them. The rockets going in the garrison's really nice. And he's actually going for that doze. Is he going for a tier 3? Is he going fast lasers? He is going for a tier 3. That is interesting.
Ooh. So 1.5 base, tier 3. We'll see if this opens up an opportunity. Of course, GDI, they have railguns to match the lasers of Nod, but Dimitri isn't rushing that out the way that Hoxaeb is. Hoxaeb pushes back these pit bulls for now. A couple of rockets, a couple of Scorpion tanks going to be making this a fair fight, and there's the tier 3 placed down. Okay, there's the upgrade started.
Raider Buggy Scout coming in, so Hoxaeb sees that it's double War Factory, Predator tanks coming out now, tier 2, getting AP ammo, and he's actually gone for an airfield. Is he going Vertigos? He's going Vertigos and a chem plant.
Okay, it's going to be airfield versus airfield. Dimitri, I think, dropping a scan on the other side of the map, gets the reveal on the tier 3. He may not know the full story. I love the move into Vertigos. Your opponent is going mass tanks. Guess what doesn't shoot up? Mass tanks. And then now your Scorpions versus Predator tanks are trading a whole lot better when they've got Vertigos. We talked about game number 1 quite a lot. We talked about the strength of Dimitri in that game. He hurt us. He is, not literally, but he hurt us. He's following it up. It's Pred APC with Hammerheads in support.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I sort of think he should be trying to do these type of builds. I think what this plan is the Vertigo Bombers are going to go for the Predator tanks, Avatar and Obelisk to drop to defend. Oh, the Vertigo's completely whiffed though.
That's
so not a great hit there.
He just completely missed. Yeah, you said it. He whiffed, and that just reveals the Vertigos, and you get a free pass. It's like, hey, I'm building Vertigos. I'm going to attack you with them. Not right now, but in a minute.
This. He's bringing the Pitbulls straight up, but the issue is there's no way Dimitri can expect that there's a chem plant. Is there going to be a tip vein? That would be interesting. Double Obelisk, double Avatar, and the Redeemer, the Vertigo Bomber's coming back. There is the tip vein. Oh man, that could be so bad. I think he is getting. He just got outside of it. Actually, I think the Hive did more damage to himself with that than to Dimitri's army. And now the Hammerheads are coming in, picking off harvesters because the radar scan was used. So Dimitri is able to see them. He's going to sit there with his Predator tanks. Probably wants to get out of there now though.
What is going on in this game? This is like a comedy of errors. The Pitbulls commit into an empty main base to hunt harvesters, and they end up getting blasted by lasers. Vertigo Bombers fire their bombs at the ground. A Tib vein detonation does nothing but blow up the Tiberium, and then all of the units pretty much escape it, and it's just a comedy of errors between these two players. For some reason, we just had 30 seconds of the goofiest decision-making that you could ask for.
Yeah, now there's the Catalyst. The Vertigo Bomber. Wow, that was really good by Dimitri. The Vertigo Bomber hit those harvesters, put them to low health. The Catalyst would have killed them, but he quickly scatter moved them away. So at least he was able to save those two harvesters from the Catalyst missile. Railguns is on the way now as well. So while the decision-making hasn't been the greatest by either player in this game, it does look like it's settling down a little bit. Here comes the Laser Venoms. There's only 2 APCs there to deal with those Venoms, and they're going to just snipe down some of the Hammerheads. He's just going to go for it. I mean, what can Dimitri really do? 3 APCs are just simply not enough to stop that. I mean, he did lose maybe 4 Venoms for a few Hammerheads. Not the worst trade in the world for either side, but you don't want to be doing that when you are down economically. The Hive has only just dropped his second refinery on his second field.
Dimitri is actually up 17k in total resources gathered. He's just simply been harvesting more than Noaev over the course of this game, and Dimitri is planted in the middle of the map. He's got a Marv on the way. It's about 2/3 of the way done, and who's the biggest harvester of them all? Why, of course, it's the Marv. It's from GDI, and he doesn't stop grinding. This guy can suck up half the map before you can finish your natural expansion. Noaev, he never really got to a big number of harvesters. He's at 6 right now. We're 8 minutes into the game, and he has 6 harvesters. His opponent's about to have a Marv, and he's got 6 harvesters on a field that can support 7.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, Dimitri's only just rebuilt that second refinery on his second. Vertigo Bomber is looking for... Oh, that's going to be a nice bomb. Wow, that's like 4 harvesters that have just been taken... 5 harvesters at the main base that have just been taken down to half health, all stacked up there because of the Catalyst missile earlier. Redeemer is the choice for Noaev. That does make sense, but the Marv is already out, and it's on its way to suck up that top Tiberium field.
There's another scan deployed by Dimitri. What a difference in this game number 5 compared to games 2, 3, and 4. Complete 180 from Dimitri. And, well, he's going to be moving in. It's Railguns versus Avatars, but the Hammerheads are on Overwatch. AP ammo added into this, and this is going to be 2 Husks on the ground. Will Dimitri be able to actually knock the Husks down, or will Noaev be able to recover them? Pitbulls are moving in. Venoms are going to trade back, and this is more Venoms than there are Pitbulls, and the Venoms have already killed off the Hammerheads, so they don't even need to stick around and fight this out if they don't want to, but they end up getting all of the Pitbulls anyways. The economy of Dimitri is bolstered by this Marv, and on the nod side of the things, we can't do the same, but we do have to fight versus the Mammoth tanks. Railguns and Super Treads are ready to go. I'm gonna grind your base into dust, says Dimitri. The Rage Gen fires off, and one of the Mammoths will get popped. The other 2 are fighting amongst themselves, blasting each other as Nod blasts them in the back. This is a costly attack for Dimitri. He cleans up the main base, but he also buys a lot of time on the front line. The middle of the map is under GDI control, and it's been that way for 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is really good by Dimitri. I mean, those mammoth tanks went in, cleaned up the entire main base, got the tier 3 as well. In the end, they sort of died without doing much damage to units, but it bought him time. It took out the tier 3, and he's looking really pretty. He's got 5 more mammoth tanks in the middle of the map. He's going to lose that harvester to the Venoms. Oh, supersonic of all supersonics. There goes the Air Force.
He just completely blasts the Venoms. One and done. You like your Tib Vane detonation. You like your Catalyst missile. Have a taste of this GDI one-click.
Yeah, and he's now following it up with Juggernauts as well. Sniper team's getting called in to deal with this infantry transition. There isn't a hell of a lot of anti-infantry here, but it's not black infantry, so you should be able to whittle it down using those AP ammo watchtowers. Shockwave artillery lands before the rage goes off.
And now the tank's going to be rolling forward. Vapor bomb or a mine drop. It's going to be a mine drop on top of the tanks, but it's just not enough. This Redeemer is surrounded, abandoned, and alone. The rockets say, sayonara, we're not going to fight you, but the rage gen fires off as the EMP expires. So do 2 of the tanks, and this is a massive opportunity for Noaev to be able to do some big damage. It's also going to be Venoms directly onto the front line. He's got Shredder turrets as well to try and deal with the sniper teams. He's blasting the snipers so that the infantry can push forward and do the real damage. Orbital bombardment on top of this army, slowing down the infantry as that non-avatar gets blasted down to bits. It's another husk waiting to be recovered in the middle of the map. The Marv has avoided most of the damage. It's down to half HP, but the infantry army has retreated.
Yeah, and now Dimitri is going to close in for the kill here. There's so many Juggernauts out on the map, but this is what happens when a GDI establishes himself in the middle. The MCV is going to go down. The GG gets called. The Hive's going to tap out, and there it is. Dimmy is one step closer to pulling off that comeback.
Switches back to GDI and gets a win again. Control, just cool head, doing things in a normal, nice way for Dimitri. And game number 5 turns from a 1-3 situation into a 2-3 situation for Dimmy. So in a similar story, you said we've heard this story before, and well, Dimitri is certainly hoping to repeat the performance of Green Zero from earlier in the day. We have got the big glass top table to battle it out on. Once again, this is a map that has some dead space along the southern edge of the map. It is not a ton of dead space, but we do see that come into play sometimes, but probably not with these factions. On the left side, up 3-2, this is Noaev. And on the right side, playing Reaper 17, he's a man of variety. This is Dimitri.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. This is the 6th game of the series. He's played 5 factions. I don't know. This is, I mean, it can be good because your opponent never knows what to expect. You ask a lot of different questions of them, but also being able to stick with, well, at least like the Hive has played Nod and Blackhand, but he's stuck with the same sub-faction. It's very similar in a way. You sort of are able to get into this consistent build order. You know exactly what you want to do. So I'm not sure what Dimitri's plan is here. Reaper 17 is such an interesting pick, but we'll see what he did. He actually went Refinery first, and then dropped the portal to get his spike. So his
that was a very late,
a little bit earlier than No Hives.
It was a very late Tiberium spike.
It's Dev Core.
Yeah, the scout comes in from Noaev. He's going to see this nerve center, and he is going to confirm exactly what Dimitri is doing. The vision of the Cabals does confirm that, and we'll see what he... Okay, so he doesn't go 2 war factories. He does go double refinery. Noaev wasn't necessarily thinking of an all-in, but seeing that nerve center, it makes you wonder... MCV skipped there. He lifted off his MCV and then he planted it back down again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is here. He's actually going for a refinery, but the Hive has probably never seen this build before, really. It's a very old build. You don't see it so much nowadays. Those early dev tanks. He's going for double war factory Scorpion tanks. Again, I feel like Dimmy just doesn't really know what he wants to do. He's not committing to the push. He's just kind of built dev tanks. Maybe he was expecting an all-in, and this was his plan. I mean, dev tanks are obviously very good. They one-shot bikes when they're fully charged up. But the Hive's just gone Scorpion tanks, and he's going to build enough Scorpion tanks to overwhelm just 2 dev tanks.
So we're in an awkward situation where Dimitri, it seems like, was expecting an aggressive play from Noaev, and so he went for these dev tanks. But now Noaev has responded with a double war factory. He hasn't sold his MCV. He's moved it up towards his natural expansion. So we have this weird back-and-forth trade. There are no stealth on these harvesters, and the first one absorbs a couple of those charged-up shots. The Scorpion tanks could kill them if they close the distance, but they're not able to at the moment. And the Shardwalker is going to get the scout on the MCV. That MCV is headed further than the natural expansion. Wow. He is going way out into the middle of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Dimitri, I think he did spot it. Whether, I mean, his Shardwalker spotted it, whether he saw it or not. I mean, this could be some sort of really smart deceptive play. Send your MCV all the way to the north side of the map. Dimitri's never going to find it, and he might think you're all in. But Double War Factory Scorpion tank production is absolutely pumping. Dimitri behind this has managed to get his 2 and 5 economy established, so now he's going to keep pumping out some dev tanks, and realistically, if it's a lot of dev tanks versus a lot of Scorpion tanks, you're going to be backing in those dev tanks with that Tiberium charge.
So in this case, Noaev cut production at 3 harvesters. He is down almost 50% compared to the harvesters of Dimitri. And Noaev, he is not just going to sit back and wait for Dimitri to attack. He's moving out into the middle of the map. He will be met by these dev tanks. They are charged up full of Tiberium. Both players see each other, and then they kind of back on off. And I have no idea what the plan is here with this MCV. He's gone super far into the north. I guess he could grab the Tipz spike, but then after that, what do you do?
Oh my god, he sold it. He put it down at tier 2 and he sold it. And he's going to use that engineer to capture that top Tipz spike, so it's going to be all in Scorpion tanks against dev tanks. I really like Dimitri's chances, you know, as long as he doesn't want to get caught out like this. I mean, 4 dev tanks is quite a lot for unupgraded Scorpion tanks to deal with. He's able to kite them, and here we go. This could be a really decisive fight in this match.
Dozer blades are on the way for these Scorpion tanks, but they're not here yet. The timing is perfect. All 4 of these dev tanks firing in concert, blasting those Scorpions, and there's going to be the decoy army. It can absorb a lot of the shots here from these dev tanks. That's good focus firing from Dimitri to light up 2 real tanks and knock them down. More dev tanks coming to the front line, trying to close the distance is Noaev, but he's just not finding the shots. 1 dev tank down, a second gets eliminated. The charges are running out, and the Dozer blades are mere moments away. Another decoy army does absorb the damage, and finally closing the distance. Noaev gets the kill on 2 dev tanks in rapid succession. The green beams are running out. The Dozer blades are ever closer, and he's closing the distance once again. That's 2 more dead devs.
Yeah, that was not well handled by Dimitri, you know. He has actually gone for a stasis chamber, so if he's able to build up quite a large dev tank force again and push out, he'll be able to lock down half of Nahive's army. Dimitri's probably really confused, because, like, how the hell is Nahive affording all this? I don't know if he would know that this is all in. So, I mean, he's pushing out with just 2 tanks. He can't do that. You just can't push out with such a little amount of tanks against this many Scorpions. He's just going to get overrun. Oh, this is really nice for Nahive. That random Cabal just taking some of the charge out of those dev tanks. Nahive's looking to go up and around and hit these dev tanks from the north, and now he's even building some flame tanks to send out across the map. And here go the Scorpion tanks move in. And they're overwhelming. The stasis does lock down some of the tanks, but the Scorpion tanks are overwhelming. They're getting into the close quarters fight, which the dev tanks do not want. Elite Scorpion tank there, but Dimitri just not able to capitalize on that stasis.
The stasis gets called in, but the fight doesn't go how Dimitri was hoping.
Oh, the flame tank. There's nothing there.
I don't even see the flame tank.
At the second, yeah.
At the natural, there's Dimitri beaconing the flame tank as well. The refinery goes down. Noaev with this sneaky ops center in the corner. He's given hidden tech a new name and a new life. This is something that people just don't do. But Noaev is making it look good. This is not, I've never seen someone play a game out on Tournament Undergrounds like this, and now the Scorpion tanks are going to try and close the distance. There's going to be the decoy army to go for the surround, but he's really just trying to waste the time of the dev tanks. They're actually going to be exposing rear armor to these Scorpions, and Noaev is just pushing down up 3-2, and he is crushing Dimitri's army. The refineries go down, and so does Dimitri. How OP is that man, he asks, and he can't answer his own question. He gets into the top 12, but he will be knocked out by Noaev.
Yeah, that was really nice by Noaev. He just did not let the dev tank numbers grow to a critical mass. He's able to overwhelm them, get into close quarter range, and that flame tank really was the nail in the coffin. And yeah, well done to Noaev. He gets through, he beats Dimitri 4-2, and a good series, some good games in there. But yeah, Noaev, well done, man. That's a good win for him.
An absolutely amazing pick on the prediction front for anyone who had the genius foresight to choose Noaev. Absolutely smoked you in the predictions, even though I agree that, like, on paper heading into it, Dimitri should have won that series, I thought. But Noaev pushing the buttons of Dimitri, and maybe there was a little bit of metagame mind gaming going on there as well. There's a little bit of, I don't like the way that you're playing, but Dimitri brought it back on Badland Hills. He brought it back, and then he dev rushed himself out of the tournament in game number 6.
Yeah, that's I mean, I thought Dimmy was probably one of the favourites going into this tournament. Even Dimmy thought he was one of the favourites going into this tournament. He would have told you all about it. But yeah, Noaev has come through and gets himself to the best of to the round of 8. And
so we do have
who does he get? Phoenix.
Yes, we do have an updated bracket to look at. Noaev will slot in, as you can see, wins 4-2 versus Dimitri, and then will be in versus Phoenix. Round 2 is all best of 7s once again. This is the top 8, and this is where the money is guaranteed. And of course, a huge thank you to Chronosphere for putting up the prize pool for this event. Noaev has managed to make the top 8. He has proved that he deserves to be here. And he's done it by fighting Dimitri, or by fighting Bike Rush Owns, by beating Tipz, and now by beating Dimitri as well. And he did it here with some goofy games and some convincing games with some hard to deal with tactics for Noaev. And that will do it for this series, for this day. The round of 12 is complete, and I hope you can read backwards because that spells Noaev, but backwards. So Noaev versus Phoenix will be the 4th match of the round of 8.
In the modern, containerized world, businesses face overwhelming challenges, sprawling systems, and exponentially increasing data. Observability chaos ensues, complexity increases, costs skyrocket, developers waste time sifting through mountains of data that's not useful, and customers suffer from a poor experience. With Chronosphere, you are back in control. We help you quickly focus on the data that matters so your team can move from overwhelmed to empowered. The Chronosphere observability platform reduces data volumes and associated costs by 60% and cuts through the noise to uncover actionable insights that reduce incidents by up to 75%. Chronosphere telemetry pipeline collects data from any source, processes it in flight, and routes it to any destination. Maximize your efficiency with a solution that uses up to 20 times less resources than competitors. With Chronosphere, turn observability chaos into control. Eliminate unnecessary costs. Improve data quality and deliver faster insights for exceptional customer experiences. Join leaders like Robinhood and Zillow, who've already taken control of their observability. Learn more about Chronosphere at chronosphere.io.